Chapter 222, World Congress, on the flip of a coin. The second vote quickly approached its end, and by now there was quite a bit of nervousness going around. The last hour had contained plenty of closed-door deals and under-the-table agreements on what to vote for. Miranda told Jake that she and Lillian had gone to reaffirm the vote for herbs with those who promised it before. She even went as far as making binding system agreements with them, not allowing them just to make empty promises. With the many votes of Haven, and at least a few from some of the other top 10 ones, herbs was pretty much secured as one of the chosen options. Honestly, no one was sure what the other options would be, but wood and stone had apparently become less popular over the last hour. This was due to the ability to sell to other cities using the store, and the different factions had begun just making deals with those who had plenty of a particular resource. Of course, there was the issue that you couldn't sell to designated buyers based on the description of the store, but it would at least mean some wood or stone was up for sale. Haven would likely sell some wood, too, logging from around the outskirts of the forest towards the fort. They didn't want to ruin the city of Haven itself, but no one really cared about the outskirts closer to the fort. All it would do was make less forest between the fort and Haven. And there was plenty of forest to take from, more than they could possibly log for many years. There were some worries, though, such as, what did the system consider an item, or a material? Many types of wood apparently weren't identifiable without some mild processing or until transformed into an item, just like some herbs and fruits didn't recognize as an item before they matured. Could you just throw a pile of trees into the store? How would the system communicate what you were selling? He was also aware that he didn't have full information on this. Identify only worked on items you could actually identify, like how he couldn't identify herbs back before becoming an alchemist. Miranda also couldn't see the properties of herbs before she got some general appraising skill for magical catalysts from her class that now allowed her to identify some herbs. On a side note, everyone could apparently identify stuff like equipment or consumables, but the details may vary. Like how Jake can see how much a potion will restore and others can't, and how a blacksmith can see details if identifying a weapon or armor. The only ones that could kind of identify everything were merchants. According to Miranda, rather than an identify skill, they often got it upgraded or get a new similar skill called appraisal or something like that. That made sense to Jake, as a merchant kind of has to know what the hell he is handling. Actually, would merchants be able to do something special with the system store? Maybe some additional options, an easier way to sell items. All of these were questions Jake was glad he didn't have to really think about, outside of interesting consideration to what an item is. He could just ask Miranda or someone else about it after the fact. Jake had also considered if he should try and flex some potions and promised to put some up for sale if everyone voted for herbs. But he didn't really want to put himself out there like that. He would also seriously need to commission some more bottles soon. He had Miranda give him back quite a few, and she had even scrounged up some additional ones from a merchant, but Jake still needed a lot. He had this bad habit of sometimes throwing a poison bottle or his potion bottles breaking after drinking them. Will potion bottles be a part of gems and crystals or maybe stone? Jake considered. Glass is made from sand, and sand is technically small, annoying underwear-invading stones, which begged another question. Were they even made of glass? He didn't actually know. Maybe it was just some special kind of crystal. As these thoughts passed through his head, Neil entered the barrier, and Jake also noticed that the vote for the system store would begin in around 5 minutes. Jake nodded at Neil and asked, "Any progress on getting some teleportation network up and running?" Neil looked a bit surprised that the unmasked Jake asked, but just smiled and answered, "A bit, but it isn't easy. We need to properly link things up, which will require us to travel to other cities and set them up as it is now. We are hoping to find a way to sync them up without having to travel. How would that work?" Jake asked, genuinely curious. He loved figuring out how all the magic stuff worked. It is a bit like finding a radio frequency that we can tap into one not currently used. You can say that the usual space we occupy is the stable wavelength, and any deviations to it result in spatial distortion. Space magic, as I understand it, is basically just fiddling with the frequency in a localized area, Neil began, as he gladly continued, clearly happy to see someone interested. So what we are trying to do is to create matching spatial radios of sorts, all running on the exact same wavelength to make the entire journey between the two stable. We need it to be a frequency that is also properly compressed and warps the space between the two locations. Like that old movie trope where the science guy folds a paper in half and pokes a pencil. We need to make sure the frequency properly bends the paper, and then for the teleportation to poke the hole with whatever we transport on the edge of the pencil. Wait, won't you need the spatial radios, as you call them, to be able to differ in frequency dependent on where you want to go? And what if that space is distorted by other means during travel? Jake asked. Neil just looked at him for a few moments, the surprise on his face from Jake actually having listened palpable. It is indeed a challenge. Outside interference isn't really that big of a deal as we can stabilize it, so unless another expert messes with it or someone booby traps the teleportation circle, the teleportation itself should be safe and 100% reliable. You are also right that the teleportation circles will need to link up to each other. Luckily, we think we have found a solution to that, Neil said quite confidently. We will use the system store to sell items with spatial signatures imprinted on them, as well as confidential codes only known and understandable by us space mages. It will take a while, but with it, we should be able to establish a good network of participating cities. This does require the teleportation circles to be absolutely stable, and they cannot be moved around after being established and linked. Luckily, planets heavily stabilize the frequency of space, but we would still need regular maintenance for the circles to not have them desync due to the planet moving and stuff like that. Well, sounds like you have quite the task ahead of you, Jake chuckled. How will you power the circles? Yeah, that is another issue. The circles will require a lot of spatial mana to work, more dependent on the distance. It will also get more expensive the stronger the person we send. By the way, these teleportation circles aren't our inventions at all, but common knowledge in the multiverse, confirmed by how we pretty much all have the same understanding based on the study resources we had access to. I still have quite a few books stored in the orb, Neil said, getting a bit sidetracked. Jake already knew these teleportations weren't their invention, as so many damn books he read talked about them as being regular business across the multiverse. Didn't answer my question. How will you power it? Jake asked again. Right. To begin with, it will 100% require one of us space mages present to power it, and even then, it will require consumables. If gems and crystals got voted, there might be usable energy sources there, but it is honestly a big maybe as items with space affinity are rare. No, it makes more sense for us to make such that regular mana can be transformed into space mana to power the circle, but that will take a while to get up and running. Even then, it will result in it needing even more maintenance as these catalysts to transform mana will wear out quickly. Again, this is how it is often done throughout the multiverse in the early stages of these networks. There are better ways, but they will take even longer and even more power to get up and running. Of course, if we suddenly had a B-grade space mage, he could just toss up super advanced circles running on atmospheric mana and tapping into high-level concepts to power it, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Sounds like you have a major task ahead of you, a female voice said. Miranda and Lillian entered the barrier, making Neil look a bit embarrassed. He was really getting into it, and Jake found it quite interesting. Sadly, the time to vote was approaching, but more importantly. Hey, that's what I said, Jake said, cracking a smile. Great minds think alike. Miranda smiled as she turned a bit more serious. I have done what I can, and I believe herbs should be locked down, but it would still be risky for us not to pour our votes into it. Based on the talks, I also strongly believe that ore and metal will be voted in. As for the last option, it is honestly up in the air. I reckon it will still be stone or wood, though I did hear some talk of foodstuff in some of the rapidly expanding settlements. Food has a lot of value in regenerating resources faster. People still have to eat a bit. I can't talk about D-grade, but even at E-grade, we can't go entirely without food, Lillian pitched in. Jake had to admit, he had barely thought of food as one of the things that could possibly get voted. There was so much to find, and people needed far less. Yet people still needed a little. Jake had just never noticed it. Did he really get his fill from herbs and stuff? Actually, about the time he stopped eating as many herbs, Miranda began bringing him food. Was he really just a spoiled brat who got all the food handed to him on a platter, literally? I guess I shouldn't judge others like that, and I am sure chefs and cooks can make some awesome stuff. If not, they wouldn't get their own entire profession. The food Miranda brings is also godly. If foodstuff was voted, maybe they could make even better things and level faster. Haven needs a D-grade chef sooner rather than later. Anyway, the timer slowly ticked down, and by now everyone had returned to their own platforms. Nearly all of them were fully obscured as the factions went through a last-second discussion on what to vote for. Voting has begun. Please distribute your votes. Votes remaining, 10 time to vote, 4 59 options for store offerings, 1 herbs 2. Or Jake stopped reading there and poured all 10 votes into herbs. Miranda, Lillian, and Neil did the same, as they just waited and made some small talk to pass the time. He felt a bit nervous about herbs possibly not being voted as it was really the only option he cared about. Should I have done more to convince people? Number put trust in Miranda. You would just have made things worse. The vote for the limited system store has concluded. Voting breakdown ordered based on the number of votes received. 1. Ores and metals, you got to be fucking kidding me. I swear to fucking Villy I will too. Herbs okay, all good. Few 3 stone, so stone 1 out. A 3 fruit, grain and other foodstuffs, wait, what, 2 3s, 4 wood 5. Mixed monster leather, hides and bones 6. Cloth, thread and other textiles 7. Gems and crystals 8. Chemicals 9. Mixed monster body parts, meat and innards, does 2 3s mean there is a tie? Wait, doesn't that mean the vote has resulted in a tie? The highest-ranking noble shall function as the tiebreaker. The highest-ranking noble present is the Earl from Haven and will have 10 minutes to decide. This isn't all good anymore, not at all. As the high-ranking noble, it is your privilege and responsibility to take charge during a political impasse. You must exercise your power and choose either fruit, grain and other foodstuff, or stone as the third resource to enter the limited system store. Time to choose. 9:57 warning. If you fail to select, the decision will default to the second highest-ranking noble present, chosen based on who obtained the Viscount title first. Well, fuck me. Jake was the only one that could read the last few system messages after it said the decision was now up to him, and he felt it. Every single fucking pair of eyes turned his way, and the dam barrier was always made see-through just as a vote ended, making everyone look straight at him. He wanted to make it obscure him, but he grit his teeth as he prepared himself for what was coming. "Excuse me, sir, I believe, for the sake of, I implore you to." A dozen voices spoke up, all directed towards Jake to try and make him choose their preferred option. Jake felt like it was all a bit overwhelming, but kept his cool. He focused on the mask on his face and that he was the one in charge here, but more importantly, he chose to believe in the person he had appointed City Lord. Jake raised his hand to silence everyone. Saya, the City of the Sword Saint, the Undead, Sanct Domo, the Court, and many of the other major factions hadn't said anything. It was mainly all the smaller factions. Soon, everyone quieted down as Jake spoke. "Let's do this fairly." With emotion, a small item appeared in his hand, a coin. He noticed a few people's eyes go wide. His brother made a big grin on his platform, one mirrored by Jacob, Casper, Bertram, and even the Sword Saint, who clearly found his decision amusing. Jake placed the coin in his hand, and with a flick, he tossed it into the air. It spun at incredible speed before it landed on top of his hand and was instantly covered by his other hand. He looked out into the hall and spotted a random city lord from one of the lower-ranking cities. "You there?" "If you're right, stone. If you're wrong, foodstuff. Choose heads or tails." The poor city lord took a few moments to notice he was talking to her, and all the attention switched her way. She was clearly surprised to be put on the spot, but managed to collect herself as she asked. "How do we know you aren't doing some trick?" she asked, clearly not wanting to choose. "You don't, and I don't care what you think. If I wanted, I could just pick a random one myself. So, heads or tails." She stood there hesitating before Jake just shook his head and looked to her neighbor, another low-ranking noble. "You then, heads or tails." The man looked a bit more assured as he shrugged, gladly playing along, perhaps not caring that much himself. "Heads, I guess." Jake smiled as he lifted his hand and the coin was revealed. "Tails. Foodstuff it is." He didn't even give the objections time to come as he chose it, and the system notification went out to everyone. Voting for the limited system store has concluded. The store will include an assortment of ores and metals, herbs and fruit, grain and other foodstuffs. The store will be available upon the conclusion of the World Congress. Jake heard a few yells of people claiming it was unfair and other silly objections, but he didn't care. Nothing was fairer than a coin flip. Sure, it would be cheating if he picked himself with his intuition, which is why he made someone else pick. Though the complaints still annoyed him, Miranda had even given him an approving smile, so it couldn't be that bad. Luckily, the next system message quickly came to make people shut up. The third and final vote of the World Congress will pertain to the upcoming system event to help the enlightened races of Earth. Chapter 223, World Congress, System Events. System events are exactly as the name suggests, events put on by the system itself. More often than not, they offer great rewards but equally great risks. Well, as a new universe, you may get some safer versions. Events can be pretty much anything and are great ways to challenge yourself and achieve a breakthrough to the next level for many mortals and even gods. They can even offer things one cannot find out in the multiverse. As I told you, I got my bloodline through an event, so that should put things into perspective. They can also offer titles, items, and all sorts of things. I wouldn't count on any events you experience in your early days to offer anything overly great, as I have yet to hear of any bloodline-granting events for anyone below C grade. Also, as your events will likely be of the safer variant, it won't offer the best there is. Danger and opportunity are intrinsically linked, after all, the Malefic Viper has explained to Jake long ago. Actually, the tutorial was considered a system event, though still special even by system event standards. Jake was certain most, if not all, factions related to higher powers were aware of these things. At least he saw their eyes light up at the mention of a system event, and most seemed to nearly instantly forgive and forget his coin-flipping antics. The third and final vote of the World Congress will pertain to the upcoming system event to help the enlightened races of Earth. All system events will primarily compose of combat, and any participants are advised to recognize such. All events will offer unique rewards and opportunities. Options for the system event: 1 tournament, singles, 2 tournament, groups, 3 town defense, 4. Treasure hunt, 5. Event dungeons. The tournaments will include both battles against monsters as well as other enlightened beings of Earth. If singles are chosen, the battles will primarily consist of 1 versus 1 fights between monsters and enlightened ones, while groups will include group battles and larger combat scenarios against monsters. The monsters will be rare variants from across the multiverse, both powerful and valuable. Groups can consist of up to 10 members. For singles, all rewards will be given individually, while for groups, it will be split evenly among group members. The town defense event will see the enlightened beings of Earth in a city of old, and they will have to defend it from ever-increasing waves of invading monsters. Every pylon will be granted their own minor settlement to defend. However, an alliance of up to 5 pylons may be established before the event and allow them only to defend a single city instead. The invaders will carry much bounty for you to claim. All rewards will be split among the defenders, partly based on contributions. The event dungeons will offer 3 distinct dungeons that can be challenged in parties of up to 5 and 2 challenge dungeons that can only be attempted by individuals. Rewards will be split according to standard dungeon rules, with a final reward given depending on overall performance. The treasure hunt will see the participants travel to a foreign land filled with treasures to be unearthed and discovered or hidden away by a lost civilization in their safest and well-defended chambers. Beat challenges and claim your spoils. During the treasure hunt, the participants will encounter other creatures attempting to claim the items, as well as the ever-present threat of the other enlightened ones and the environment itself. The treasure hunt will be entered individually, and all rewards are individually earned. All events will take a total of 10 days and will begin in 3 months, 90 days. Beware that death is a risk, but all participants will have the possibility of surrendering and exiting any ongoing event at the cost of a reduced reward. All participants must be D grade or above, or be granted an exception to participate by the system. Anyone who meets the requirements to participate will be given an invitation upon initiation of the chosen system event. 3 days after the chosen event concludes, there will be an auction where the participants and cities may auction off their spoils as well as any other valuables they hold onto. More details regarding the auction will come after the conclusion of the system event. Only one option may be chosen. Voting will begin in 3:59:59. It was a massive notification, and everyone in the entire hall was silent for a moment as they all took it in. Jake also carefully took it all in, already considered what option he liked the most. Actually, it was a bit like when he was choosing skills, 5 options too. Of course, there was the difference that he would have to discuss it with a massive group of other interested parties this time. Miranda didn't hesitate as she obscured their platform, and just in time as Jake saw many other factions do the same. There were a few that didn't, but the vast majority did. They needed to discuss the new information and reach an internal consensus. Thoughts? Miranda asked openly. I think the solo tournament would be best for Haven. We don't have a lot of powerful groups besides Neil's party, and most of the other events seem more catered towards groups. However, if it is purely solo battles, I believe we have the strongest person on Earth, Lillian said, being the practical person she was. There was just one issue with that. No thanks, Jake answered, shaking his head. A tournament honestly just sounded boring. Besides a handful of the people present, he didn't see anyone even capable of putting up an entertaining fight. The Sword Saint and maybe 1 or 2 others could likely offer a good bout, so the entire tournament would just be him fighting monsters. And while that did sound quite entertaining, he liked many of the other options more. Lillian looked a bit confused, but Miranda seemed to understand his thoughts as she nodded in acknowledgement. I think town defense would be the worst option for us. That event seems heavily focused on the power of cities as a whole, and Haven simply isn't big enough for that to seem like a good idea. Also, the rewards seem to be heavily biased towards large parties, and even if one has an exemplary performance, they will very likely have to share a lot of the bounty with others. As Haven is more focused on singular, powerful individuals, that entire option seems like a bad idea, Miranda said. Jake agreed. Also, it said waves, which likely meant hordes, which meant a lot of busy work killing weaker enemies. I am personally leaning towards dungeons or that treasure hunt, Jake said. While Haven already had a D-grade dungeon close by, that wasn't the part of the event he focused on. It was the 2 challenge dungeons. Jake had only ever been in 1 challenge dungeon, and that had awarded him his current profession and put him on the path of the Malefic Viper. It had been a major turning point for his progress and an invaluable experience. The gains outside of the profession were also good for a dungeon you couldn't even be level 10 to enter, having provided both stat-gaining items, that mural that gave 10 willpower, and of course the entire garden and living area he cleaned up. Oh, and on top of it all, he even gained usual dungeon rewards, aka the spatial necklace and fabulous boots. He wouldn't discount the regular dungeons too. If they gave loot the same as in the tutorial, he would come out with quite a haul if he managed to clear just 2 of them during the 10 days. It was all a gamble, of course, but he should be able to make solid progress, considering his relative strength compared to the rest of the planet. The other option he liked was the treasure hunt. Why? Well, it was in the name. Jake liked treasures and he liked hunting. How could he not like an event centered around hunting down treasures then? Moreover, he felt like he was quite suited for it. Hunter's tracking, sense of the malefic viper, an insanely high perception stat, not to mention all the benefits from his bloodline such as improved intuition, his danger sense when breaking into well-defended chambers, and of course his sphere of perception that had grown immensely since his evolution. If anyone was good at finding cool stuff and getting to it, he felt like it was him. Also, of all the options, treasure hunt seemed the most open. The rest looked way more regulated with set challenges to overcome. Based on the description, the treasure hunt would be an area perhaps a bit like the tutorial, allowing those who truly stand out to exemplify themselves. That meant Jake could spend the entire 10 days going for the good stuff and not waste the first few days slogging through the easy parts. Heck, it even mentioned competing with other humans and the Risen, so he would even get a chance to test his mettle against the other powerhouses of Earth. Out of all the options, he also felt like it synergized best with the subsequent auction. Thinking about it, the idea of an auction was quite interesting, especially considering it would be in 3 months. With the system store now available for at least a while, many would be able to craft more and better stuff than ever before, and surely they would save the best for the auction. Jake voiced his opinion to the others, as well as his reasoning. They seemed to get it, but Miranda did have a point of concern. Based on the rules, there is nothing stopping factions from grouping up during the treasure hunt. While the minimum requirement of D-grade will mean you can't enter with an army, I can still see most of the major factions enter with quite a group in 3 months. Haven won't have as many, so we may be outmanned severely and be taken advantage of. I am very confident Aliner, Chrisen, Levi, Silas, and I will achieve D-grade for the event, Neil chimed in. Me too, but that will still leave us severely behind pretty much every faction besides some of the smaller ones, Miranda said, shaking her head. You are only making it sound more enticing, Jake said with a toothy smile. While I can empathize with you guys being ganged up on, I personally welcome it. Besides, I doubt they will dare grouping up on me. The system said death is still a risk. Yeah, but needlessly killing anyone will be a diplomatic disaster, Miranda, shaking her head again. If they try to start shit, it isn't needless. While I would prefer not to have to, I am not averse to making a few examples, Jake said, mirroring her shaking head. He truly didn't want to kill humans if he could avoid it, as he knew how complicated it was. It was the same reason why he tried to avoid killing even invaders like Abby and Donald, but just like Abby and Donald, he wouldn't hesitate to kill if he decided it was necessary. Jake still vividly remembered the ambush that had nearly killed him back in the tutorial. If he were ever put in a similar spot, he wouldn't hesitate to kill every single fucking person involved. Consequences be damned. If he were worried that there would be retaliation, Jake would just rely on the nugget of wisdom from the Viper. Become strong enough for them not to dare and try anything. Of course, he knew that as humans, they were emotional creatures and didn't always act logically, but the stronger one gets, the more people tend to value their lives. Well, Jake was a hard exception to that, considering the still near-suicidal behavior he was willing to exert if he could get a good fight. Just don't overdo it, and tell me if you kill a scion of some faction or the son of a city lord or something like that, Miranda answered. She looked like she knew she couldn't convince him otherwise, and she was right. I don't think most factions will try anything either. Is it really worth the risk to attack those from Haven? Jake asked, trying to convince her. Not with you around, no, but the rest of us. While some might still be rebuffed, just as many won't care, she answered. Anyway, dungeons or treasure hunt, got it. Which one would you prefer? Treasure hunt, Jake answered, having convinced himself quite a bit as he thought about it and the subsequent discussion. All right, their platform was made visible and they just stood there for a while and waited. Soon, Sanctomo to one side and Saya to the other also became visible. Jake looked towards Jacob, who returned his gaze, and Jake threw him a questioning look. Jacob smiled as he mouthed the word, treasure. Jake smiled and subtly nodded. He wasn't surprised at all. He had expected Jacob and the Holy Church to either want treasure hunt or the town defense one. Town defense because they were the largest city Jake knew of, and treasure hunt because they had a living cheat with the power to divine where valuable things could be found. As Miranda had noted, then high city populations weren't necessarily that big of an advantage. This event would only be for the elites, no matter what. 3 months seemed like a long time, but one must remember that D-grade wasn't that easy to reach. Neil and his party were all regarded as powerful experts, yet he couldn't promise they would all reach D-grade before the deadline. One by one, all the platforms became visible. No one stepped forth right away to voice their opinions, but waited patiently for the entire hall to be ready. This vote was a bit different from all those prior. This vote wasn't one that truly concerned the trade managers, or was even really political. It was a decision only those who had reached D-grade, or had the confidence to be D-grade by the deadline should really be involved in making. As the silence permeated the room, Jake soon noticed that most were looking up towards him and the platforms to his sides. waiting for them to start it, something they didn't get a chance to, as one of the few factions present nearly entirely based on combat spoke first. The Court of Shadows proposes we vote for the singles tournament, Caleb spoke, breaking the silence. Many frowned across the hall, but Jake's brother didn't give them time to comment before he came with his explanation. Properly establishing the power rankings of the strongest on Earth will surely be a valuable thing and will allow the strongest to battle each other in relative safety. From my understanding, as long as you surrender, you won't die, and the system has a tendency to heal people as they exit trials, so this would allow us all to go all out and have the best learn from each other. Additionally, the tournaments differentiate themselves by a winner being guaranteed, and hence bountiful rewards being guaranteed. In all other events, we may get unlucky and end up with nearly nothing if we fail to complete enough of the event. Even more frowns filled the room, and many glances were also thrown towards Jake, with also quite a few directed at the Sword Saint. Everyone knew that either the old man or the masked man would win if a tournament was to begin here and now, and chances are that dynamic wouldn't change unless either of them began slacking off. As to why the court would choose to vote for the singles tournament when they didn't have the winner on their team, it was something even Jake could quickly figure out. First of all, Caleb believed Jake would likely win, and secondly, while the court wouldn't win, they would probably have quite a few good placements. Assassins tended to be quite good at 1-versus-1 fights, after all. Would it not be equally valuable to know which city ranks the highest? A female voice sounded out from the platform with the undead. We propose the town defense event to help cities and experts prove they truly can defend their citizens, while at the same time allowing us to work together and form stronger bonds among our fellow Earthlings and prove the strength of our alliances. If we fear missing out, would it not be an idea for some of the top settlements to group together? Haven, Sankt Domo, Saya, Midgard, Skygen. If such cities banded together, wouldn't we surely be able to lay claim to the best the system has to offer by putting our best experts together? And thus, another long discussion began. Chapter 224, World Congress, Challenge. If one called the discussions for those damn materials heated, a vote where herb truly was the only worthy choice, then the current discussion revolving around the system event was absolutely blazing. At least many cities needed some of the same materials, plus the angle of potential trading. It meant that there was at least a strong desire for consensus. However, for this vote, everyone went straight for what played into the strengths and desires of their own city. The undead wanted town defense or city defense, really, for several reasons. First of all, Jake had the feeling they were quite good at defensive stuff. Heck, Casper had an insanely defensive class and profession combo, and as the undead had many enemies throughout the multiverse, it made sense they had developed many means when it came to defensive battles. On top of that, they had the angle of teaming up with other powerful cities. It would give them 10 days to prove they were valuable allies and form strong alliances. They were clearly desperate to form at least some strong alliances or even defensive pacts to offer them some protection. During their chat, Casper had briefly mentioned that sometimes the risen in new universes got wiped out on the planet quite quickly as they were seen as undead abominations, filthy creatures to be purged. Jake thought it was just silly prejudice and bigotry. Being a bit dead doesn't make you any less of a person. People tended to fear what they don't know, so being put in an environment with them for 10 days where you had to work together and get to know each other would allow humanity to become more adapted to their existence. As has been said, then the best way to battle bigotry was to actually get to know those you are bigoted against, so their angle made a lot of sense. Meanwhile, Midgard really advocated for the dungeons. As in really hard, though they did say they could also support the group tournament. It was pretty damn obvious that their city had many powerful parties, or perhaps the leader was just a bit of a selfish guy in a powerful party. The Sword Saint seemed intrigued at the dungeons, but his faction appeared the most open-minded out of everyone in the top 10. He looked confident in handling anything, which kind of made sense. He had both a powerful faction and was strong as an individual. No matter what they ended up doing, they would end up on top, which is why their next move made a lot of sense. The Nabaru clan is open to negotiations for our votes, all 4 cities worth. One of the people on the Sword Saint's platform said. It was the guy Jake assumed to be the city lord, and he also looked related to the old man, which he 100% assumed they were since they were from the same clan and all. The declaration threw the entire hall for quite a loop. The Nabaru clan was behind 1/10 of the total votes, making their offer quite enticing for everyone. Yet surprisingly enough, the first response wasn't someone trying to get the votes but denouncing them. To openly sell your votes like that, have some shame. It was one of the lower-ranking cities, one Jake couldn't even remember speaking up before. Actually, there were a few cities that had barely talked, if at all. That Iran guy in his city were one of them, though the 2 people with him did go around doing stuff during the intermissions. Jake had to admit, It did seem a bit corrupt if that was even the right word to just pretty much put their votes up for sale like that. Then again, who really gives a shit? And isn't these political discussions pretty much just selling votes and promising stuff for benefits? People just tended to be a bit more subtle about it. Oh, what does your clan want in return? The woman from the undead faction asked, completely ignoring the complaint. The man from the Nabaru clan frowned a bit but responded nevertheless. Such things are better discussed in a smaller setting. The Nabaru clan will abstain from the discussion till an opportunity to talk more closely with the interested factions presents itself. From there, the entire discussion kind of spiraled, as Jake came to learn that most factions honestly didn't care about what event was chosen, while those that did care were just very vocal about it. What they did care about were gains they could get from others for their vote. After an hour of open discussion, people began spreading out with negotiations becoming face-to-face and behind closed doors. The first thing Jake did was to go over to Jacob and confirm that the Holy Church indeed did intend to vote for the treasure hunt. One can only confirm so much with mouthed words and questioning gazes. Yeah, we discussed it and agreed on the treasure hunt being the best. There are several reasons for this, but the primary one is that we feel it fits our strengths the most, Jacob explained. We are in agreement then, Jake smiled. How do you feel the chances are to lock it down? Quite good. With our and Haven's votes and a few of the allies we have already made agreements with, we are close. If we manage to secure the votes of the Nabaru clan, I believe it is pretty much secured. Better get moving then, Jake said as he and Jacob together went towards the Nabaru clan. Miranda had already gone over to one of the other top 10 factions who seemed indecisive. Neil hadn't hesitated to go straight to the other space mages, present to keep discussing their teleportation circle network. In retrospect, it had been an excellent move to bring him. Miranda deserved a pat on the back for that one. When the city lord of the Nabaru clan saw Jake and Jacob approach, he quickly finished up with the one he was currently talking to and engaged them, completely ignoring the undead woman who stood to the side, already waiting her turn. Jake had to admit, her level of patience and tolerance was impeccable, as he didn't even see her react at the blatant disrespect. She did do something, though. She motioned backward towards Casper to have him come over. Jake saw his old friend wince a bit, but once he saw Jacob and Jake also there, he relented and made his way over. Those two may as well come along, Jake said, nodding towards Casper and the undead woman. Would make negotiations a bit easier just to have everyone present, don't you agree? All right. The Nabaru city lord clearly disapproved, but allowed them all to go up to the platform nevertheless. However, he did throw out one comment just as he obscured them from outside view, heard only by the four of them and the sword saint who sat with his eyes closed inside already. I didn't think the Holy Church usually associates with the undead. His words didn't seem that bad on the surface, but the meaning behind them was clear. He wanted Jacob to denounce them, take his side, and make them leave again. Jacob was ready, however. I cannot choose the associates of my friends. If the progenitor wishes them present, then neither the Holy Church nor I have any right to tell him to make them leave. That we happen to interact through him is simply unavoidable, Jacob spoke. Jake nearly wanted to choke as he heard that explanation. Oh no, I am not here with the undead heathen. I am here with my friend who happens to be with an undead heathen, and if I happen to be friendly with the undead heathen, it is just to play nice with my friend. To Jake it was total BS, but Jake could empathize with Jacob's position. He couldn't openly say that Casper was his friend due to the Holy Church and their stance on the undead. It honestly sucked. Who cares? We're all just earthlings and mortals. Why care that someone has another eye color and a bit better death affinity? Jake asked, shaking his head. Sure, it was oversimplified, but he really didn't give a shit. Heck, his best friend was a snake, and his two other good friends were birds. Oh, and his kind of niece was the cutest baby hawk. Well, soon-to-be teenage hawk. Ah, I meant no offense. The city lord said, looking a bit embarrassed. Clearly not by his actions, but Jake's reaction. He was that kind of guy. On the other hand, the undead woman made a huge smile as she went over and bowed deeply towards Jake as she extended her hand for a handshake, being a bit too obvious as he looked straight down her cleavage. I am Priscilla, and it is an honor to finally meet the progenitor and Viper's chosen face to face, she said, her eyes looking deeply into Jake's. No matter how ignorant Jake was at times, even he could pick up the apparent signals in her shameless flirting. Sadly for her, Jake wasn't interested. He grabbed her hand and shook it. Jake Thane, nice to meet you too. I heard a lot about you from Casper. Indeed he had. Casper had spent a lot of his recounting of becoming undead and the rest of his time in the tutorial talking about her. About how insufferable she was and how she had tried to honey trap him all the damn time, even when he already had a girlfriend. She had even flirted just as they went to the World Congress. Only good things, I hope, she answered, her smile only growing. Sure, that made her smile fade a bit. As for why he used his name so openly, despite hiding himself with a mask throughout the entire World Congress, it was because he saw no reason to hide it. In fact, he preferred if people knew who he was. It was already known that Caleb was his brother, of course, and by extension, it would be easy to figure out who his parents were. With his brother around to defend them, he didn't fear that they would suffer any harm. He actually believed that the knowledge of not only pissing off the Court of Shadows, but him too would serve more as a deterrent. And as sad as it was to admit, Jake didn't really have any other people he was close to other than his family and colleagues before the system. He had more friends and comrades now than before. Miranda, Hawkeye, Misty, Sylphie, Villy, etc. All were new friends he had made after the system. He also still had Casper and Jacob, who he considered friends. All of these had in common that everyone already knew he was close to them and or could take care of themselves. However, most importantly, he didn't really have any cool nickname. Sure, some called him the Hunter or just Hunter, but he didn't really want to be called that all the time, as a hunter wasn't as unique as an augur, judge, sword saint, or other cool names like that. Yes, Jake was a tiny bit jealous. Well, he was sure he would get a cool one in the future, and he did kind of have progenitor, but introducing himself as the progenitor would just be weird. It would be like introducing himself as a prodigious arcanist or another of his titles. Also, what if he got a better title in the future? Would he have to switch it up then? Way too much work. Jake Thane worked just fine. Anyway, back at the negotiations that Jake had just made damn awkward, but luckily Jacob was there to pick up the slack. Casper just snickered at Jake's response as Priscilla looked scornfully back at her undead comrade, yet still containing a bit of her coy demeanor. Yep, she is an S-tier gold digger, or influence digger, blessed by a primordial digger. Both Jake and Haven as well as the Holy Church are interested in the treasure hunt event, and we naturally hope for your support in this endeavor, Jacob said, leaving the other side open to voice their requirements. I am sure we can figure something out, the city lord of Saya said. I believe the Holy Church has much to offer, information being one such thing. I am listening, Jacob replied as they slowly began talking. There was plenty of time, so Jake did some negotiating of his own. Jake walked over, took a seat on one of the chairs, and looked at the Sword Saint, who had now opened his eyes and regarded him. What do you want? Jake asked curtly. What makes you think I want anything in particular? The Sword Saint asked in return, raising his eyebrows. Because people like us always have something we want, and you look just as bored being here as I do. Jake had observed the old man enough to see his impatience. They were both here for similar reasons too. Jake came to reconnect with his family and friends and support Miranda, while the Sword Saint came here to support his clan. The old man smiled and chuckled a bit. What are you offering? I'm an alchemist, Jake answered, summoning 3 bottles of the health, mana, and stamina variety. Jake knew from Miranda he couldn't actually hand them over in here. He had tried and have Casper give him some small thing from his own spatial locket, and Jake found himself unable to deposit it. Chances are the system wouldn't allow anyone to trade any material goods during the World Congress. A bit sad, honestly, as Jake would have loved to give his pals and family some good potions. The Sword Saint looked at them as his eyes sharpened. He picked one up and observed it a bit more closely, and even opened one of them to take a whiff. Certainly better than any made by our resident alchemists or pharmacists. However, while I am certainly interested, I am unsure what the point is offering such things to me personally. I am not the one you have to convince. It is the City Lord, he said, referring to Jacob and the City Lord, who looked wholly absorbed in his discussion with Jacob. Are you saying that if you say to vote for something, he won't listen? Jake asked. From how the City Lord had constantly looked at the Sword Saint for approval, Jake was quite clear he didn't have it wrong. Even so, my personal wants and those of Saya are 2 separate entities, he answered, shaking his head. How so? Your success and power mean more power to your faction. Your death or stagnation is a loss or could possibly lead to the collapse of your entire clan, Jake said, becoming clear that they had a bit of a fundamental disagreement about how things were supposed to work. You look at it far too simply. To lay everything on this old man is not the way. The Nabaru clan is not strong because I am strong. We are strong together. I am merely our sword, nothing less, nothing more, he answered, making his view on things quite clear. While I admire that mindset, will a dulled sword be enough for you to stand on top when you refuse to invest in bettering yourself? Jake asked, looking the Sword Saint straight in the eye. I guess time shall tell, he answered, shaking his head. Either way, that is another reason I say go for the treasure hunt. Dungeons or the town defense one will not allow us humans to spar. The tournaments will be structured and annoying, and who is to say the format will even allow those who wish to battle to meet? No, the treasure hunt is the only open event where we can all meet. At that time, let's see who wins, Jake challengingly said as he looked into the eyes of the saint. Me, or the Nabaru clan. With those words, Jake just exited the barrier, getting a weird look from both Jacob and the City Lord, who looked at him leave with puzzlement on their face. Jake hadn't got to negotiate for anything but just left, but he felt like the Nabaru clan would vote for the treasure hunt. The big smile on the old man's face, shaking his head at the audacity of Jake, being the source of his confidence, no matter how much he talked about doing everything for the clan. He wanted to know who was strongest just as much as Jake. Chapter 225, World Congress, Master Negotiator. Okay, Jake did fuck up one thing during, or after, really, the discussion with Sword Saint. Jake liked walking off after getting the last word in, as he felt like it was the easiest way to come out on top of a discussion, and because it allowed him not to need any more arguments. This resulted in Jake leaving behind 2 undead with no one really talking to them, as Jacob and the City Lord were already doing their own thing. It wasn't like he could walk back in either, both because the barrier blocked him, but more importantly because that would be totally uncool. Luckily, Casper didn't want to be in there either as he also walked out. Priscilla following a few moments later, looking quite conflicted, wondering if she should have stayed or not. In the end, she seemed to have decided to rather go with the city that didn't either openly hate the undead or were bigoted towards them. When Jake saw them following, well, he decided that he might as well also get them on board. With them, the treasure hunt would be damn near ensured. He would also go by Caleb and do as any good big brother, and use their familial relation to convince him to go with treasure hunt by bringing up old memories, like how Jake always allowed Caleb to use the good controller. Anyway, the undead faction wanted the town defense event because it would allow them to form better relations with other factions of Earth. Jake felt like as long as he could alleviate their fear of humanity suddenly banding together to wipe out the evil undead, they would be more open to voting for the treasure hunt. Jake felt pretty sure about his assessment, but it was always good to confirm as he went up to Casper and asked, "You guys want the town defense mainly to make humanity less assholish towards the undead, right?" He asked as straightforwardly as he could. "Yep," Casper answered with a shrug. "Can't see most of the others do anything good for our image. Could you imagine if we actually did well in the tournament and got a good reward? The righteous crusade to wipe out the unclean would be just around the corner if that happened. It would have nothing to do with just wanting to take our stuff, not at all. People like justifying their own shitty behavior, nothing new there," Jake said, shaking his head in his disappointment of the human race. On a side note, all of this was said outside any of the platforms, allowing anyone interested to listen in. Priscilla, despite Jake's cold reception to her earlier, still caught on as she nodded in agreement, her eyes practically shining at the opportunity. "Indeed, we just want to form good relations with everyone and make valuable allies for the future. We carry no animosity towards anyone, we simply are what we are. Most of us didn't choose to become risen. I died a few hours before the integration myself, and I was one of the people brought back to life by the system as a risen along with thousands of others. Everyone who died less than 24 hours before the system integration, in fact," she said, giving a small speech continuing. "We risen are barely different than anyone else. We have classes, professions, families, and friends just like everyone else. Casper here is a rare exception as someone who chose to become a risen, and the progenitor knew him beforehand. Has he truly changed?" Her last words were naturally directed towards Jake. It was clear she wanted validation, even if a bit of it was bullshit. Casper didn't as much choose to become a risen as he got blackmailed into it with his dead girlfriends. He also was a bit different than before, though that was primarily due to the constant dark energy that he kept bottled up, no doubt related to his curse magic. Personally wise, he was pretty much the same, except for those suppressed emotions. "Yeah, he's still the same downer he always has been," Jake answered, throwing a cheeky smile towards Casper. "Probably still sucks at poker too." "Fuck you, I'm still convinced you cheated," Casper answered back with an accusatory smile. "I deny all such accusation." "Wait, did I cheat? Considering I always had a muted version of the bloodline even before the system, it is entirely possible. I did like betting based on intuition more than anything. I should have gone to casinos. Also sorry not sorry, Casper." Priscilla just stood smiling as the two talked, elation clear on her face as Jake did all the PR work for them. If being a bit nice to them could help his friend in the long run, he was all for it. "Should we go discuss a bit more closely behind closed doors?" Priscilla asked. "Sure," Jake agreed and followed them towards the undead faction's platform. Actually, it was only now he noticed the name of the city. Jake would have personally thrown money on it, either being called Necropolis or the Graveyard or something else cool or stupid, depends on who you ask like that. Instead, he was met with the boring vanilla name Deepshire. Nothing related to death at all except maybe the deep part, something Jake would later learn actually just referred to how they were geographically placed low and how they had many mines and underground networks. Before he stepped on the platform, he noticed his brother off to the side, leaving another platform, and Jake took the chance as he yelled, "Hey Cal, we are having a small meeting. Wanna join?" He was a good big brother like that, always trying to involve his little brother when he did fun stuff. Jake totally didn't have any ulterior motives, not at all. Caleb looked his way, threw a quick look at the two people with him and nodded as he went towards Jake. Shouldn't be an issue. He went over, and together they all stepped up on the platform, the four of them. From what Jake knew, it was the first time his brother met Priscilla face to face, and he was already looking forward to how his brother would react to her friendly behavior. So when she went to greet him after they all stepped on the platform, he had to hide his childish giddiness a bit. "Greeting, Judge, it is an honor to meet you," she said, as she did a curtsy towards him respectfully. "I apologize for not seeking you out earlier, but I am glad we finally got a chance to speak." Likewise, the court and the Risen tend to do well by each other in the multiverse. "Let's not make Earth any different," Caleb said, as he also greeted her. Jake stood back, disappointed as hell. He had expected Priscilla to act like she did with him and Casper and make a bit of a fool of herself when Caleb shot back with "I'm married" or something like that, and Jake could laugh at the awkwardness of it all. Yet Priscilla acted perfectly decent, not even trying to do the slightest. She just seemed like a competent leader and not a gold digger trying to get into the pants of anyone with strong backing. Was it because his brother wasn't blessed by a primordial? No, Umber was also pretty awesome in her own right, according to Villy. So maybe, just maybe, she actually was competent. Yes, she had to know that Caleb was taken, so she didn't even try any of her shit. Damn, I was looking forward to it. It was sad that Jake would have to actually do political stuff instead of messing with Cal. "Cal, you'll vote with your big bro for the treasure hunt, right?" he asked with a big smile. "No, of course not. We are going with the tournament," Caleb answered back, returning the smile with an even bigger one. "What happened to my obedient little brother, who always did as his awesome older brother asked him?" Jake said, acting hurt. "He became the leader of a shadow assassin organization," Caleb answered curtly. "My question is why you wouldn't like a 1-versus-1 tournament. Not confident you'll win. It's not that, I just wouldn't enjoy slogging through 10 days of battles against weaker foes for a handful of good fights. I can find plenty of good fights outside of events. The treasure hunt, on the other hand, will likely offer unique and cool challenges to get the treasures, and you can do the fun stuff from day one. No need to wait for some stupid tournament brackets or things like that," Jake answered, really trying to convince his brother. "Also, who says shadow assassins aren't good at hunting treasures? You can sneak around and steal stuff from others or quickly swipe things and run away. I'm sure you would all love it too. But shadow assassins are even better at assassinating people," Caleb countered. "Reasonable, however. You can also assassinate people during the treasure hunt. It will actually be way easier then, as they will be distracted. You can snipe them from long distance unnoticed, emerge from a shadow right as they least expect it, or after they just get done fighting a tough foe for a treasure. Then you can both beat them and get the loot. Win-win for everyone but the poor sap who gets robbed and possibly killed." Jake once more reiterated how great the treasure hunt was for everyone involved. While that does sound convincing, people also tend to group up when it is possible, and it tends to be harder to assassinate people surrounded by allies. Not if you bring even more assassins. Group assassinations. Sounds like a great team-building exercise, doesn't it? Jake kept trying. "Not as great as the after-party for when we do great in the tournament." Caleb didn't relent. "Boring." Jake shook his head before turning to Priscilla and Casper. "You guys support the treasure hunt, right?" "No one likes town defense anyway. I am not certain what we will choose," Priscilla answered noncommittally. "It depends on what is best for the Risen as a whole, not just a few of our experts. If you don't, I am going out there right now yelling loudly about how we need a crusade," Jake announced, his mask hiding his emotions a bit too well as Priscilla didn't pick up on the sarcasm as she panicked. "Wait. I don't think that's necessary. What if he's fucking with you?" Casper chimed in with a big grin. "But if you do go for it, can I come with you and toss out some curse magic to really solidify the image that we are evil, life-hating monsters?" "It would be my pleasure," Jake chuckled. "But in all seriousness, the Holy Church and Haven will both vote for treasure hunt, and we are collecting more votes as it is. Pretty sure Jacob will get the Nabaru clan vote locked down, and Miranda is working on another of the first 10 cities. With you guys, the treasure hunt will be pretty much assured. So you're telling us to be on the right side of history?" Caleb asked. "That, and also, Cal, would Mom and Dad really want to see their children fight?" Jake asked, going full throttle on the emotional manipulation. "The tournament might force us to battle. What would Mom say?" "Don't worry, I swear I will surrender if that ever happens, so that won't be a problem. I doubt I can win anyway," Caleb said, not taking Jake seriously at all. "But it does sound like we're screwed. The group we just came from seemed pretty damn disingenuous when they said they would strongly consider the tournament. It might be an idea to voice that we will vote for the treasure hunt just to be one of the cool guys, I guess." "Treasure hunt voters are the cool guys," Jake fully agreed, once more regarding the undead. "The Risen are cool, right? Our body temperatures are indeed lower than you humans," Casper confirmed. "So you're on board. I don't really care either way, so sure. On one condition, you're gonna come visit and help me with some stuff, work-related stuff. Oh, and bring some alchemy stuff along. You must have some cool stuff." "I want all the stuff," Casper answered. "That sounds fine, right, Priscilla? I'll also promise to walk out of here smiling and looking happy like I just had a swell of a time," Jake added on, looking at the slightly troubled Priscilla. "The Risen are gonna look like the nicest people around. You're wearing a mask, no one can see you smile, Caleb commented, not at all supporting his big brother as a good little brother should. Irrelevant, Jake shook his head. But sure, I'll come by, but it will be after the treasure hunt. I'm sure we're all going to be busy in the next few months grinding out levels. I guess I'll go on an adventure after the event, so stopping by and seeing the evil stronghold of the undead faction makes sense. All right, we'll support the treasure hunt vote, Priscilla finally relented. I hope that you will also support us if we run into difficulties in the future. Of course, as long as you guys don't do anything weird, that is. No mass identification rituals, we clear. All right, we'll pause the construction when we get back, Casper smiled. Thanks, mate. Casper knew that Jake only agreed to help them because of him, which was true. Jake didn't care much about the undead faction. He didn't care much about factions at all, period. Instead, he cared about people. Casper was a friend, and of course he would help his friend. He had fucked up in the tutorial. He wasn't going to repeat that. You're also on board. Jake asked Caleb, trying to get his brother to confirm the vote for the treasure hunt. All right, but I expect a damn nice stack of presents when you come to visit. Oh, and it's fine to wait till after the event, Caleb also relented. Of course, I planned on bringing good stuff anyway. Also, while we're here, I can even toss in that I promise not to beat any of you up during the treasure hunt. I won't even rob you, Jake happily said. So you would beat me up if I didn't agree? Caleb asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, you've gotten a bit too cheeky lately, so be happy, you went out big time, Jake joked as he gave him a pat on the back. Lucky me. They sat down and kept talking. Priscilla was a bit hesitant in the beginning but soon joined in. While Jake's first impression of her wasn't that good, she seemed like an okay lass once you got to know her. Miranda sighed as she returned to Haven's platform. She had spent the last nearly 3 hours trying to get votes for the treasure hunt, but honestly, it wasn't easy. Many of them wanted unreasonable compensation or promises, some of them even requiring a system-enforced defensive pact just for a damn vote. She wasn't even sure if she had secured a single vote, at least no one willing to sign an agreement. Heck, the majority didn't even let her know what they wanted to vote for. Soon, Neil and Lillian joined her on the platform before she finally saw Jake walk from the platform right next to them, the one belonging to the city Saya. The augur exited soon after, and from the looks of it, things had gone well. Jake entered the barrier and smiled. Oh hey everyone, how did things go? I managed to get Caleb and his city as well as the undead on board, and Jacob, with a solid assist from me, also landed the Nabaru clan vote, so we should be good, Jake casually said, making Miranda truly feel like she had just wasted the last 3 hours of her life. Chapter 226, World Congress, Final Talks. The vote for the system event came and went, all the different factions once more back on their respective platforms. There were a few last-moment speeches, but everyone knew that people had already decided by now what they wanted or made other commitments. In the end, the vote for the system event quietly came to an end, as Jake just hoped that things would indeed go as he planned. Treasure hunt, let's go. The vote for system event has concluded. With 63% of the total votes, the chosen system event is the treasure hunt. The event will begin in 3 months, 90 days, and all eligible participants will be invited at that time. Jake read it over and did a mini cheer inside. 63% of the total votes was damn nice. Some people had just been stubborn, and he was also fairly confident that some had just abstained. In retrospect, they likely didn't need 1 or 2 of the factions they made deals with, but hey, better safe than sorry. All in all, treasure hunt get. With the final vote of the World Congress done, the last message popped up. The final vote has concluded. The first World Congress will end in 1:29:59, 1.5 hours to go around and talk to people. Jake felt like it was a bit much, but Neil was already gone by the time Jake had time to consider what he wanted to do. As he hadn't really thought about there being much time remaining after the vote, he had already said his farewells to Caleb, Casper, and Jacob, making it super awkward if he waltzed back now to keep chatting. Just as Jake considered what to do, someone approached him. She was from one of the lower-ranked cities, and Jake hadn't seen her around at all, really. She was pretty small with long black hair. Her level was only 51, which made Jake wonder why she was even here. It was entirely possible she was the lowest-leveled person present. "Excuse me, you are Jake, right?" she asked him. "My name is Kim Yunseo. I would like to ask if you have time to talk a bit privately." Jake frowned a bit beneath the mask. The woman looked to be in her mid-30s and wore an outfit that was not at all fit for adventuring. It looked far closer to business casual, actually. More importantly, though, she knew his name. While he hadn't kept it a secret during the World Congress, it hadn't been publicized either. She didn't strike him as some Priscilla-type gold digger either, so Jake was honestly a bit confused about what she wanted. "Do we know each other?" he asked. He couldn't remember her, but maybe they had met. They might have met pre-system, and he just couldn't remember. "No, this is our first meeting. I would explain more, but I think it's better to do it in a more private setting. It's related to a mutual acquaintance of ours," the woman calling herself Kim Yunseo said. "Fine," Jake answered. Maybe she was related to some god the Viper knew, maybe even a member of the Order of the Malefic Viper. Or was it related to a mortal friend? It would have to be one not present here, wouldn't it? No one was on Haven's platform as everyone had already left. Miranda and Lillian busy trying to do some more political stuff he didn't care about, and Neil busy with his space stuff. They got on the platform, and Jake invited her to take a seat. So, who is this mutual acquaintance of ours? From what I know, there aren't any positive relations between you, but I would like to ask you some questions related to him anyway, and what transpired between you two anyway, Kim Yuncio said. He has not been able or willing to do so himself. Who? Jake asked, but deep down he felt a bit of anger churn up as a name sprung to mind. William. Carmen leaned back as she tossed the small orb she normally used for dodge training up and down as she just waited for it all to end. She had tried to go out and help with things, but honestly she felt like she had just embarrassed herself. But she had tried, she really had. She had gone with Sven or the city lord she had appointed and tried to play nice, but she just felt sick to her stomach while doing it. The fake smiles, the empty promises, everything just sucked. She hated being there and thoroughly regretted coming. She felt so out of place it was like going to one of her old family gatherings. It was even similar in that she was just brought along to show off. In case because she had reached D grade and not because she was the daughter of her father, so that was at least marginally better. Anyone else could have made a quick alliance with Sven as that was truly all she had done, so she didn't really have any reason to be there. Sven looked like a meathead, but he wasn't stupid at all. Carmen had never considered herself a moron, but she sure as hell wasn't smart. She had sucked in school, and the only thing she had ever been good at was boxing. Meanwhile, she felt like so many of the other people present weren't just strong fighters, but were even damn smart in their own right. Spending the last few years in prison had stunted her quite a bit, and she felt like she would never truly fit in with all these elites. This was the last World Congress she had any intentions of participating in. The only bright spot was that things had turned out fine as she liked the idea of a treasure hunt, and ores and metals were quite useful for her profession. It did also help that most didn't dare approach her as she didn't look particularly interested in talking with anyone, and her D-grade strength also served as a natural deterrent. In comparison, the tutorial had been so easy. Even after Carmen returned to Earth, it was easy. She could just spend all her time fighting and doing something she actually felt good at and not be the incompetent piece of shit she currently felt like. As she sat there, a person approached. Carmen really didn't want to talk to anyone, but she nearly felt forced not to turn them away when she saw who it was. She didn't want to fuck things up more than she already had by turning away the city lord of Haven. Why the fuck didn't I turn on the barrier? She bemoaned as the woman walked up and stood right below the platform. Would it be all right if I joined you? The city lord asked. Carmen was pretty sure she was called Miranda and she looked to be around 30 if even that. Older than herself, that's for sure, but with the system, things get a bit hard to tell. All right, Carmen answered, a bit unsure of what the hell she was supposed to say. Miranda walked up and took a seat beside Carmen. A few seconds passed before Miranda asked, "Can you make it a bit more private?" "All right," Carmen answered, feeling dumb for not having done it already. The moment the barrier hummed into effect and the platform was hidden from outside view, Miranda let out a huge sigh as she slumped back in the chair. "I am fucking exhausted," she blurted out. "Days like these are what lead to an early retirement due to stress, I tell you." Carmen was taken aback, not sure how to respond to the woman. I was like she flipped like a coin. Her welcoming and friendly demeanor were utterly gone as she now just looked. "Normal. Yeah, today sucks," Carmen agreed. She could handle normal. "I wouldn't say suck as much as being a bit tedious and annoyingly hard work. Everyone wants something if they feel like every term isn't 100% to their advantage, and even then, most of the time, they only think they're superior because they're idiots," Miranda complained. "What makes you any different?" Carmen asked, feeling a bit more comfortable, her own hate and annoyance of fake morons overtaking her self-doubt. "Oh, nothing really. I am sure I am equally exhausting to deal with. It's our job to try and take a mile when given an inch. That's why I was appointed city lord. Well, that, and because the one who claimed the pylons seriously didn't want to do the job, I just like telling myself it was due to how competent I was and not because I got lucky," she answered honestly. Carmen looked at the woman a bit, unsure what she wanted. Why had she come here? She battled a bit internally but decided just to ask. She appeared to have been honest so far. "Why did you want to talk to me?" Carmen asked, honestly not sure if she should expect a genuine answer or not. Carmen wasn't stupid enough to think it was because the woman was just nice and friendly. She had seen her negotiate. Miranda always wanted something. She always did things because she thought it would benefit her or her city, because that was her job. And while Carmen respected that, she didn't have to respect the underhanded ways people went about things. "Because you're the highest ranked member of a faction related to a primordial on Earth," Miranda answered with a small shrug. "A lot of people seem to think you work for Sven due to the difference in nobility rank and such, but I happen to have a more reliable source of information than most." "So you do want something from me," Carmen shot back, a bit disappointed. She should have known. That damn blessing would only cause issues in the long run. She had only said yes to it for the stats and the skill, not because she actually wanted to go around playing priest, or worse, politician. Sure, I want to form a good relationship, so if we ever have a disagreement, it doesn't instantly result in a fight to the death. I don't see someone so highly regarded by Gudrun as being weak in any way, and based on the progenitor's assessment, you are one of the strongest here by a good margin, Miranda explained. Sounds like you want an awfully lot of nothing, Carmen answered, sharpening her gaze. How the hell did she know who had blessed her? Was she also blessed by some god? Well, it made sense. Gudrun had said that many of the powerful people on Earth would be blessed, and had even warned her about the progenitor being blessed by some giant snake god. Was this Miranda also blessed by that snake? I didn't come wanting anything today. I just hoped to lay the foundation for the future, Miranda smiled. I like to at least introduce myself to the important people of Earth. Carmen scoffed. Right. Should stop wasting your time then and go talk to Sven, she shook her head. Don't underestimate yourself. How much do you know about Gudrun and Valhall in general? Miranda asked. It was a bit embarrassing, but Carmen honestly didn't know much. She had only ever met Gudrun and she had seemed nice enough. Gudrun felt very motherly and kept making comments that Carmen was just like her husband in many ways, and she had taught Carmen some stuff, but not much related to Valhall itself. Just some general stuff. Much of that Carmen had found out herself, but to be fair, the information had been scarce. Not as much as you, it seems, Carmen once again scoffed, but inwardly she did want to know. She hated how everyone seemed to know more than her about everything. Sven was far more knowledgeable regarding everything Valhall related, and Carmen was too damn proud and embarrassed to admit that in front of him, Valhall is a weird place, mainly created due to the admiration many felt towards the primordial Valdemar. Eventually, it turned into a powerful organization with a vast number of experts, both among mortals and gods alike. But things never really got started before she came, Miranda began. There was no rhyme or reason behind blessings given, no attempt to bring together those who technically belonged to Valhall, and nothing but a loose code of honor uniting them. Valdemar had no desire to fix any of this because, quite frankly, he never cared for any of it. He had his brothers in arms and rarely thought of anyone not in his immediate surroundings. Gudrun was one of those comrades in arms he got during the Second Era, a powerful god in her own right, but also one with ambition and guile. She also managed to do something no other warrior done before. She conquered the heart of Valdemar. They became bonded, and now she is effectively his wife and has been ever since. And in actuality, she is the true leader of Val. On paper and in spirit, it was still, and always will be Valdemar simply due to his utterly insane amount of power, but what he had in bronze, Gudrun had in brains. And if there is one thing I am 100% confident Gudrun is good at, it's recognizing talent. So don't put yourself down. If there is anyone great warriors of the multiverse wish to be recognized by, it's her. Carmen looked a bit oddly at Miranda, not sure what to say. Gudrun hadn't talked much about herself, not at all. And if Carmen reminded her of her husband, so when she said I am like her husband, she called me simple-minded. Carmen said self-deprecatingly. Valdemar isn't known for being simple-minded. He is known for his strength. He didn't need anything but his axe to sit where he is today, and what he couldn't do himself, he had the foresight to find qualified people to handle for him. His innate charisma and drive were enough to attract them. He is a genius, no way about it. Knowing that Gudrun compared you to him, it only makes me happier I came to meet you today, Miranda answered smilingly. Once more, Carmen was unsure what to say. Miranda didn't look like she had anything more to add either, but she just sat there in silence with her. She looked like she actually enjoyed the quiet break away from all the discussions. Carmen could relate to that. Like that, the minutes just ticked by until the timer finally was about to expire. Miranda got up and stretched, cracking her neck and even doing a small yawn. Gotta head back now. Nice meeting you. Same, Carmen answered without even thinking. Miranda just smiled in return as she left. She seems nice enough, Carmen thought as she saw her walk out. Miranda made her way back towards Haven's platform as there were only a few minutes left, and she wanted to check in with everyone just before it all ended. While walking over, she saw a woman exit the barrier, making her frown. A frown that only deepened when she actually made her way inside and saw that it had just been her and Jake. She hadn't seen Jake around at all. Did that mean he had just spent nearly 1.5 hours with that woman? Moreover, he had a weird look on his face. He was both frowning and looking puzzled, as if deep in thought. Miranda couldn't help but ask, who was that? A psychiatrist, Jake answered, shaking his head. One whose patient I've already killed once during the tutorial, and among other things, she asked me not to kill on sight on our next meeting. Sounds like there is a story there I haven't heard, Miranda said, smiling. He had talked a lot about fights in the tutorial, sure. He had mentioned how some psycho had killed most of the survivors and then, wait, was it him? Will you do as she asked? She asked. Maybe, if what she said is true, maybe. She wanted to learn about him more than anything. What had happened between us, Jake said, looking a bit conflicted before turning to her, still looking puzzled. Apparently, I gave him some kind of PTSD. Shortly after that, Lillian returned and barely had time to throw them both a nod before the final message of the World Congress came. Neil never came back, but stayed discussing teleportation with other space mages till the very last second. The First World Congress has concluded. The Second World Congress will commence in 1 year, 365 days. Chapter 227, Shopping Spree. The World Congress had only lasted about 10 hours total, but had without a doubt been a defining moment for the enlightened races of Earth. Most of the powerhouses of the planet met, and alliances, truces, trade agreements, defensive pacts, or just generally friendly relations were established between many factions. To distinguish a winner, if one may, would be difficult. While Jake and Haven had got all the voting results, they wanted and managed to secure both herbs and the treasure hunt event. That didn't mean they had somehow won out over everyone else. They were far from the only ones, as it wasn't like the treasure hunt was unpopular, and ores and metals was the first option voted in, along with the foodstuff one. The only way to truly say there had been a winner was if a world leader was selected, but such an option was far off. Perhaps it would happen in a year, or perhaps later than that. Many theorized ways the system would one day enforce that one had to be selected, but that day hadn't arrived yet. In the end, it can be said that all of humanity won out. No wars or conflicts were started, as the World Congress had in general been a pleasant event that only led to a stronger bond between the enlightened races, and everyone came out on top, even the undead who had feared for the worst. Jake, Lillian, Miranda, and Neil appeared back at the good old lodge inside Jake's Valley. They had only been gone for 10 hours, but all of them besides Neil, who actually seemed quite energetic, were exhausted. It took a lot out of you to always be on your toes, and even if Jake hadn't been under as much pressure as Lillian and Miranda when it came to discussions, he was still tired. Jake tended to find social interactions, even those he enjoyed, exhausting in the long run. But the most exhausting thing had been the talk with that Kim Yunseo woman, or Kimmy as she told him just to call her. She had told him quite a bit about what she and William had been up to, and while Jake had let her talk and he listened, he honestly didn't care very much about that metal mage anymore. Jake didn't truly know him, as he had only spent a few moments with the guy. He only knew the metal mage more as an idea or a concept than a person. To Jake, he was a representation of Jake's own failures during the tutorial, nothing less and nothing more. He had been a living reminder that Jake had fucked up and not even tried to help people he honestly did care about, no matter how much he sucked at showing it. In that sense, Jake wouldn't say he hated William. He hated what he represented. The only real feeling he felt towards him was apathy. This ultimately leads to the question, would Jake kill him the next time they met? He couldn't answer that. He did feel a strange mix of puzzlement, doubt, and even humor in how William had apparently been traumatized by Jake smashing him into the ground. But if he would kill him, time will tell. If Jake were honest, he would prefer just never to meet the guy again. The psychiatrist talked about him, how he was improving, and to start moving towards forgiveness if that was at all possible, but Jake really didn't feel like he had anything to forgive him for. If anyone truly had a bone to pick with William, it wasn't Jake either. It was Casper, and even more so than that, his girlfriend. William had either been the direct or indirect cause of her death. Jake wasn't sure which, and he hadn't been insensitive enough to ask for details. And one thing was for sure. If Casper decided that little shit needed to be squashed, Jake sure as hell wouldn't interfere. So, what's the plan now? Jake asked, shaking his head to get some of those annoying thoughts out of his head. What was important now was preparing for the treasure hunt and nothing else. Both Miranda and Lillian, who stood there like they were in a daze, just looked at him weirdly as Miranda asked, "Check out the system store." "Oh shit," Jake exclaimed as he swiftly opened it, and instantly a store opened up before him. Limited system store categories. Ore and metal herbs. Jake didn't need to go any further than that as he opened up the herbs category and instantly felt a bit disappointed. He had a lot of credits just burning in his metaphysical pocket. A lot. Credits available, 133, 972, 0. Jake had even spent a good 700, 0 on things. Mainly all the weapons he had destroyed, his order of the mushroom-killing poison devices, and a lot of other minor matters he wanted to be done. He was also fully aware that he had overpaid for pretty much everything, at least he thought so. He had given Miranda 500, 0 to buy weapons with, and she did mention he still has some money with the city. Anyway, all of this is to say that Jake was loaded, and he knew he was loaded and wanted to instantly buy out all the best stuff. Yet the best he could find was a scarce few uncommon rarity herbs, and the rest were common or inferior rarity. Well, it wasn't all bad, and Jake instantly jumped in and checked what the store had in stock. Before that, though, he just quickly skimmed some rules. The system store only accepts credits. The system store restocks every 3 days. Items put up for sale must have a list price and can be bought by anyone with access to the store. Items bought will appear in your immediate surroundings. If you have spatial storage, it will appear within there. Items sold directly to the system store are appraised, and you will be paid immediately based on their estimated worth, determined dynamically, with the current development of Earth taken into account. These items will not become available to others with access to the store. There were a few other notes, but these were the important ones. Especially the restock thing was a relief to Jake due to what he planned on doing next. Without any hesitation, Jake went into the store and bought 50% of the common rarity red lavender, blue lavender, and green lavender. Each lavender only had a cost of 250 credits, with the inferior rarity version costing 25. Jake left the inferior rarity versions alone, as quite frankly, he didn't need it. However, he did see that the inferior rarity lavender was disappearing rapidly, likely being bought up by all the different cities, no doubt. Luckily for them, the system had clearly taken this into account, and there was a near-infinite supply of inferior rarity lavender. As for the common rarity stuff, not so. Once he bought it, nearly 1,000 plants of each version, making him spend nearly 1,000,000 credits right away. He felt it instantly appear within his spatial storage, neatly packed in bundles. 10/10 delivery service. He also quickly bought some evergreen grass to go with the lavender, immediately now having enough materials for several thousands of potion batches. Jake didn't hesitate as he dove in and began buying up some more stuff, such as all the blue bright mushrooms, which was about 70 total only, and more than half of the uncommon rarity toxins available. That was more than 1,000,000 credits down the drain again. He didn't really sweat it though, because he quickly tried to do something else fun. He took out a potion and willed the system to offer to purchase it. Would you like to sell health potion, common, for 6412 credits? Well, ain't that a deal? Jake smiled. It was one of his newest potions, and it was quite potent for sure. But damn, that was some good value. One has to remember that every brewing didn't result in a single potion but a batch of potions, and at this point, Jake could easily have several potions in every batch. This meant that Jake could effectively amplify the value of the ingredients by turning them into a potion by about 100-fold. The only limitation was his own time and boredom. Of course, he had a strong feeling the price would decrease the more he sold, a feeling he tested out. He had 5 potions from the same batch, restoring the same amount of health each. He sold the first one and saw it disappear from his hand. He quickly did the same 2 more times and noticed the price reduce slightly, increasing by a bit more every time he sold a potion. Would you like to sell health potion, common, for 6331 credits? The last one he would get around 80 less for. Finally, he took one of the potions and put it up for sale so other cities could buy it. He decided to start high and put it at 15. 0 credits, more than double what the system offered. He didn't actually think anyone would buy it right away. Boo, your health potion, common, has been sold. Okay, people really like potions, Jake thought, shaking his head in mild disbelief. 15,000 credits was a lot to normal people. But then again, a potion restoring nearly your entire health pool is close to a second life. Jake sure as hell wouldn't be able to be where he was today without chugging down what he now realized was millions of credits worth of potions. Would it be fine if I just offloaded a shitload of potions? Jake asked Miranda, who also stood in a trance going through the store. Sure, she answered, as Jake saw a weird nugget of metal appear beside her. It's your credits. Another weird piece of metal appeared, and what looked like an old root soon after, before another small ore popped into existence. Jake took that approval and rolled with it and put up all the potions he had made as he prepared for the fight against the Prima as well as most of his old common rarity ones. He had already given out the inferior rarity ones, so he now put up 99% of the potions he had left, which only left one issue: bottles. Jake was nearly out of just as the thoughts appeared, so did the bottles. Hundreds, no, thousands of small potion and poison bottles appeared on the ground just beside Lillian, who stood there with her neutral expression. I made a deal to have a supply of bottles sold right after returning at a reduced price, and I was waiting to snipe the postings, she explained, a small smile creeping onto her lips. You did mention how you needed bottles, and I assume that need is now bigger than ever. Lillian, you are a goddamn hero, Jake said, giving her a huge thumbs up. She looked a bit embarrassed, making Jake happy he hadn't jumped to his first choice, which was to give her a big bear hug. Jake was feeling damn good, practically shoveling and crafting material, and he even got a bunch of uncommon ingredients for some poison he had researched. On a side note, most often, you didn't actually need a specific kind of herb for a recipe, you just needed something that fit the criteria. The lavender archetypes, as an example, was just one kind of herb that innately stored energy especially suited to the resource potions, and they were incredibly easy to grow and numerous, hence they tended to be the go-to. They were such good herbs because they truly only did that one thing. So Jake had needed some more strong poison with powerful necrotic energy to begin making some uncommon rarity poison in earnest. The super fungicide had used up far more valuable ingredients than it should have, and it wasn't something he could mass produce, far from it. Apropos the mushroom, Jake also picked up some herbs he hoped to combine with the life vines, maybe even the life core he still had absorbed with palate of the malefic viper that was actually the source behind knowing what he needed. At least he had a solid general sense of what could be good to combo it with. Finally, Jake tried to look for something he could mix with the weird time bananas from his time tree, because one had to remember that Jake now had a time tree. Well, not a tree, but Jake called it a tree anyway. However, it turns out that finding compatible herbs for time bananas isn't that easy. Who would have thought? Apparently, time bananas that permanently increased agility weren't that common. In fact, one could even call them rarity. Bad jokes aside, Jake spent the next hour or so shopping. All the potions he put up for sale were sold within the first 15 minutes, making Jake realize he had likely undercharged significantly. But wouldn't it be kind of an asshole move to overcharge people for what is essentially emergency care? Yeah, overcharging people for stuff like that is some solid asshole behavior. All of them actually just stood there, likely looking absolutely moronic from an outsider's point of view. The only thing really happening was items appearing on the ground around Miranda and Lillian once in a while. For Neil and Jake, it just appeared in their spatial storages. Jake even ended up picking up a few things from the foodstuff store. It was mostly things he just wanted to experiment with as they contained types of energies he thought beneficial during a brew. It could totally end up being a dead end, but who knows? So, any interesting news? Jake heard a voice echo in his head. He smiled as he felt that the connection was completely back. Well, it had been ever since he left the Congress, but Villy was nice enough to give him some time to look at menus. "I'll tell you in a bit when the others leave, deal. I want to ask you some stuff too," Jake answered back. He could have spoken the words out loud, but that would just be weird as he was surrounded by other people. "Lillian, we should head back to the office and call a meeting with the council to discuss these new developments," Miranda finally said. "I'll tag along. I need to get back with my party. We got some work to do in the next 3 months to make sure we're all ready for the treasure hunt and won't embarrass Haven," Neil answered. "Right, that will certainly be one of the points of discussion. Identify how many citizens we have able to reach D-grade in time and support them to do so," Miranda said before turning to Jake. "You want to come along?" She looked like she already knew the answer and only asked to be polite. And well, she did know the answer. "Nah, I got some stuff to handle," Jake said dismissively. He had just spent 10 hours in a Congress surrounded by hundreds of people. No fucking way he was going to another meeting. Besides, he had to wait for the Hawks to get back. They tended to spend a lot of time hunting these days, with even Sylphie tagging along. "All right, take care. I'll come by and inform you later," Miranda answered with a nod, quickly adding, "Tomorrow, that is." Giving an affirming nod, he saw them all walk out of the valley, leaving Jake back in the valley, alone with himself, his thoughts, and an impatient god he had put on hold. Chapter 228, A Question of Morality. Jake sat on the steps leading up to his lodge, looking at the weird banana time tree as he spoke with Villy. His theory that gods truly had no idea what happened inside the World Congress turned out to be entirely accurate. The system just simply didn't allow them to peek or communicate with their blessed ones in any way during the Congress, and the only way for them to find out afterward was to be told. That or use some serious mental magic on the person, but gods couldn't do that currently due to the other set of system limitation on the entire 93 third universe. A treasure hunt, a bit unoriginal but not bad. It's honestly hard to say what would be best due to the lack of information. There is no way of knowing what kinds of treasures will appear, so it could end up just being piles of junk. I doubt it, but it could happen. Personally, I would have gone for dungeons due to the 2 challenge dungeons and tend to be safe bets. On a side note, if you ever find one, do it. They are all done alone and often come with some sweet rewards, and you could likely have done both within the allotted time, Villy chimed in, genuinely interested in all of the system stuff going around related to the integration. "True," Jake spoke, seeing no reason not to speak out loud. It was just easier than sending it mentally. "But a treasure hunt can also be great, and it also feels more new, exciting. It will also allow me to finally butt heads with some of the other humans of Earth. As I said, it isn't a bad choice, and honestly, it would be impossible to determine what the best one would be. I am actually prone to trust your gut over anything else right now, including my own empty guesses," the Viper answered back. "Huh, why?" Jake asked, a bit confused. The system restricted everything about these events. That includes all skills or other types of divination, intuition skills, soothsaying. All of that stuff didn't do jack shit to give hints, but your bloodline isn't bound by any such rules. I reckon if the system blocks even gods, it would also block me. Sure, it's strong as fuck, but no buts. It isn't a question of strength either, but one of rules and absolutes. A bloodline operates on a different spectrum than skills or regular magic. It ignores all rules and acts as it is meant to act in all circumstances. You have a spherical perception ability of sorts, right? Villy asked. Jake quickly confirmed with a nod. "Well, that's an absolute. Aka, it doesn't give a flying fuck about anything. A god could use their strongest stealth skill, and you would be able to see them like nothing was obscuring you. Of course, it isn't perfect, and there are always ways to still mess you up. In the end, the bloodline still relies on you, so don't get complacent, but do realize exactly how powerful a tool it is." Jake sat a bit in contemplation. It was true he could see through those barriers during the World Congress, though he had tried to avoid doing so not to be a peeking Tom. He also did remember how he could see outside the dungeons he was in, basically just seeing large black voids beyond the walls. Villy had also mentioned something similar before. He was pretty sure it was something about how only two things operated outside the system. I get it, so my gut feeling originating from my bloodline is better than nothing. This is related to when you talked about bloodlines operating outside the system, right? You mentioned two things do that. What is the second thing? Jake asked. Something you'll learn about in the future. It isn't anything relevant to you yet, and you'll know the moment you encounter it. Just know that the difference between these two things is that while a bloodline is something bound to your being and comes from your origin, the other thing is claimed, surrendered to you by the system. What they do have in common is that neither is inherently about strength or power. All right, Jake answered. He was fine with figuring stuff out himself. Now, as for what Jake himself wanted to talk about. So, Villy, I need some advice. I told you about the news related to that metal caster William who fucked up my tutorial, and I am just wondering, what would you suggest? Depends on what you want to do. If you want to kill the guy, go ahead, but if you want to leave him be, I doubt he will cause you much trouble. As I told you before, Versmal likely doesn't give a fuck either way, Villy answered. But that wasn't really what Jake wanted to know. No, I mean, should I kill him the next time we meet? Would that be the right thing to do? Morally, that is. The dude has done some seriously fucked up stuff, but honestly, it isn't that bad in the grand scheme of things, is it? Sure, he is bad, but compared to that Donald fellow or some of the other fucked up people I have heard about, he doesn't seem as evil. Also, it feels a bit weird for me to act like some arbiter of justice, Jake said, shaking his head. I am not the best to ask about moral advice from, as most would classify me as evil. And I wouldn't disagree either. Honestly, if you look at how many humans he has killed, you have done far worse than him since returning to Earth. He hasn't even killed in the double digits while you have. You have also slain even more intelligent beasts than him. In the eyes of humanity, he might be evil, but in the eyes of the multiverse, no one cares, Villy answered. Not to get into a too in-depth moral discussion, but doesn't it also have something to do with intent and cause? Jake asked. Sure, one can say it does. So let me ask you, why did you go and hunt down all those shit-flinging monkeys right after you evolved to degrade? Well, to test myself, get some levels, explore the forest, etc. I wanted a bit more progress before the World Congress, and I was curious what was out there, Jake answered. And the reason why William did as he did during the tutorial was that he thought that was the best thing to do for himself. He thought it would give him a higher final reward if he were the only survivor, so he tried to make that happen, Villy said. Jake had heard it all before from both Villy and his two buddies during the World Congress, so it wasn't anything new, and he knew where the Viper was going with it, but he disagreed. But the difference is that he took pleasure and enjoyment in doing what he did. He enjoyed killing people and causing all that mayhem, Jake shot back. Because you hated every second of hunting down monkeys, didn't you? You both enjoy it, albeit for different reasons. William had and likely still has a fragile ego and psyche. He was stunted developmentally in every way and acted like a stupid teenager with too much power, so he began believing himself the chosen one, not knowing he was actually facing a chosen. To him, there was no greater feeling than having power over others when he himself had felt so powerless his entire life. Versmal was continually cultivating this mindset till the day you punted him into the ground. My actions back then should make it clear I hold no love for the little fuck, but that had nothing to do with me believing he is the bad guy or something, just that I thought you would enjoy putting him down. So, you're doing the whole "you aren't so different" speech. Jake shook his head. Also, you make him sound like the victim here. Oh no, not at all. The dude deserved getting his head smashed in. Also, I like you way better. I'm just saying that trying to judge William by some grand moral doctrine is bullshit, as everyone is evil in the eyes of someone else. I personally don't like him because he is weak-minded and so easily manipulated. I don't like him because he messed with you, and I don't like him because I like fucking with a Versmal. I don't like him selfishly, so what I am saying is, if you want to kill him, do it because you want to, not because you feel obligated to. In the end, we're all monsters leaving mountains of corpses in our wake, so trying to judge who has the least bad corpse mountain is just moronic in my opinion. I know you're partly playing devil's advocate and stuff, but you do have a point. I guess we all suck now. Misty, Hawkeye, and Sylphie are as much people to me as any human. You're technically a snake. So I guess by monkey law, I am now a wanted war criminal. Jake asked, a bit jokingly. In all honesty, Jake just felt a bit off about his entire mindset regarding things like revenge and bearing grudges. When he looked deep inside himself, he didn't have anyone he really hated. Even those who betrayed him in the past just all seemed so meaningless now. Unless they posed an active threat, he didn't see any need to hunt them down or do anything. Yet he was still not sure if he wanted to kill William. A part of him did, just to finish the job, and another part of him thought, is he even worth thinking about? That isn't to say Jake wouldn't kill people he judged deserved it. If people like Donald waltzed in, Jake would happily put him down again. but that was solely because Jake selfishly hated them, not because he was trying to be some hero. Meanwhile, William was just sad. I'll just leave the judgment entirely up to Casper. Jacob clearly doesn't care about it and even seems to think what he did was fine, as it was just him following his path or whatever, but Casper has every right to finish the job. As for the question if Jake would help Casper track down and kill William, of course he would. That's what friends are for. If the Monkey Empire had a court, you would surely be put on trial, Villy answered Jake's bad joke that he made primarily to lighten the mood, Villy instantly catching on with his godlike ability to read social cues. Anyway, thanks as always for the talk, Villy. You can always ping me if there is something, Jake answered with a smile. Sure thing, work hard and win that treasure hunt. I don't care if it isn't winnable, win it anyway, Villy said with a chuckle as Jake felt the presence of the snake god fade away, and he was once more alone in the valley. He took a deep breath and stood as he stretched a bit. He had 90 days or 3 months till the treasure hunt, and he would spend all that time preparing. During these 3 months, he had a number of goals. Firstly, he wanted to make a supply of uncommon rarity poison. He knew it wasn't easy and that it would take a while to craft it reliably, but he felt confident. Secondly, he wanted also to make an uncommon rarity beneficial consumable. He wasn't sure if it would be a potion, as quite frankly, it would be impossible for him to make mana, health, or stamina potions of uncommon rarity anytime soon. Due to the way rarity worked for the resource potions, the only way to increase the rarity was to increase the potency. There was only depth and no width to expand upon. The fungicide was uncommon due to the sheer complexity of how it worked, not necessarily how effective it was. Which is to say, if Jake wanted to make an uncommon rarity potion, it would have to do more than just restore a resource. An uncommon rarity health potion would restore several times his health pool anyway, so it would be kind of useless. One way to do this was to make a rejuvenation potion that restored all 3 resources, though even that would likely not be possible. He could also try his hand at making regeneration potions that boosted passive regeneration for a time, or something like that. However, another option was to just make something entirely else, like flasks. Flasks were something Jake had kind of neglected, but that didn't mean they weren't great. Flasks could give temporary bonuses, such as stat bonuses, heightened concentration, or even some more exotic effects like making a good portion of your mana into a certain affinity for a time or something like that. They were temporary boosting items and functioned a lot like his Limit Break, and like Limit Break, they would lead to a period of weakness or other side effects when they expired. As for elixirs, he would put that off for now. 3 months just wasn't enough time to do everything. Third, Jake wanted to check out the dungeon, maybe even clear it. He did want to spend most of this period on his profession due to the system store, but that didn't mean he would entirely neglect his class. Jake also seriously doubted he could make himself sit still for that long. At the very least, he wanted his level 120 skill selection. Fourth, and perhaps the most important of them all, he wanted to cuddle the cute bird currently making a beeline for him. R.E. Sylphie screeched as she descended towards him excitedly. It hadn't been that long, but she was always excited, and Jake had absolutely no complaints about that. Had a good hunt? He asked, Sylphie happily landing on his shoulder as she rubbed her head against the side of his head. He raised his hand and scratched her, taking that as a yes. Sylphie was really beginning to look a lot more like a real adult hawk, but she was still a bit small, and all her feathers weren't out yet. Cyprian Is LVL 41. She was growing up fast, and her level was already beginning to get quite impressive. She was leveling a lot faster these days, and when Jake saw her parents also enter the valley, he saw she wasn't the only one. Stormsong Hawk LVL 109, Mistsong Hawk LVL 116, the two of them had grown many levels since he evolved too. He remembered them being 102 and 111 respectively when he evolved his class, and he was pretty sure he was at least partly responsible for their leveling frenzy. He had kind of owned them both in their little fight. As for Sylphie, she seemed to be going through a growth spurt too. Maybe it was because she was now actively practicing more and even hunting, and based on Jake's assessment, she could easily beat beasts quite a few levels above herself. Her wind magic was both weird and powerful, easily shredding most anything it touched. After rubbing the bird a bit more, he finally got to work as he summoned his cauldron. He had a lot of stuff to do, but his first task would be to get grooving, which meant to mass-produce potions and sell them for ridiculous prices. Hence, with great vigor, he began yet another alchemy grind. Chapter 229, A Healthy Diet. Lavender, evergreen grass, a lot of mana and a bit of love, and you have a perfectly healthy potion. It seemed simple on paper, but there was a bit of work going into it. The mana control aspect of the crafting process was something that could always be improved, and the more you trained, the better your potions would inadvertently get. While there was a cap caused by the ingredients and your own stats, it wasn't one Jake could ever feasibly reach. He did improve a whole lot, though. His potions got better and better, and he honestly took quite a while to get proper pricing down, but ended up just settling on 20. 0 for each potion. While he certainly could charge more, he didn't feel the need to. He didn't craft them to make money to begin with, but to level his profession and get as comfortable with his new degrade mana control prowess as he could before he would begin crafting some more interesting things, like some uncommon rarity poison. Well, his pricing scheme was like that for the first week until he talked about it with Miranda. Why don't you have someone else sell it for you? Merchants or others with compatible professions apparently get great experience selling items through the store to other cities and have even better methods to price goods with their skills. That way they can gain levels, and you can gain credits without thinking about putting them up for sale yourself, she said, sounding quite reasonable. Do you have anyone in mind? He had asked. This was when he learned that apparently, being a city lord's assistant also included selling stuff as a part of the job, at least the system agreed it did. Lillian came by later that day, and from the first week and moving forward, she handled all the commercial stuff for him. She just came by once a day or so and took all the potions he had already made while giving him any stuff he asked her to buy or look out for. Jake still bought most of the items he wanted himself, as quite frankly, he only knew he wanted it when he saw it. Every item above common rarity was more or less an impulse buy because he thought, hey, I guess I can use this for something. It had now been 2 weeks total since the World Congress ended, and Jake was spending most of his time every day experimenting on making an uncommon rarity poison, but he did still spend a few hours pumping out potions. The experience was great when he mass-produced things, and he had gained 2 levels during this period. While that doesn't seem like a lot, one had to remember that leveling only got harder and harder as time went on. Villy had told him that sometimes going years between levels at higher grades was just to be expected. Ding. Profession, Heretic Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 103 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Race Human D has reached level 109 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points asterisk ding. Profession, Heretic Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 104 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points as for what kind of poison he was trying to make an uncommon variant of. He had decided to start with the old trusty one, necrotic poison. Necrotic poison did have some drawbacks, but against any living being, it was just great. Against elementals, it was quite bad, but it even functioned okay-ish versus plant-based foes. It also happened to be the poison Jake had the most experience with. Finally, he decided to go for this poison because of a certain herb, or more accurately mushroom, an old friend of his but in a new and improved form. Aged blue bright mushroom, uncommon, a poisonous blue mushroom that emits blue light. The aged blue mushroom has grown to a point where simply being touched by its light can bring you harm, and the juices found within are more toxic than ever. Jake had discovered that the system store was indeed a bit dynamic and adaptable. He had bought all the normal common rarity blue bright mushrooms that he could, and found that the store stocked a few more every time, with it even giving out a few uncommon rarity ones every time now. For the first many mushrooms, he did as any reasonable person would do and ate them. All competent doctors would agree that death shrooms would be a part of a healthy diet. They tasted a lot like the regular blue bright mushrooms but had a bit stronger flavor, and the juices within them sizzled in his mouth when he ate. He was perfectly aware that without palate of the Malefic Viper, half his mouth would have rotted away, but with it, nothing really happened. Yay for a legendary skill granting poison resistance. The first few mushrooms always gave the best insights, and it was far more valuable than just trying to experiment with them blindly. Jake did run into the issue of needing to get more, and he knew he would need these mushrooms in the long run, even after the system store disappeared. Problem is, Jake had never actually done any proper gardening in his life, and he also really didn't feel like starting now. It would require a lot of time to make a proper mushroom garden. This was an issue he brought up with Lillian during one of her visits to get his potions, and she just shrugged and said, why not just find someone to do it for you? Maybe train someone to do it properly. That should also get them a great profession or a great upgrade. Jake had considered it, but that would also take time. There was also the issue that he couldn't just take anyone random. They had to know the basics and be strong enough not to be killed by the mushrooms. He considered it for a while and decided to just postpone it for now. He would also need someplace to properly grow the blue bright mushrooms. One could think that it would be smart to do the mushroom growing down in the cave by the dungeon due to the mana it leaked. But the issue was that the dungeon portal leaked life affinity mana, while the mushrooms primarily had death affinity or perhaps rot affinity mana. Chances are the mushrooms would get worse if put down there, or possibly mutate if Jake got lucky and gave it enough time. No, the cavern was far more suitable to grow other kinds of herbs and plants in. There were many different types of mushrooms too, and ones used in hemotoxins or many other types of toxins would still grow just fine down there. Luckily, he wasn't in that much of a rush, as he could save all the herbs he wanted to plant later in his spatial storage. Anywho, Jake spent a damn long time grinding alchemy, eating mushrooms, making bank, and having the occasional playtime with Sylphie or meeting with Miranda and or Lillian. All in all, it was quite relaxing, and his goal was to get his first uncommon rarity poison done within the first month. After that, dungeon time. Miranda took a deep breath as the mana hummed to life. A green sheen overtook the entire area as the light danced and weaved in seemingly random patterns. But there was a method to the madness as she began chanting words in a language she truly didn't understand. It wasn't a question of her translation skill not working either. It was that the words she spoke truly didn't exist, or perhaps weren't real words to begin with. They did hold power, though. A green top-down view appeared, and she saw her targets. It was an old enemy most in the city would recognize as an Oakwood tiger, the kind of beast that had nearly killed her, Hank, Louise, and Mark before Jake saved them. She saw nearly 100 of them grouped together around a large peculiar tree, likely a natural treasure of sorts. Out of all the tigers, one of them was special. It had a small mark on it that it could neither detect with its mana sense nor see with its eyes. It was a green sigil depicting a circular mark, looking a lot like a green lagoon. It was the Verdant mark. Miranda didn't have a typical combat class but was a witch. While they could fight with regular magic, flinging fire and ice like any other caster, their specialty lay in mysticism and ritual magic, such as the ritual she was currently doing. Around her was a magic circle over 5 meters in diameter, her standing in the center. Candles burned around the perimeter, and several items were placed in key spots of the formation. Among these items were the heart of an Oakwood tiger she had killed days prior, leaves from the forest, bark from many different kinds of trees, and several catalysts she had bought using her credits from the ore and metal category, as well as some things from the foodstuff and herbs categories. Using the Verdant mark, she weaved her spell, and through it she would bring them death. Concentrating, she evocated even more mana, and the items placed around the circle began burning with green fire as the spell activated. Verdant feast of the lagoon's insatiable depths. The Oakwood tiger rubbed its barkskin up against the bark of the magical tree. It was a natural treasure that served as a natural gathering point for all the Oakwood tigers in the area. It was their domain, and no other beast had been able to go near for months without being torn apart. Some beasts had tried, but most didn't. Many types of natural treasures, this one included, functioned better for some beasts than others. This tree was highly beneficial to the tigers, but wouldn't help many other types of monsters or enlightened races. None of them knew that today would be their doom, and that this haven they had named their home would be their grave. At first, it was subtle. A few of the tigers noticed a shift in the air as a green wind seemed to sweep through, with even less noticing the green grass below them growing an even deeper green. By the time they knew anything was wrong, it was already too late. Suddenly, a green hand sprung up from the ground and grabbed hold of the leg of one of the tigers. It struggled, but another arm came up, followed by a dozen more as they began dragging it down to the depths of the lagoon. All of the grass beneath their feet melted together as it began resembling a still lake. Every single tiger was assaulted at once by the greedy hands that sought to bring them down, and no matter how they cut or tore at the hands, a new one would just come to replace whatever they broke. The ground then stopped simply looking like water as it actually turned swampy, and the hands began succeeding in dragging the tigers down. The first to be grabbed was also the first to be fully submerged as it failed to keep itself afloat and was pulled under. Once it was entirely under, the tiger saw them human-like creatures with maws for mouths closing in on it. They were all half-corporeal but physical enough to bite and tear into the tiger as it struggled. As a monster growing up in a forest, it had never fought in water nor was built to do so. Needless to say, it was heavily outmatched and outnumbered. Its other comrades also joined it below as they too suffered the same fate. They did all struggle, and they managed to kill many of the creatures trying to devour them, but there were just too many. They did notice that these creatures didn't respawn and no new ones appeared, so if they could somehow defeat them all. The struggle ended up lasting for nearly half an hour before the depths below became calm, with only the occasional munching sound was heard. Above, surrounding the natural treasure, the grass turned back to its old color as the aura from the ritual faded. Not a single trace of what had happened or a single body left over. All had been devoured at the feast. Miranda collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring down her face as she breathed heavily. A bit of blood even flowed out her mouth as she had taken a bit of damage towards the end from pushing herself too far. Yet she had a light smile on her lips as she had succeeded in her most significant and powerful ritual yet. The ritual circle around her had already died down, and all the catalysts burned away by the green fire. It had been an expensive one, and it had taken quite a bit of work to set it all up and make all the preparations, but it had been worth it. You have slain Oakwood Tiger, LVL 89. Experience earned. You have slain Oakwood Tiger, LVL 80. Experience earned *. You have slain Oakwood Tiger, LVL 92. Experience earned * ding. Class, Neophyte Verdant Witch, has reached level 91 stat points allocated, plus 3 free points * ding. Class, Neophyte Verdant Witch has reached level 92 stat points allocated, plus 3 free points. It was some damn good experience to get 2 entire levels from a single ritual, and she chuckled through the pain as she began cleaning up the magic circle around her. She kept some of it as it could be reused, and was more or less an all-purpose ritual circle for verdant magic. It had taken nearly all of her personal credits to get that one built. Miranda also didn't get any race levels because, well, she was already capped at 99. Had been for a week now due to the immense amount of profession experience she got from managing the city. She had even gained 2 levels from the World Congress. She had decided to go for the perfect evolution due to the advice from the sisters, and she didn't dare go against it. Jake also agreed she should do it, as, in his words, everything counts. Also, her class wasn't that bad to level, and one of the best parts was that she could do it from the comforts of her home. The ritual she had just performed was done from the cellar of the mayor's office city lord residence of Haven, more than 100 kilometers away from where she had just killed a massive group of Oakwood tigers. That was the beauty of being a witch in rituals. It was all a bit more metaphysical, and distance didn't always matter as much. She did have to mark a target in person, but once that was done, all she had to do was wait, and then use the verdant mark as a casting point for the ritual. There were some downsides, though, such as the fact that Miranda honestly found her own spells scary, at least at first. Now she had begun to be okay with them. Verdant ritual magic was its entirely own school of magic, recognized by the system itself. There even was a verdant affinity, one Miranda didn't at all understand, and knew she wasn't supposed to understand anytime soon. It was an affinity much like the Holy Affinity, which was bound to the Holy Mother, or the Blight Affinity by the Blight Father, or of course the Malefic Affinity of the Malefic Viper. Shaking her head, she finished cleaning up the basement, went to a small room with a staircase and a sink where she quickly cleaned herself up before she headed upstairs again, passing through a myriad of wards on the way. Sadly, those only gave experience if someone actually interacted with them. Miranda walked into her office, where Philip was already waiting. The man himself had also gained quite a few levels over the last few weeks, as he was one of the people identified as able to reach D grade by the time for the treasure hunt to begin. "Any news?" she asked. "Well," Philip said, scratching his head. "Arnold keeps insisting he wants to talk with the owner. Apparently only he can do what the madman wants. Should we ask Jake if he is fine with meeting him?" "Bring it up next meeting. Anything else?" "There has been a single more application to the temple, and a few people unsatisfied with not being able to buy all they want from the system store. But besides that, everything is going fine. Oh yeah, one last thing. Neil expects to reach D grade within the month, and I for one am looking forward to seeing what a D grade space mage can do," Philip answered, looking a bit expectant. Chapter 230. This chapter contains alchemy. Sylphie had once more been a bit mad when Jake had sent her away to spend some time with her parents, but today was one of those days where having a bird sitting around just wasn't feasible. The reason for this was simple. Today would be the day he would craft his first uncommon rarity necrotic poison. He could feel it. At least that's what he kept telling himself, as he felt the same the day before. Another 2 weeks had passed, and it had now been nearly a month since the World Congress ended, aka 2 months away from the treasure hunt. He had gotten another profession level in the bag, bringing it to 105, and with it, a race level had also naturally come. Yet his stats had grown quite a bit more than one would expect. The reason for this was simple. Jake had begun a new diet called, "Shit, I gotta hurry up and eat that fucking banana before it disappears." Damn you, time tree, that actually a tree. It was a very healthy diet, naturally consisting of magical time bananas. Celerita banana, rare. As a banana from the ancient Celerita musa, this fruit contains intense amounts of Celerita affinity mana with agility-enhancing effects. This fruit can be used in many different creations, and is especially suited for flasks and elixirs. Due to this banana's origin, it will be returned to the rivers of time if it is removed too far from the tree. Consuming or transforming the fruit will anchor the energies in time, removing this effect, plus 3 agility upon consumption. Jake constantly kept watch of the tree with his sphere, and whenever he saw a ripe banana appear, he stopped whatever he was doing to rush in and pick it off the tree. He had discovered the bananas could disappear and no longer be recognized as items in as little as a minute, while at other times, they remained on the tree for hours on end. He suddenly understood far better why the Prima never left the temple. It didn't want to miss out on bananas. He had also tried not heeding the warning and taking the banana away and out of the time distortion area surrounding the tree. That hadn't gone well, as it instantly began rotting and turned to dust in his hand within seconds. Jake still had no idea how to anchor the banana either besides eating it, but he did have one way of finding out: swallowing one. No, not eating it, but swallow a banana with palate of the Malefic Viper. Sadly, he could only have one item stored at a time, and currently he still had the life core within there. He could switch it up but didn't really feel the need to. Eating the bananas normally was fine too, as they were super tasty. Also, while he made it sound like he ate a lot, he had only actually eaten 13 more during this month. giving him an extra 39 agility. He knew there was a cap of stats and all that, but he had decided that since agility was one of his best stats, it was fine. Besides, it allowed him to do something he really wanted, throw every single free point into perception again. Perception for the win. Overall, his status had experienced quite the growth, especially in agility and the stats his class gave, not to talk badly of the 10 race levels. That in itself was more than 100 to all stats due to his titles. Of course, perception was still the one that had grown most, as it should be. Status name: Jake Thane Race, Human D, LVL 110 Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, LVL 115 Profession, Heretic Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, LVL 105 Health Points HP, 20,072,0070 Mana Points MP, 25,940 Stamina, 14,571 Stats Strength. 1439 Agility, 2376 Endurance, 1688 Vitality, 2007 Toughness, 1392 Wisdom, 2158 Intelligence, 1709 Perception, 3902 Willpower, 1722 Free Points, 0. As for skills, not much had changed besides a few upgrades here and there, such as Enhanced Splitting Arrow and Descending Dark Arcane Fang. Quite a mouthful, that last one. Anyway, bananas were tasty. Perception is the best stat, and he had grown quite a bit since reaching D grade. He had made way more progress in the first week on his monkey hunt than during this month, but that was just the disparity between professions and classes. Jake liked both, and that's what's important. Plus, right now, he wanted to make a cool new poison. With his cauldron between his legs, he began his preparations. The first and most important ingredient he needed was, of course, the mushrooms themselves. Aged Blue Bright Mushroom, uncommon, a poisonous blue mushroom that emits blue light. The aged blue mushroom has grown to a point where simply being touched by its light can bring you harm, and the juices found within are more toxic than ever. Damn toxic, pretty tasty, and he had even discovered that he slowly got a bit of knowledge from Palette just by basking in their blue light. It was only a bit though, and he quickly got capped on knowledge from doing that. Pretty much all he learned was that it emitted a kind of light that directly attacked the vital energies of anything it touched. Secondly was the moss. One always needs to have moss as a side dish to their mushrooms. It was the butter to the bread or the rum to the coke. Of course, with a stronger mushroom, one needs more potent moss. This is where another of the must-buys of the system store came in. Another item that Jake just bought everything of whenever possible. Black moss, uncommon. A rare variant of the green moss found in places with absolutely no sunlight and a high level of death affinity mana. This moss is extremely dangerous and will erode any vitality-based substance it comes into contact with. The moss was black, as the name suggested. It was an almost unnaturally dark color, and he even felt a bit of dark mana mixed into the overpowering death affinity energy. Jake had naturally munched down quite a bit of this moss, too, having some good old moss soup, bringing him back to his tutorial days. With that and quite a few failed crafting attempts under his belt, he was beginning to get quite confident. The final ingredient was, as always, his blood. It replaced most of the water and was quite frankly instrumental to him making as much progress as he did. It just made everything far easier, and the synergy with all of his Malefic Viper skills just amplified it even more. Sense of the Malefic Viper allowed him to way better get a feel for the concoction as his blood was already part of it, as an example. With all of that in mind, he began. Firstly, he cut his own wrist to add blood to the mixture. Don't do this at home. He also added a bit of purified water to not have his blood be too overpowering in the concoction. With both hands on the cauldron, he slowly mixed the two until he was satisfied. Next up was the moss. Jake slowly took out a good handful of it, chopped it apart in midair with a few mana strings, and let all the small fragments enter the mix. The reaction was immediate as the two energies clashed, and he once more had to step in and be the guiding hand to make the two play nice. Toxic fumes entered the air from the cauldron, and Jake was happy he was doing this outside and in a relatively open area. He did see that he was still a bit too close to a few trees as he saw some leaves turn black and wither, but what can you do? He really needed to set up a proper lab. After fully integrating the moss energy, he noticed that the entire concoction was still a bit too weak, so he used Touch of the Malefic Viper and infused a bit more necrotic energy into it, just slightly topping it up. The moss fragments absorbed the energy, and it gave them a second wind of sorts, allowing them to squeeze out just a bit more until they fully disintegrated. Nodding in satisfaction, he took out one of the mushrooms. Its blue light seemed all-encompassing, and the entire area he was sitting in had already been cleared of grass by one of its brethren earlier. With the common rarity mushrooms, he squeezed them for their juices first, but with this uncommon version, he just placed it straight into the mix. The reason for this was simple. It would allow him to not only squeeze out the juices, but also absorb all the light energy first. The flesh of the mushroom had been bathed in its own light, and contained a lot of its energy. Jake wanted to get that out before he fully ripped the mushroom apart and began directly integrating its potent juices. Also, it allowed the concoction to more easily assimilate the mushroom if he first let it get used to the death light. He assumed that when he got more used to the crafting process, this part was when he could speed up significantly, but currently, that would only be a shortcut to having the entire concoction explode in his face. That had happened a few times already, so he took it slow and let the mushroom exude its own energy for a bit before he willed it to speed up just a little bit. He couldn't just sit there forever, or the concoction would be ruined too, so he was forced to. Deploying some more advanced techniques, he shielded parts of the concoction with his mana, even using a bit of his own arcane affinity to make the protective construct stable to not interfere with the other energies of the concoction. That was the good thing about his own stable version of arcane mana. It didn't give a fuck about other types of energies. This technique allowed him to avoid a cascading effect when some of the energies didn't play nice, but allowed him to isolate the issues and deal with them. Once more, this made the entire crafting process a lot harder and prolonged, but you gotta do what you gotta do to make it work. He sat like that for a good 5 minutes before the passive light was nearly entirely absorbed. He couldn't delay any longer as he began extracting the toxic liquids from within the mushroom as he braced himself. A lot could be said about the blue mushrooms, most of it bad. One thing was certain though, that's that they were toxic as hell. The liquids instantly sought to overpower the rest of the concoction with their potency as the death affinity energy spread throughout the mix. Now, one may call it a bit counterproductive, but the death affinity energy tried to kill the death affinity energy from the black moss. Death affinity liked to make things dead, even other dead things, it appears, so Jake had to play mediator and make sure the two didn't just stupidly try to cancel each other out, but instead mixed as they were supposed to. With a guiding hand, he concentrated fully to keep the equilibrium stable as the energies slowly mixed, and the synergistic effects began showing. Instead of killing each other, the two energies of death mixed, like they had agreed to team up and tag team the next thing they met. This was exactly the state Jake had hoped for as he made a final push. You have successfully crafted potent necrotic poison uncommon. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned. Jake had a massive smile on his face as he opened the lid of the cauldron and took a good whiff of his concoction. It smelled absolutely terrible, and he got a bad taste in his mouth from doing so, and from the looks of it, the trees around him and the ground below didn't like it either. Nearly 15 meters around him was just dead grass, and quite a few trees also had signs of rot on them, with the closest two trees now nearly completely withered. Okay, I really fucking need a proper alchemy lab. If he kept doing as he did now, his entire valley would just be a dead wasteland by the time he was done. With sense of the malefic viper, he could feel that the area had yet to be even close to permanently affected, but he risked that happening if he kept doing as he did. The ground becoming like someone had polluted it with a chemical spill or something. Besides possibly ruining his home with toxic pollution, everything was great, and he had even gained 2 levels from the successful craft. Ding. Profession: Heretic Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper has reached level 106 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Profession: Heretic Chosen Alchemist of the Malefic Viper has reached level 107 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points asterisk ding. Race: Human D has reached level 111 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. Jake guessed he was already close to a level, and that's why he got 2. It had been quite a while since his last profession level, after all. Anyway, more free points in perception. Finally, he was down to the meat of things, the poison itself, and honestly it hadn't changed much description-wise. Potent necrotic poison uncommon, an extremely toxic poison with necrotic properties, infecting and killing off biological material in the affected area. Wounds caused by necrotic poison are extremely difficult to heal. The poison takes effect upon any contact with any biological material. The poison emits necrotic light that affects the area around where it is applied, making necrotic energy seep into the enemy even further. It did mention things that clearly came from the mushroom, such as the whole necrotic light thing. Funny fact, this was the first time Jake learned the official term for the death affinity light. Jake quickly scooped up the poison, only getting 2 bottles worth, which was to be expected. For reference, he usually got around 10 when making common rarity necrotic poison per batch now. With it in the bag, Jake decided it was best to wait for Miranda to arrive. He had a few things to talk to her about, renovating the basement and turning it into an alchemist lab being the primary one. Also, he had eaten so many damn mushrooms and too much moss these days, and he would really appreciate a proper meal. Chapter 231, Man Cave S. Will need to build it. There is no way the ceiling of the cellar can take that kind of toxic exposure. Even if we put some serious enchants on the floorboards, they will eventually lose effect as they are slowly corroded, and the stronger you get, the faster we will need to keep reapplying the enchants, Hank explained as he shook his head. How deep do you reckon? Jake asked. It would be best if we can still keep the lab within the area affected by the pylon to function as a ward to keep people out if they for some reason try to dig in. Oh, that should be easy enough. We just need to put in some good layers between the lab and the rest of the lodge. I would be able to put in some wooden layers that can absorb a lot of the poison and other toxic energies released, but you will have to switch them out or extract the poison from them again occasionally. That or you could just sell them. They may change into actual items, Hank answered. That would be fine. I just don't want my entire valley to turn into a wasteland from my own experiments, Jake responded. Great. Anyway, we will dig down to create a second floor to the cellar below the first one. I intend to leave at least 5 meters between the 2 floors with the wooden layers placed there. You will still need some magical warding on top of that, I reckon. I am sure Miranda can hook you up with someone, or maybe ask that bird friend of yours, Hank said as he did a rough sketch of his plans on a piece of paper. Jake just looked on, nodding. Making it be that low also allowed them to make the whole lab a lot bigger and, wait, say, could we link it up somehow with the cavern leading to the dungeon? The barrier by the pylon should help isolate the lodge still and keep any energies from flowing that way, and it would mean easy access for me when I make a garden down there, Jake asked, liking his own idea quite a lot. That is a lot of digging, and we would need to place the lab a lot lower, most likely. How far down are you comfortable with it being? I would assume the lower it is, the more future-proof it will also be, but everything will add to how long it will take to get done. We are talking meters in the triple digits, Hank said after scratching his beard and thinking for a while. I am fine with any depth. It doesn't matter much when you can walk on air and make your own staircase at any time anywhere. Or, just fly. It is more if you think you can do it and of course have the time to. I know you're a busy man, Jake smiled. He really didn't want to put too much on the father of two. Hank had been in charge of most of the construction in Haven, and the man had barely stopped working ever since Jake met him. Yet he actually looked a bit younger now and full of spirit, even if he still had that vibe of a grizzled old lumberjack. Jake had heard he was getting close to his profession evolution. He was actually a bit surprised the man hadn't gotten it yet with how much he worked, but then again, he still wasn't sure exactly what determined why some leveled so much faster than others. In retrospect, his class actually leveled pretty fast, at lightning speed compared to his profession. 15 levels in a week was kind of insane, even if he had spent nearly every hour of every day fighting monkeys at higher levels than himself. All right. I'll have to bring in quite the crew to get it done properly. Do you want proper ventilation down there too? I know you probably don't need it. It's more of a comfort thing, Hank asked. Nah, no need. I already have a plan myself for the future, one that includes really sealing in the flavor, Jake smiled mischievously. Sounds like we're making a real man cave here, Hank chuckled. Do you want us to get started right away? Not today, tomorrow at the earliest, Jake answered. When I said right away, I didn't mean here and now. At the earliest we can begin tomorrow afternoon. We need to finish the current project first. Miranda's orders. The whole town is really coming together, Hank answered, a big proud smile on his lips. How's Mark and Louise doing? Jake asked curiously. He hadn't seen the man's kids around much lately, so he was a bit curious. Didn't think you'd care, Hank answered honestly, surprised at the question. Both of them are currently staying and working at the fort. While we agreed to keep Haven itself small, the same can't be said for the fort. Sure, it technically counts as Haven, but the flat plains around the fort are just perfect for building on. More people already live there than in the entirety of Haven. At least 20,000 last I heard, with more coming. I'm sure you already heard this from Miranda. Hank scratched his beard again, Jake smiling as he found the builder's embarrassment as he answered. Yeah, she already gave me the update. I didn't know those kids went there though. Kids, Hank scoffed. You're barely older than them, are you? Teenagers then, Jake corrected. Still incorrect. Mark turned 20 last month. Louise is 22, Hank answered, shaking his head as he chuckled. All right, fully functional adults, geez, Jake finally relented. Also, back on topic. Wouldn't it more end up being an alchemy cave than an alchemy cellar? Yeah, a man cave, Hank answered. Jake was unable to tell if he was serious or just fucking with him. The two spent a bit more time discussing the details, and Jake got more and more hooked on the idea of making a deep cave beneath the lodge to use as his alchemy lab. Possibly an entire network of sorts. It would also allow them to make a long vertical tunnel leading down to it, and they would be able to seal that off properly. After Hank left, Jake did exactly as he had said he would avoid and continued making a few more uncommon rarity potent necrotic poison. While he most certainly knew it would fuck up the spot he used a bit more, he felt like as long as he didn't overdo it, it would fix itself in time. If not, it wasn't like he couldn't get someone with nature magic or something like that to come by and work on it. The reason why he was a bit impatient was that he wanted the poison ready for the dungeon. He also made a few batches of fungicide, as he guessed he had a high chance of running into mushrooms or other types of fungi down there based on the indigo mushroom. After crafting, he only had one more thing to take care of before heading into the dungeon. Jake stepped through the planes, each step taking him over 100 meters forward. His travel speed with 1 step-mile was quite frankly insane at this point, and just the short way to the fort made him increase the range of each step just a little as he got more used to the skill. He couldn't wait for the day the skill would actually allow him to pass a mile in 1 step. The reasons he was going to the fort were twofold. Firstly was to have a talk with Arnold, the weird guy who liked to make drones and stuff like that, as well as the timed injectors Jake had used for the indigo mushroom. Apparently, the guy needed help from Jake with something, plus he wanted to show off some cool stuff Jake would potentially want. On the way out of the forest towards the fort, he noted that the pylon's area of influence had grown even more. The city of Haven was now technically over 100 kilometers in radius, though it was a bit oval, and the area was directed towards the fort. It was a bit insane to imagine that the fort could eventually come under the influence despite the long distance between the two. Then again, distances seem to matter far less now, especially when you could travel hundreds of kilometers in less time than his commute to work was before the system. When Miranda reached D-grade, he reckoned it would expand to encompass the fort. Anyway, the second thing Jake went there for was because the blacksmiths were there, and Jake needed a second weapon for the dungeon. With Venomfang broken and his short sword of Icy Wind subpar, to say the least, he wanted to check out if they had something decent. He didn't even need it to be that good, just at least something he could transmute to improve a bit, though he hoped for a weapon he could just use. During this 1-month alchemy period, Jake had made time to do one task he knew he would have to at one point. It had hurt him to do, but his old bow needed some change. The old one was fine, but after reaching D-grade it just didn't cut it. Windsor bow rare, a bow made from a tree inhabited by wind elementals. The string is made from the sinew of the beast that dared destroy their home, now restored to a form made for hunting down the beasts hated by the young elementals. The elemental's spirit and mana have left their mark upon the wood, making it light and flexible. The remnant will of the spirits within blesses any arrow fired. Enchantments, Windsor requirements, LVL 50+ in any humanoid race. Jake had liked the Windsor enchant a lot. It removed wind resistance and even made the normal arrows fly a bit faster. It even made them a bit more stealthy. He had noticed that after he began using his arcane arrows, the enchant's effect had lessened, and by now, he doubted he could even use a fully charged power shot without the bow breaking or suffering irreparable damage. So he had transmuted it with a focus on one thing: stability. He just wanted it to be as tough and durable as possible to support his firepower. Windsaro bow rare, a bow made from a tree inhabited by wind elementals, now corrupted beyond recognition by powerful arcane energies. The string is made of the sinew of beasts long forgotten. The blessing of the spirits once laid upon this bow has been devoured and transformed by the arcane energies, their final wishes, and will made into nothing more than nourishment. All that they were now serves only one purpose: to make the bow as immutable as possible so that it may remain unchanged or be destroyed in its attempt to do so. Enchantments, arcane immutability requirements, LVL 75+ in any humanoid race. Quasi-soulbone now, Jake had a lot to say about the description, mainly about how it really painted him as a bad guy. Seriously, all he had done was to transmute it a bit, and now it made him feel like he had just snuffed out the final legacy of a family of wind elementals. Anywho, new bow in the bag. It looked the same as before for the most part, but did have some subtle pink-purple lines running through it. It was also damn durable now and was overall a better weapon. No wind enchant though, it was just a tough bow. When he made it to the fort, the guards only panicked a little, until one of them recognized him and poked his partner in the side, and gave him that look you give to your coworker telling them to just shut the fuck up and act like nothing was wrong. Jake quickly made his way towards the workshops and was quite impressed by how much the place had changed. So many houses now filled the plains surrounding the fort, forcing Jake to take flight and fly over them to reach the inner area where he knew Arnold was. The big room where Jake had first seen him was now exclusively Arnold's to use, and those he invited in there. The man had really set himself apart and was still making new inventions all the time. Also, while the other crafters had been pushed out, that didn't mean they complained. A huge complex had been constructed immediately around the fort, and Jake saw that the courtyard that used to be filled with tents was now a bustling market. He even spotted a few large booths by traders who proudly advertised they were from Sanct Domo. They had some interesting and unique stuff, but nothing Jake cared about. Instead, he went straight for the center fort. There, he once more encountered two guards at the entrance. They both jumped a bit when he landed a few meters in front of the door, his large black dragon wings perhaps looking a bit unsettling. Luckily, one of the guards was once more an old soldier of the fort and just made a salute and opened the door. Jake felt a bit weird about that, as he had never been in the military or anything like that. You only salute others in the military, right? Inside the building itself, he could either go to the left or right or straight ahead. To the left was Arnold's workshop, but the first thing he did was to go straight ahead to look at something else equally interesting, the teleportation circle being built. Jake walked into a large circular room that had clearly been remodeled. It now had a dome-shaped ceiling with lots of small magic scripts on it, and in the middle was a large magic circle more than 6 meters across. While in the room, Jake felt the space affinity from everywhere, and the atmospheric mana was nearly entirely space mana. It actually felt a bit weird to be in the room. No one was there currently, and Jake could see things were still halfway done. Neil came by often and worked on it when not out with his party. It had actually been active for a time and had a corresponding magic circle back in Haven they used to transport goods, but Neil had moved that outside and begun remodeling the one in here. What they wanted right now was to possibly transport living things. He had to admit, it all looked very impressive, even if he didn't really understand it. Leaving the room once more, he finally went towards his real target and turned into the hallway towards Arnold's workshop. Even now, he could hear the sounds of what sounded like a welder from in there. Arnold didn't even notice Jake when he entered, as the man was too busy working. Jake saw him working on what looked like a 4-legged robot hound of some sort. That was at least the only name he could immediately get on. Besides that, he saw so many other constructs strewn about different kinds of gun-like weapons, what looked like pieces of armor, a lot of small orbs and balls of sorts, and generally just a huge bunch of small electrical devices. Jake could see he wasn't the only one who would have a real man cave, or man fort. In the room, there was one thing more than anything, and that was drones. Jake saw so damn many of them, and clearly, they saw him too. 5 of them took to the air the moment he entered and moved to protect Arnold, it seemed. The only thing it really did was make the man aware of Jake's presence as he turned around. "Ah, you're here. I need you to help make bombs." Jake was pretty sure he just got placed on some kind of watch list. Chapter 232, Nanolade. Jake was sure Arnold was just joking when he asked Jake to make bombs, especially with the deadpan delivery. It turns out the man was earnest, as he scurried over and picked up a box of tennis ball-sized metal orbs. He also spotted something on the table he recognized. It was a sword with pink-purple lines running through it, and on closer inspection, it indeed was one of the many swords he had experimented on and had transmuted with arcane conductivity. While he did remember handing some over to Miranda and Lillian for them to maybe break them down for parts again or find some other use, he hadn't known Arnold picked one up. Several, actually, as he saw a few more scattered across many different work tables. One could say a lot about Arnold, but organized sure wasn't one of them. Arnold walked up to Jake with the box of metal balls as he spoke. "I will need you to infuse that destructive type of mana you used to create the swords into these balls to now. Why would I do that?" Jake asked, raising an eyebrow. Miranda had told him that Arnold needed his help with something and had something he wanted to show Jake, which was why he decided to go. Yet the first response he got was to immediately be told to work without any context. "Oh," Arnold just said, looking confused. "These orbs are made to more easily absorb and integrate any mana affinity and store it till it is released in the form of an explosion. And of all the mana affinities I have seen, the one in the sword seemed to carry the most destructive potential. No, I mean, what's in it for me?" Jake clarified, now also looking a bit confused. "You can keep some." The man scratched his head after putting the box down, clearly not prepared for that question. Jake reckoned the guy had gotten used to just having the things he asked for, and he struck Jake as quite the one-track mind kind of guy. A bit like himself, actually. It made sense in some ways, as Arnold clearly was one of the most influential people in the fort, and he had even surpassed Philip in levels. Not by a little either, as the man was now in the D grade, something Jake hadn't seen coming. "Human LVL 101, fine, I'll look at it, but I want something else too." "Any idea where I can get a good sword or dagger?" Jake answered, only agreeing because he did want to try and mess with the balls a bit. I can make you one," Arnold said, scratching his head again as he scurried off to one of the shelves and took down a case as he explained. "Energy-based weapons seem to be the most efficient against most entities, but I have found that sometimes you do need a tool more suited for close combat and dealing with enemies with tough defenses, so I have worked on blades that can be attached." He opened the case, and inside, Jake saw 3 approximately 60 centimeters long blades, each black as night and looking incredibly thin. Jake used Identify on the first one and was surprised at the result. Carbon fiber nanoblade uncommon, an ultra-thin nanoblade made out of carbon fiber, making it both incredibly durable and sharp. The blade itself can cut most materials effortlessly, but has little to no effectiveness against magical wards or defenses. Due to the materials used, enchanting this blade is incredibly difficult. Requirements: LVL 80+ in any humanoid race. The rarity itself was surprising, but even more so was that these were just the blades, not the entire weapons. Jake knew from experience that if a good handle were made, it would be possible to make a rare sword. making him realize that Arnold was actually pretty damn talented. If him being D-grade wasn't enough, he couldn't help but ask as he stood there, "Say, have you been blessed by a god yet?" He exclaimed, tilting his head. "Ah yes, I got one when I evolved my profession last time. Quite frightening, those gods, not at all something I want to repeat any time soon. So, it's a new thing." Jake inquired, 56 days. "I did not bother with that perfect evolution thing. I cannot see any value in delaying my work for a few more stats. I did not have any immediate field tests planned, so waiting for my class to evolve simply wasn't worth it," he explained. Quite reasonably, in Jake's opinion. Arnold clearly cared far more about his profession than his class, even if his class was also at a relatively high level. Jake also realized that Arnold had evolved his profession before Jake had evolved himself, making him feel a bit weird. Though let's be fair, he could have evolved his class way before anyone on Earth if he didn't care about alchemy. "I see," Jake answered with a nod. "If you can make a weapon using these blades, I am sure we can figure something out. Shouldn't be an issue. I have some handles already, but I will need to modify them a bit. They weren't made for human hands." "Were you trying to make sword-wielding robots?" Jake couldn't help but a bit jokingly. "Naturally," he answered with the same somber deadpan expression. "Sword-wielding robots are awesome." Jake just nodded slowly, having severe issues determining if Arnold was joking or not, because by all accounts he looked serious. "All right, deal, so I just need to infuse these orbs with my arcane affinity and make them into bombs." Arcane affinity, not the name I would have given it. "But yes, that destructive variant, and please inject it till the pin is fully inserted into the orb and then stop," he explained, showing Jake a small pin with a ring on the end. "This is 100% just a grenade." "Got it," he answered as the two of them split up and got to work. Was it an entirely fair trade that Jake would get a weapon for infusing some orbs with mana? Probably not, but Arnold seemed perfectly fine with it. Jake went over to a table with the box, took one of the orbs up, and observed it. A Lu-absorbent metal sphere, common, a sphere made of a composite metal by an extremely talented craftsman. Due to the materials used, this sphere has incredibly high conductivity and can effortlessly absorb and store most types of mana affinities. Once the orb has absorbed enough mana, the trigger pin will be fully inserted. Pulling the pin will release all the stored mana at once after a slight charge. 0%. He didn't hesitate to begin inserting his destructive arcane mana into the first one. He didn't use Touch of the Malefic Viper as he didn't aim to transmute it, and knew doing so would likely ruin the orb or make it quasi-soulbound like everything else. Arnold only needed the mana, nothing more. After half a minute, he was amazed to see that the metal sphere kept absorbing mana. He was already 1,000 deep. A minute later, he frowned as he had now infused 3,000 mana, and was afraid something would go wrong if he kept going. Just as he considered stopping, he heard a click as the pin was now fully inserted. Jake held up the orb that just looked like a near-perfect round sphere with the pin sticking out the top. It had a bit of a purple tinge now, but otherwise it looked the same as before. The description had only changed the charge meter from 0% to 100%. 3,800 mana was what it took to charge a single orb. Jake saw dozens of orbs in the box and knew he had a task ahead of him as he got to work, Arnold tinkering in the background. Jake once more stepped through the plains, a smile on his lips as he thought about the loot. He had hoped for a rare rarity blade, but that hadn't happened. It wasn't all bad, though, as the weapon was a lot better than before. Nanoblade sword uncommon. The blade is an ultra-thin nanoblade made out of carbon fiber, making it both incredibly durable and sharp. The blade itself can cut most materials effortlessly, but has little to no effectiveness against magical wards or defenses. The blade itself has little to no mana conductivity. Infusing mana into the handle will automatically coat the blade's edge in mana. Enchantment modeled coating requirements. LVL 100+ in any humanoid race now. The description hadn't changed much, but what had changed was the level requirement. The blade was now officially a D-grade weapon, and Arnold had said he gave it one final round of tempering before it was put together. The handle had the same enchant as the one the man had wanted for his robots, so it wasn't that useful to Jake, as he already knew how to coat his weapons in mana. He could see it being effective for a robot, though. Jake was interested in Arnold's class and profession, but didn't stay back to ask him about details. He didn't ask what god blessed him either. Arnold just said it was one related to making machines. He had also gotten 10 of the orbs, only on the promise that he would share their effectiveness when he got back. Jake had spent nearly an entire day at the man's place infusing them, and only getting 10 did sting a bit. Oh, and it wasn't like he took a lot either, as it turned out that Arnold didn't just have one box but 6. Yes, Jake went through a lot of mana potions. The 130 kilometers back to Haven from the fort were crossed even more swiftly on his return trip. He could take several steps a second easily, though he couldn't make running steps. It was closer to power walking. It took quite a bit of concentration to use the skill consecutively like that. Also, he didn't exactly make himself go faster by putting his hands behind his back and trying to look like a mysterious old master either. The skill required one to walk when making consecutive steps, though there was some leeway in what exactly counts as walking. He made it back in less than 20 minutes. Jake could have gone faster for sure, but he found it more important to further improve his familiarity with one-step mile after reaching D grade. Jake took flight when he got close and flew over the city directly to his valley. There, everything looked just as usual, making Jake a bit surprised as Hank should have started doing stuff by now. But as he got closer, his sphere picked up that there were indeed things happening below the lodge. Hank and 4 other men were down there, and what he saw was just damn weird. One of the men touched the ground, and a deep hole already being made got deeper before large parts were dragged upwards, and another of the man waved his hand and directed hundreds of kilos, if not tons of soil and stone into a weird-looking cross between a bag and a trash can. Jake considered if he should go talk to them. Usually, he would avoid it, but he decided not to act as antisocial, as he normally would, but check in on the construction. He entered the cellar with a smile, one no one could see as he wore his mask, and greeted them. "Hello there, how are things going?" he asked in a casual tone, trying to be friendly. All the men, including Hank, turned around, and a few of them yelped when they saw him. Hank didn't heed it but answered, "Swimmingly, we are already over 100 meters down now, and based on our estimates, we can begin forming the cave after 30. That is a bit further down than expected," Jake admitted as he frowned. "Will the pylon be able to reach down that far? I had Miranda check it, and there are no issues. In fact, the cavern with the dungeon is already under the influence of the pylon. The aura it gives off is blocked by solid objects such as soil, but it can enter through that when there is an opening. It doesn't go as far up or down as sideways, but Miranda said that is largely due to her own actions. She has chosen to focus all her energy on encompassing the fort as soon as possible. It's a waste they're not getting the pylon bonuses right now, and Miranda isn't getting anything either from their presence," Hank answered as he explained. Thanks for the update," Jake answered and took out a small bag of potions. "Take these and keep up the good work. I am going dungeon diving now." "All right, be careful. Hopefully things will be mostly done by the time you return, depending on how long you take." "No worries if it isn't, I am not in that much of a rush," Jake said, waving it off. "Oh, final thing, saw the time tree up there. It would be best if you station someone close by to keep an eye on it and pick any banana that ripens and eat it right away. 3 agility per banana eaten. Do make sure it is someone who needs the stats though." "Sure," Hank answered, a bit confused. "Bananas don't grow on trees," another worker mumbled, Jake completely ignoring him. With that done, Jake didn't have anything more on his bucket list as he went down the cave and into the once-a-biodome cavern. He jumped down the hole and onto the platform as the message appeared. "Dungeon. Undergrowth of the Deep Dwellers requirements to enter. D-grade requirements to enter met warning. Only 5 challengers are allowed per party attempting the dungeon. Enter dungeon." YN Jake only briefly considered that much of the bonus information and warnings in the tutorial days were gone. Well, it was a tutorial, wasn't it? Without further ado, he accepted and was swept away to his first dungeon since the tutorial, with a whoosh. She did a wishar, and the bad beast was cut into pieces by her awesome blades of wind. They weren't as good as Dad's, but they were still super-duper strong. Mom didn't do wind as good as her and Dad, but she did big beams though. And she made big monsters appear to beat the bad guys. That was also pretty cool. Sylphie was flying through the forest as she fought the bad guys. They looked a bit like Uncle but had a lot more hair and tails, and they kept jumping around between the trees using their tails or throwing stuff. She wondered how Uncle would look with a tail. She didn't like it. A bit more hair would be okay though, especially on the head. Hair was a lot fluffier than feathers. She heard from the side as Mom flew over and told her to follow them further into the forest. Sylphie wasn't allowed to beat the bad guys with 3 tails. Only Mom and Dad could fight those, so she would just blow away the other ones. Beating those wasn't that hard, even if they were a bit higher level. They were just weak, and her super winds were super strong, and the stupid beasts were too slow ever to hit her when they threw stuff, and their silly heavy thing didn't work against her green shield. Green shield was super great. Dad had also told her that Uncle had already been in the area before and killed the boss of the bad guys. Dad kept saying that Uncle was super strong, but Sylphie wasn't sure. Uncle only ever sat on his butt and played with his weird pot, so how could he be super strong? Only his smelly pot was really strong. Maybe he threw the smelly pot at the bad guy boss. Sylphie did feel that Uncle was a bit strong himself, but compared to Mom and Dad, Mom and Dad were super much stronger. But it was okay because Sylphie could always protect Uncle so he could play with his smelly pot as much as he wanted. Sylphie was super kind like that. Chapter 233, Evil Incarnate. You have entered the dungeon, Undergrowth of the Deep Dwellers objective. Lay your hand upon the heart of the Undergrowth. Jake came to and opened his eyes just as the message appeared. He quickly skimmed it and frowned. This was the first time he entered a non-challenge dungeon, and it didn't tell him just to go kill a big boss. Instead, he had to touch some heart. He assumed it was a figurative thing, but with magic, he could totally see some massive beating mushroom or plant heart being a thing. He found himself within a small damp cave, and outside he could see a vast underground cavern sprawl out before him. Walking out of the small cave, he finally saw the landscape, because it was truly a landscape. The entire cavern looked to have a width of at least 10 kilometers and a length that spanned longer than he could even see. A constant damp mist hung everywhere, making even his insane level of perception unable to see all the way to the other end. Jake found the biome quite interesting. There were many different kinds of mushrooms and fungi and many other types of plants, including some full-on trees that looked like pine trees. It was very densely grown and reminded Jake a bit about the biodome the indigo fungus had created, albeit with far more growth. Sense of the malefic viper helped him feel the many different affinities permeating the atmospheric mana, and he found the life affinity to be by far the most overpowering. Next up was the water affinity, as the humidity of the entire cavern was at a level where he feared mold growing on his cloak. Besides that, there was plenty of dark affinity, as the cavern didn't have any proper lighting at all. Besides a few glowing mushrooms or the occasional shifting light in the distance, there was nothing else. Luckily for Jake, he didn't really need natural light to see anymore, and the darkness caused by the dark affinity wasn't an issue either. So far, he hadn't seen any living things, and his sphere hadn't picked up any movement, even more than 300 meters in front of him. At least he didn't right away, but soon he saw movement. It was only when he exited the cavern, where the door to exit the dungeon still stood, that these creatures seemed to be aware he was there. Yes, there was a door to exit for some reason, even if he had entered through a big metal disc. The system seemed to have taken a liking to old wooden doors, and Jake wasn't going to waste energy trying to find out why. Focusing on his sphere, he zoned in on the movement and saw what it was. It looked like a crunched-over humanoid figure with long bat-like ears and a mouth full of sharp teeth. It didn't have any eyes, but instead had what looked like two oversized nostril holes. It looked pretty bizarre, to be sure. The entire creature was incredibly skinny and wore a loincloth and carried a wooden spear. Its movements were fast, and Jake saw the nostrils move as he became certain it knew he was there. Finally, he used Identify on it. Deep Dweller LVL-109, the Deep Dweller, as it was called, the dungeon's name now suddenly making a lot more sense, made a weird movement as it raised its head and opened its mouth. Jake heard an almost inaudible sound that seemed to spread far and wide from the Deep Dweller. He felt the mana spread through the air along with the sound, and it didn't take a genius to put together what it had done. It was a call for assistance or perhaps a warning call. In either case, it led to even more movement in the distance. He cracked his neck from side to side as he prepared. His foes did look partly humanoid, but he didn't feel a very high level of intellect from them. Sure, they could use tools in a very basic way, but so could pre-system chimpanzees when taught. No, more than anything else, he trusted his own intuition. These deep dwellers were monsters through and through. His assessment only proved more true as more began pouring out. Some of them didn't even wear any clothes at all but were entirely naked. This variant was far bulkier and looked a lot stronger. Instead of the rather human-like hands that the first deep dweller had, this one had 4 long sharp claws instead of 4 fingers. As for its level, it was actually lower than the first one. Deep Dweller LVL-104, not that it mattered, as they were all so damn low level, in Jake's opinion. So low he wouldn't even gain any experience by killing them, so he wouldn't unless he felt he needed to. Jake walked forwards as he let his aura rip. He didn't bother even making an attempt at stealth. Instead, he would move forward till he met something worth fighting. He hoped that the dungeon wasn't made for a level lower than him, but that it got more difficult the further in he went. From talks with Villy, he knew dungeons could come in many forms. Some of them were super short, like the Badger's Den, and others were practically their own small world. This one at least didn't look that small, and he knew that the larger a dungeon was, the larger level disparity there usually was. The Deep Dwellers didn't react well to Jake ignoring them, but hissed as he got closer with the brute running straight for him, its sharp claws raised. It had 3 more comrades now, 2 with spears and 1 who wore an old tattered robe. Only the brute was stupid enough to attack. "You sure you want to do that, buddy?" Jake asked as he looked at the Deep Dweller. Gaze of the Apex Hunter activated, and the big Deep Dweller froze up for a second, stumbled a few more steps, and fell down to the ground with foam frothing at its mouth, knocked unconscious. A bit more effective than I anticipated, but I guess it did the job. Jake thought as he saw the 3 Deep Dwellers, who looked at him, bolt away into the undergrowth. He had decided to call the weird mixed biome of mushrooms, trees, and bushes the undergrowth, as that the dungeon was called. Just as he was about to run further in, the big Deep Dweller sprung up, looking confused around before it saw Jake. It screeched, and he was prepared to kill it if it was stupid enough to attack again. Instead, it ran directly away from him, in the direction he was heading. With a chuckle, Jake decided to have some fun as he followed, much to the dismay of the Deep Dweller. It kept making hissing and screeching sounds as he followed it, Jake primarily wondering how it even detected him being on its trail. As it didn't have eyes, he assumed it used some other sensory organ. He had already noted the large ears, which made him assume they had excellent hearing, and the nostrils also indicated a great sense of smell. Besides that, he assumed they had some mana sense, as most monsters tended to have that. Jake had learned such a sense had as much to do with sensing enemies and prey as it had with finding natural treasures. It was a part of the basic toolkit for pretty much all monsters, which was likely also why his stealth skill included hiding from mana sense in one of the earliest upgrades. Anyway, his friendly trip with the scared shitless Deep Dweller didn't end up taking that long. They were both fast, so 12 kilometers had been crossed in a jiffy. Jake didn't know if it was due to the stupidity of the big Deep Dweller or not, but it had decided to lead him straight to a village of sorts. Quite a few of these Deep Dwellers, he noted. He counted around 100 in the village, and he began identifying them to get a general feel for their levels using his sphere. 104, 106, 103, 110, none of them were worth his time. At least he hadn't thought so till he inspected those in the largest tent. There 4 Deep Dwellers in robes sat around a goddamn mushroom and looked to be in meditation. Not only that, when he identified them, he saw true horror. Deep Dweller Fungalmancer, LVL 131, Deep Dweller Fungalmancer, LVL 125, Deep Dweller Fungalmancer, LVL 126, Deep Dweller Fungalmancer, LVL 134. Jake was a person who didn't believe in objective moralism. He didn't believe anything was inherently good or evil, but knew those were definitions created by society. For those who studied social sciences or read a few too many blogs, good and evil would be referred to as social constructs. This is to say, good or evil were 100% subjective terms, yet today he was swayed in that belief. Mushrooms were according to him evil. Villy liked mushrooms, but at least he liked to eat them. But these Deep Dwellers, these monsters, they didn't just eat mushrooms. They didn't only control them as tools, they lived in synergy with them. The Fungalmancer's cloaks weren't there just to cover their bare skin, but cover the many fungi growing all over their bodies. They were living incubators of evil, abominations, a mix between Deep Dweller and fungus. Jake knew it was his job, nay, responsibility, to purge this objective evil from the world. Jake would not strike from the darkness this time. No, he would walk in and crush them in his malefic crusade. Also, it would be a bit hard to sneak in with the panicking Deep Dweller storming into the village, making loud screeching sounds, and putting the entire settlement on edge with all its ruckus. The Fungalmancers reacted as they got up from their meditation and began heading outside to see what was going on. Jake just walked straight in, not caring as the Deep Dwellers mobilized themselves. He would have expected more intelligent creatures to set up a perimeter, but these monsters weren't that smart. They just charged out of the village towards Jake. Most of them were of the big clawed variant or the ones with spears, but he did also see a few with slings wearing cloaks. It was a bit weird to see degrades that he still equated with powerful look so primitive, but they were truly degrade and he could feel they were strong, just far from strong enough. Before, Jake had wanted to show mercy, but no more. They were mushroom-loving monsters. Also, he reflected that not wanting to kill dungeon creatures didn't make much sense. In the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't matter. All that mattered was if he wanted to kill them or not, and while they wouldn't give him experience, killing them would give him a feeling of having made the world a slightly better place. A blade appeared in each of his hands, one a scimitar that was already hungering, and the other a thin long blade with a simple sheath. These heathens did not deserve the mercy of his bow. Instead, they would die by the sword. The first one who reached him was a spear-wielding Deep Dweller. It didn't attack right away but seemed hesitant. Jake didn't bother striking it down but instead waited as the second arrival come. This one was one of the big brutes, and it didn't have the same sense of self-preservation. His scimitar flew up, the edge already covered in a purple sheen of arcane energy. The extended claw aiming for his head was cut in two as the blade dug deep into the flesh of the Deep Dweller, nearly cutting it entirely in two. Not that it mattered as the other blade flew up, mana already coating and extending its edge as he decapitated the degrade in a swift slash, the nano blade cutting through the neck like nothing. The blade was sharp as hell, that's for sure. The Deep Dweller didn't die right away but stumbled a bit, its one remaining claw swiping the air as the headless monster swayed back and forth until it finally fell to the ground, the notification coming a moment later. You have slain Deep Dweller LVL 101. Jake hadn't moved, and after the kill, neither did the Deep Dwellers. His swift execution of their comrade made even the bigger versions of the Deep Dwellers hesitate as they stayed back. That was until the true harbingers of evil arrived. The 4 Fungalmancers walked towards Jake. The Deep Dwellers ranged in height from around 150 centimeters to the big ones at around 2.5 meters. The Fungalmancers were all far bigger than that, towering over everything else at nearly 4 meters each. The biggest of them snarled and made a hissing sound, making all the Deep Dwellers freeze up. A few of the closest to Jake reluctantly moved forward as 4 more Deep Dwellers charged towards him. You have slain Deep Dweller LVL 105. You have slain Deep Dweller LVL 107. You have slain Deep Dweller LVL 109. You have slain Deep Dweller LVL 105. Stop fucking around, Jake said after swiftly executing the 4 of them. They were only about as strong as the monkeys individually, Aka far too weak to pose any true threat to him. For him to kill a monster below his own level was just too easy. Unless they had some insane variant race or were a unique life form, he didn't see himself losing. He doubted the Fungalmancers understood his taunt, but they did understand his strength and his unabashed killing intent. Seemingly aware they could no longer hold back, they made their move. All 4 of them threw off their cloaks as their disgusting bodies were revealed. Small mushrooms were growing straight out of their flesh, mold, and other types of fungi covered nearly every inch, making them look half-rotten. One of the Fungalmancers placed its palms on the ground and stuck its fingers in as Jake felt the mana in the area come alive. Another one began sinking into the ground, while a third howled as Jake, with his high perception, saw it exhale millions of small spores all over the area. The final Fungalmancer did the most surprising thing as it took out a small crystal and ate it. The spores released weren't aimed at Jake, but all of the Deep Dwellers standing hesitantly back. Jake saw it touch their bodies, and it was as if something awakened within them. Mold began growing on their bodies, and Jake felt their auras spike as an extreme level of life affinity energy was emitted from every last one of them. As a single entity, they attacked, and all hesitation was now gone. Mindlessly, the Deep Dwellers tried to stab him with spears or claw him to death, and even the ones who held slings tossed them aside as they attacked with their bare hands. Jake couldn't help but smirk as he moved. He completely ignored the over 100 crazed Deep Dwellers, but headed straight for the Fungalmancers. Wings appeared on his back as the blood within burned with his first wing flap, taking him towards the manipulators of evil toxic mist in his wake. He had aimed his blade at the one who had exhaled earlier, but just as the nano blade descended, several vines sprung up to defend it, and a hand nearly the size of Jake's entire upper body moved to block. Several vines were cut, and the nano blade got halfway through the hand as he looked at the creature it had come from. He glanced at the Fungalmancer that had eaten the crystal and was now midway through quite the transformation. Only its one arm had been affected so far, but massive cancerous growths with mold and fungi growing from them popped up all over its body as it grew in size, adding tens of centimeters every second, making it into a hulking abomination. Jake would expect nothing less from a creature that dared call itself a Fungalmancer. He was actually a bit glad. He could not only purge the world of evil, but possibly also get some good fights out of this dungeon. Chapter 234, Questionable Choices. Jake bent his back as he avoided a wooden spear trying to impale him from behind, and in a spinning motion, cut the Deep Dweller that attacked him in two with his scimitar. The kill didn't even make any of the other Deep Dwellers hesitate as they came bearing down on him. He released a wave of arcane mana with a scoff, pushing back the closest Deep Dwellers as he once more turned to kill the Fungalmancers. The hulking abomination Fungalmancer attacked him in response, its figure now nearly 8 meters tall with its arms even longer than its entire body was high. They looked more like long vines with hands attached to their ends. Jake dove under the first swipe and cut into the arm with both his blades as he ran alongside it. The Fungalmancer hissed in response and tried to squash him with its other hand, but the hunter was too fast as he jumped and went straight for the head. 4 large vines sprung up from the ground, but Jake had already seen them coming in his sphere and used Shadow Vault to move forward just a little bit faster to dodge them. It was a skill he didn't use that often, and he quickly remembered why as he felt his mana and stamina drain significantly. It used more based on how strong his body was as far as he could tell, and he even took note that the spores in the air needed to be faded through, only increasing cost further. But it got the job done, as Jake was free from interference. He stabbed his sword down towards the forehead of the Fungalmancer, or well, at least where he expected the forehead to be. It was so mutated with cancerous growth and fungi, it was hard to recognize the hulking form as even remotely humanoid. The sword penetrated straight into the head of the Fungalmancer, sinking into the hilt without any issue. Jake frowned as it felt wrong, and the movements of the abomination appeared unaffected, forcing Jake to withdraw his blade and jump back. On the way, he saw the wound close up at a visible rate. Is it natural vitality or life magic of some kind? He questioned himself as he jumped to the side, avoiding another round of attacks. The small army of Deep Dwellers was getting a bit annoying, but he would rather just kill the Fungalmancers. Also, it was an enjoyable new experience to fight while at the same time being hounded by a group of weaker enemies. Well, they would die eventually anyway. They bathed in his poison mist even now. With the hulking monstrosity a bit too annoying to kill, he moved to the 3 others first. Well, 2 others, as one had sunk into the ground. Jake did see the guy sitting a good 100 meters below, as he was the one who manipulated all those vines. The two he could target were the spore spewer and the one with its hands in the ground, the one who seemed to slowly infuse the ground with life affinity mana. Was it strengthening them? Some kind of long-term ritual? Well, he would love to find out, so he went for the spore spewer first. It had yet to stop spewing them out, and Jake could see why. The entourage of weaker deep dwellers got stronger by the second as more and more growths appeared on their bodies from the spores. Their plan had likely been for the vine guy and the big guy to keep Jake occupied, while two of them powered up and overwhelmed him with the army. Sadly for them, they were thoroughly outmatched. Jake stepped through space and appeared right before the spore spewer. It was the first time he had used one step mile in the fight, taking them all by complete surprise. The nanoblade was horizontally swept as he cut the fungalmancer deeply in its abdomen. Before striking again, he jumped to the side, avoiding an incoming assault of vines, and attacked with the sword. This time he managed to cut off an arm as the fungalmancer tried to block in vain. The monster spewed out even more spores towards Jake as retaliation, and he felt them invade his entire body and take root on his skin. He felt the fungi dig into him and begin to consume his blood and the vital energy in his body. It felt unpleasant, and he even felt that the spores carried a slight paralyzing poison, one that naturally didn't have any effect. Drink up, he smiled as his blood turned toxic. All the spores withered instantly and turned to dust, and the fungalmancer only had time to flash its nostrils in surprise before Jake landed a finishing blow. His blade burned with dark and arcane mana as he stabbed the monster right in the mouth. You have slain Deep Dweller Fungalmancer, LVL 126. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level 1 down. Jake stepped forward and teleported back as he avoided another attack of vines. He turned his attention to the hulking guy as he didn't want to deal with the one infusing energy into the ground. It was guarded by over a dozen deep dwellers functioning as living walls, but even then it would be the easier kill. The issue was, he really wanted to see what it was trying to do. The monstrosity attacked him as he ran for it again, making simple and heavily telegraphed attacks. Each of its blows tore up the ground, and he had to admit that getting hit directly would hurt, if it could hit him. Once more, he cut into its arm and danced around it, slicing and dicing its body. Each cut was incredibly deep and made pus and blood spew out, yet the hulking fungalmancer seemed unaffected as the wounds healed at a visible rate. He also noted that the blood and pus that spewed out was coated in spores, meaning even its bodily fluids were now weapons. Jake did notice how fragile its entire body seemed and frowned a bit at how annoying it was to put down. He decided to get just a tiny bit more serious as he jumped back and summoned a bottle. It contained common rarity necrotic poison that he had made during his practice to make the uncommon rarity version, which meant it was topped. He didn't want to waste his precious uncommon rarity poison on these fungalmancers. He had a lot of dungeon to go, after all. After coating both blades while dodging the deep dwellers and vine attacks, he moved in to attack the monstrosity once more. All of his sword cuts from before had already healed, but he had a feeling the next wounds wouldn't be fixed as easily. His blades tore into it, and this time it didn't go as before as it failed to heal. The wounds blackened and decayed as the hulking abomination screamed in pain, while the poisoned swords dug into it again and again. Jake could feel the constant fight between his poison and the life energy of the fungalmancer. It tried to hold on, but Jake went in for the finishing blow. Dodging yet another round of annoying vines, he stabbed the blades deeply into the abomination and quickly placed both palms on it as Touch of the Malefic Viper activated. The poison spread from his touch, invading every inch of it and further amplifying the necrotic poison. It didn't even have time to move before Jake was done and dodged back again to avoid another vine attack, two dark green handprints remaining behind as it collapsed dead to the ground. Then, with a wave of his hands, the swords flew out of the corpse and into his hands. With the big guy down, only two remained. The one with its hands on the ground huffed a bit more with its nose holes, and Jake assumed it was stressed or scared. Unfortunately, it was a bit hard to tell as they weren't exactly the most human-looking creatures. Jake wondered how he should kill the one hiding so deep underground. He didn't have any effective attack that could go down there, except maybe forming beams of arcane mana or something. Could he even do that? He thought about these things as he elegantly dodged all the deep dwellers attacking him to keep him busy, not caring that much about them at all. Their weapons of choice were even coated with venom, he had come to learn, making him care even less. The spears and claws were all covered in some mushroom venom, and while Jake was a bit surprised he hadn't felt it with sense of the Malefic Viper, he just wrote that up to the venom being parts of their bodies or something. With little effort, he cut down the deep dwellers one by one as he waited for the grand finale. He could now feel that the life affinity in the air had grown to an extreme level, and he felt it was soon time. Finally, it happened. The fungalmancer did what he assumed was a cheerful smile as it made one last push. A green explosion of mana came out of it, washing over all the deep dwellers and Jake alike. At the same time, he saw the fungalmancer begin sinking into the ground like its comrade, making him frown for a moment. But he didn't have time to address it here and now. The green wave wasn't aimed to damage Jake, at least not directly. A bit of mold had grown on his shitty cloak, and he saw the fungi begin to glow green as it absorbed the green energy. The same happened to all the moss-covered deep dwellers that surrounded him as they all pounced. And for the first time today, Jake felt his sense of danger give a noteworthy response. Oh, I guess I should have seen that coming, Jake thought as the intensity of the green light they all gave off intensify. He barely had time to save the cloak by burning the fungi off with arcane mana and throw it in his storage before the attack came. Well shit, in the final moment, he covered his body in scales and summoned a bubble of arcane mana around him as he knelt down and covered his head with his arms. Fucking mushrooms. Boom. An entire area of several kilometers in diameter exploded in an intense green light that sought to destroy everything and leveled an entire section of the dungeon Jake smack in the Sanctomo had been busier than ever since the World Congress, and like most other cities and factions, they had begun a push to have as many degrades as possible available for the treasure hunt. Of course, Jacob and the rest of the leaders were fully aware that the strongest participants would obtain the best rewards, but that didn't mean numbers were useless. Especially as the system had dropped hints that the event wouldn't just be a pure death game, but one that could be pulled out of when one's life was in danger. Jacob sat in his small office and went over some reports of possible prospects and had hundreds of pages flying all around him. Mana control had never come easy for him, but had gotten a bit easier after reaching D-grade. It had taken many weeks of practice, but in the end, he had finally gotten a good grasp of it. The papers were of people determined to have the potential to reach D-grade within the next 2 months to attend the treasure hunt. He did this every day as he liked to know the names and identities of the future elite of the city, and sometimes he even got lucky and got a revelation when he saw a specific person. One of the papers caught his eye, a blacksmith, when he recognized. It was one of many he hadn't talked to in a long time, and the last time they spoke, he had been stuck at level 68, and Jacob had advised him to go into teaching. Jacob smiled. He had failed to break through back then because he was too stuck in his own old-world ways. With 40 years of experience, he had heavily ingrained habits, and he had his own way of doing things and wasn't that open to change. He thought he was already as good as he could get, and that had held him back. Jacob had thus advised him to give up, so that he could start over. He evolved his profession a week ago, Jacob could see. When he had given up and gone into teaching, he had seen things he had never even considering doing before, and in his attempt to teach better, he had found inspiration and broken through. His mindset had changed, and his barrier overcome. Now he was open to improvement, no longer set in his old ways, but still with 4 decades of experience to pull from. He had transformed from someone who likely wouldn't ever level again in his life to an elite prospect with an assured path to degrade, if not beyond. That was one part Jacob disliked about being an augur. He couldn't just tell people what to do if he wanted the best result. The records from figuring things out and experiencing enlightenment were worth infinitely more than just being told what one should do. This meant that Jacob sometimes had to be a bit roundabout and couldn't directly tell people. He could only set them on a better path. They would have to walk it independently. Jacob had done so many times, and he remembered every single one like it was yesterday. It was his calling to lead people towards their most ideal fate, after all. Of the people he had done it with, some had more sure paths than others, and some he did were borderline pure gambles. One of those examples was a certain space mage he had just seen again for the first time during the World Congress. Neil was his name, and Jacob had sent him and his comrades towards Haven so long ago. That one had been a bit selfish. As a whole, Jacob and the Holy Church had a strong ambition to establish a teleportation network on Earth quickly so they could unite their many cities and more promptly make diplomatic relations. Jacob knew Neil was incredibly talented when it came to space magic formations and teleportation back then, so he sent him towards his old friend to make sure he had a space mage in his city. Did Jacob know it would work? No. What could he predict related to Haven? Nothing at all. Jake's mere presence as the city owner blocked all that. Yet Jacob had chosen to have faith. Sometimes that was all he could have. Jake himself was a black hole when it came to fate, and he screwed everything he was related to divination-wise. Jacob hadn't even known Neil was in Haven till the World Congress began, though he had heard reports of Haven having a space mage. In some ways it was a bit exciting, and in others absolutely terrifying. Jacob was just glad that Jake was his friend. He knew he was, not due to magic or divination or whatever, but because he trusted his own judgment of character. Sometimes even more than he trusted fate itself. He still remembered his experience in the tutorial. It had been the most painful and hardest thing he had ever done, and he knew it made him look like the bad guy as he had essentially herded his own comrades towards their deaths while lying to them. But it truly had been the best choice at the time in his mind. As an augur, he was to realize fate, and killing William would have gone against that. Jacob realized his choice not to kill him that day had as much to do with him somehow following fate's plan as it had him being merciful. Those two together somehow pushed him over the edge to qualify as an augur, even if he still wasn't sure if that should really be enough. He had decided to just not think about it. Back in the tutorial, he had lied to them and given them hope for them to keep pushing themselves. To keep leveling and keep getting race levels for one goal only, reach E grade before William awakened, and he had succeeded with every single one of them. The reason for that was simple. That would allow them to live longer. A soul's absolute maximum lifespan was determined by grade due to the qualitative change a race evolution brought. When a soul was sent to the Hololand, it would exist as a holy spirit for the maximum lifespan possible of their grade. Him having gotten them to E grade had bought all of them hundreds of years worth of lifespan, yet he could not tell them that is what he did till the last day, so he had to make them hold onto a false hope to keep them progressing. It had made him feel like shit, but the result was truly the best it could have been, except perhaps having had Jake interfere. But that fate was not one he had seen or even been aware of then, perhaps his biggest regret. While a holy spirit did live as a human did, they still had the same form and everything. They did have the fatal flaw of never being able to leave the Hololand. They also could never level. It was just a place to live out their lives. It was one of the big pulls of the Holy Church. Anyone blessed or even baptized could go to the Hololand and live out the rest of their maximum lifespan in the Hololand. This was even worth it for those who died a natural death, as the maximum lifespan of a grade was something few races ever reached, save for a few such as the undead, yet another reason the Holy Church didn't like them. All in all, Jacob tried his best, he truly did. He wanted what was best for everyone and for people to be the best they can be. He didn't like that sometimes the individual would have to suffer for the masses, or the masses suffer for one extraordinary individual, so he tried to go for win-wins whenever possible. But sometimes that wasn't possible. This was one reason William had to be left alive. He was too important to kill. His fate was too grand to stomp out just to save the lives of a few dozen humans who would likely never reach D grade, no matter how harsh that sounds. Things had worked out this time with the Smith, but he couldn't expect it to always go well like with William. He could only do his best and believe in others. Thus was the fate of an augur of hope. Chapter 235, Golden Mushroom. One can have too much of a good thing. Something that would usually be highly beneficial could become unstable and even destructive in too large amounts or too high a concentration. Life energy was no exception. The deep dwellers were infused with so much life their entire bodies couldn't take it anymore, and all had to be released. This resulted in the explosion that infused everything caught in it with so much life it died, only to rise again. The massive area infected by the explosion suddenly sprung to life once more, with massive plants and mushrooms growing rapidly. The only ones that didn't rise were the deep dwellers, who had been the cause of the explosion. Their lives had been fuel for growth, as the life energy had to come from somewhere. Yet this growth would only be temporary. A single cycle before the innate life energy in the entire area was used up, and it would take years for it to return to a stable state once more. It was a sacrifice the Fungalmancers had been willing to make to strike down the invader. But once more, they had been under a severe misunderstanding. The suicide attack was undoubtedly powerful and could kill most early degrades without any issues. At a minimum, it would leave them crippled from the overflow of life energy and make their own bodies turn against them. An influx of too much vital energy was incredibly dangerous, as Jake had already experienced before during the challenge dungeon when he consumed his amalgamation. The energy back then had even been neutral and not actively seeking to harm with. This time he was struck with life mana actively seeking to end him, but such a thing was easier said than done. In the middle of the huge area that was currently experiencing explosive growth, a single area stood unaffected. A single figure was kneeling on the ground, covered in dark green scales. Blood flowed from the tiny gaps between the scales as Jake gritted his teeth and stood up. A pink-purple current ran across his body as any small, annoying growths were instantly eliminated. More noteworthy was the blade sticking out of his chest. The scimitar glowed in an almost cheerful red light as it drank the foreign life energy from its owner. Standing up, Jake observed the area in his sphere as he noted the peculiar effects of the explosion. Should have learned to focus the effect a bit more, he chuckled, shaking his head. See, this was why big fancy explosions weren't always the best way to go. So much life energy is wasted by simply soaking into the ground and leading to growth instead of harming Jake. Now, if one really wanted the best effect of big explosions, the best way would be to make stuff explode from within the target. Jake was certain the king would agree. This entire ordeal was actually a bit reminiscent of back then. It even included the entire contaminated area and stuff like that, except for one big difference. The explosion back then had been even more powerful. How the fuck the king had survived it to keep fighting was a testament to his durability. Jake had only survived back then because his energy was the source of the explosion, and all he was hit by was the impact and nothing more. That was also after the vast majority had been focused within the king, and the energy back then was also far more focused in the immediate area around the king. He survived the explosion this time because he was simply too durable for such a thing to take him down. Between his arcane barrier, scales of the malefic viper, and his subsequent application of arcane mana to destroy any mana getting too close, he eliminated the vast majority of energy. What he failed to stop, he had the scimitar of cursed hunger absorb. Granted, stabbing yourself in the gut to absorb overflowing life energy wasn't the optimal choice, but it was better than dealing with tumors. Jake hadn't handled the fight as well as he could, but he believed it was still a valuable experience in the long run. He had just started the dungeon, so learning what enemies he would meet were capable of was beneficial. Also, it was a new experience for sure. While Jake had tried to be supercharged with life energy before, it had never been by a foreign antagonistic type that held clear intent to kill him. Now, Jake only had one issue remaining: those fungal-loving fuckers hiding below. "Either you come up or I make you come up," Jake said. Could he ignore them and lose nearly nothing? Sure he could, but he wouldn't. Justice had to be carried out after all. Jake resummoned his wings. They had been destroyed in the explosion earlier as he couldn't adequately protect them, and took to the air. On his way up, he summoned his bow. He didn't fly up very high to keep both fungalmancers within his sphere. They were just sitting down there, 100 meters below the ground. Neither of them had even tried to attack, making Jake wonder if they were even able to. Maybe they could no longer see him. Well, they could never see him, but they could still detect him somehow. Jake summoned an explosive arcane arrow and knocked it. He didn't bother using power shot, but just shot it down and watched it explode. It made a big hole, and a moment later, another arrow fell, followed by another, and this continued as Jake rapid-fired arrows of pure destruction. Like a jackhammer or jakehammer, if you will, of arcane destruction, he dug. The two fungalmancers were still unmoving below. The ground was hard due to mana and the earth affinity mana within, making it even more dense and solid, but he would be able to dig all the way down with enough time. When he was 70 meters down, one of them finally reacted, but not as Jake expected. The one who had entered the ground first began coming up towards the surface in a very unexpected and 100% moronic move. Unless it was forced to come up for some reason, either way, it was in for a bad time. Jake aimed his bow, and before the head even had a chance to pop up, it was hit by an explosion of arcane mana. He heard it scream and struggle. It tried to summon vines, but it failed as the ground it was on was no longer under its control. It turns out that when you use half your mana pool to explode an area with arcane mana, it left a lasting effect. Who would have known? The fungalmancer sure knew now, as it failed to properly do anything before its life was ended. You have slain Deep Dweller Fungalmancer, LVL 125. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. Jake didn't do much after that, but just waited patiently. After a bit, the last fungalmancer also began coming up, making him now confident that the hiding skill had a duration of sorts. Maybe it was even dungeon imposed, not to have enemies just hide below ground forever. Either way, the fungalmancer got absolutely slaughtered. Once it showed its ugly mushroom-filled head above ground, you have slain Deep Dweller Fungalmancer, LVL 134. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level with both dead. Jake went to the one place still standing after the green explosion, the large tent the fungalmancers had come from. Well, the tent wasn't really there anymore, but a smashed-together bubble of rubble remained, making it obvious some kind of barrier existed. The mushroom he had seen them sit and mediate around was still in there. Jake flew down and landed in front of it. With a wave of his hand, he blew away all the debris and saw a green barrier surround the mushroom. As he didn't feel any sense of danger, he walked closer and found that he could walk through it with no problems. The barrier was only just a few meters in diameter and was created to protect the mushroom, without a doubt created by the fungalmancers. Jake used Identify on the mushroom to see what all the fuss was about. Infused golden mushroom, unique. A golden mushroom grown in the unique environment of the undergrowth. This mushroom contains energies cultivated over a long period by fungalmancers of the undergrowth, with the hope of gaining access to the heart of the undergrowth. Has been further infused with the life energy released from the deep dwellers that inhabited the village build to guard it. Collect golden mushrooms to open up the heart of the undergrowth. Warning: golden mushrooms cannot leave the dungeon. If the dungeon is left with any mushrooms, they will appear at the entrance upon re-entry. Definitely a quest item, Jake thought as he promptly picked it up and threw it in his spatial storage. It was only the size of his palm, which meant it had only looked all the more ridiculous that the fungalmancers sat meditating around it. The item instantly gave him a lot of context to the undergrowth. First of all, the heart of the undergrowth could be opened, yet Jake needed only to touch it to complete the dungeon. What did this mean? That's right, bonus objective for better rewards. Collecting mushrooms was clearly an important aspect of the dungeon. It even included the fact that one couldn't take the mushrooms out of the dungeon. The fact that you wouldn't lose them permanently meant that one required a specific amount. Jake also assumed there was a limited amount and that you needed as many as possible to open the heart. That his first mushroom was infused wasn't something expected, but he hoped it was a good thing. It had to be. Jake loved when his own stupid recklessness was rewarded, that dam system and its repeated enabling of unhealthy behavior. Sometimes curiosity truly didn't kill the cat but gave it a pleasant surprise instead. With one mushroom in the bag, Jake began to look for his next target. He hadn't even gained a level yet, but then again, he'd only been in the dungeon for less than an hour. Only the 4 fungalmancers and 3 deep dwellers had given any experience due to the downside of his class. Jake traveled further into the dungeon, running in a zigzag pattern to not miss anything. Luckily, the dungeon was relatively narrow, but he did notice it opening up more and more. In the beginning, it only had a width of 10 kilometers, but after approximately 30 kilometers, it now had a width of around 12. It was a small expansion, but it was there. Through his exploration, he gathered a bunch of herbs, primarily mushrooms. While he did save some of them, he chose to eat the majority due to something the golden mushroom had said: unique environment. Maybe it was just flavor text, but Jake wanted to see if he could somehow glance at what this uniqueness was about by learning from the herbs that inhabited it. After half an hour and around 50 kilometers total into the undergrowth, he discovered the next point of interest. This time it wasn't a village, but instead, what Jake could only describe as a hunting party. As for what they were hunting, the first instance of Jake seeing any creature that wasn't some variant of Deep Dweller, it was an around 7 meters tall hulking monster with slightly humanoid features. It had massive muscles and long hairs covering parts of its body, with a disproportionately large head with an even larger nose. It carried a massive club that looked to be made of wood and walked on 2 legs. Jake didn't even really need identify to know what it was. That's a troll. Undergrowth Cave Troll, LVL 149. It was a troll. The cave troll, true to its namesake, stood in front of a cave, roaring at a party of around 50 deep dwellers and 2 fungalmancers. The fungalmancers were level 131 and 135, respectively, and the deep dwellers were around the same levels as those in the village. Only a handful were above 115, the highest one at 119. Jake decided to just keep his distance, for now, making use of expert stealth to stay hidden. He noticed that the cave troll didn't want to leave its cave, while the deep dwellers stayed back and made noises back in response. Neither party looked like they wanted to attack, and Jake could easily guess why. He could feel that the troll was far stronger than the deep dwellers. In a fight, it would no doubt be able to crush the other side effortlessly, but it would have to leave the entrance to its cave. Jake assumed that the troll was guarding the cave because something valuable was in there. It didn't want to be stolen like a golden mushroom. Meanwhile, the deep dwellers wanted to wait for assistance. Jake guessed the villages only got larger and stronger further into the dungeon, so these deep dwellers had to have more powerful fighters in their midst. Jake considered if he should just get the party started, but decided to wait. It took nearly half an hour before anything happened. How the hell they could just stand there screaming at each other for half an hour straight was insane, and Jake was this close to just blowing up a fungalmancer more than once. Anyway, a small group of deep dwellers came, and Jake saw something surprising. One deep dweller walked ahead of the rest, and the 2 fungalmancers bowed in respect when it showed up. Why they did so was obvious based on the aura it gave off, and Identify confirmed this was no normal deep dweller. Deep Dweller Warlord LVL 146. The warlord was wearing some kind of armor that looked to be made of bones. It carried a weapon that looked like a halberd, with a wooden handle and body with a crystalline edge. It looked almost to be made of diamond. Size-wise, it looked just like all the other deep dwellers. It had arrived with a small entourage of 5 other deep dwellers. They also all wore bone armor, and carried more ornate-looking wooden spears compared to those the normal deep dwellers used. Their levels were also a good deal above anything that wasn't a fungalmancer. Deep Dweller Warrior LVL 137, Deep Dweller Warrior LVL 134, Deep Dweller Warrior LVL 136, Deep Dweller Warrior LVL 133, Deep Dweller Warrior LVL 136. Jake still sat in hiding as he saw the warlord make some loud noises to its brethren, and the troll responded by screaming back at them. The battle was about to begin, and Jake just couldn't wait to butt in and fuck shit up for all parties involved. Would it be a bit dickish? Oh, for sure, but none of these opponents deserved mercy, and he was morally in the right. The troll defended a mushroom, bad guy. The deep dwellers practically worshipped mushrooms, even badder guys. Jake hated mushrooms, good guy, it was just math. Chapter 236, Deep Dwellers vs. Cave Troll Feat. Jake came to a realization as he stood hidden far up in the air on solidified mana within the undergrowth and observed the posturing of the deep dwellers before the troll. As he prepared to watch the show, something was missing, and it took him a few moments to realize what it was. I miss popcorn. It felt like an eternity since the last time he had popcorn, and the battle about to unfold before him made him truly understand how much he missed those small poppy corns. He would have to ask Miranda about it when he got back because some chef somewhere must have made it. But wait, they had unlocked foodstuff with the system store. Yeah, he could just get at least the base ingredients through that. Actually, this made Jake realize that he wasn't even entirely sure how popcorn was produced. He only ever really had them at the movies or when he made them in the microwave. Were those small kernels actually made of regular corn? They were hard and dry. Maybe dried corn. These were all critical questions that occupied his mind as the impatience he felt from the cowardice of the Deep Dwellers only increased with every passing second. Seriously, Jake had assumed things to get started when the warlord showed up, but instead it had just joined in with the yelling. He got that it was lower level than the troll, but they outnumbered it heavily. So even if the weaker Deep Dwellers couldn't do much damage, they could still do a bit, right? The 5 warriors, the warlord, and the 2 fungomancers should be able to put up a good fight, shouldn't they? So what the hell were they waiting for? Well, Jake learned that only 10 minutes later. More reinforcements, 3 more fungomancers and 6 more warriors came, all with a level between 128 and 137, along with nearly 40 more of the regular Deep Dwellers, most of those below level 110. Jake assumed they could only serve as distractions, or perhaps living bombs. Finally, when the Deep Dweller side outnumbered the troll with over 100 to 1, they made their move. The warlord took the front as the fungomancers channeled magic into empowering both it and the many warriors around it. 11 warriors and the warlord charged, fungomancers right behind as support, and nearly 100 regular Deep Dwellers were surrounding the troll. As for the cave troll, it backed away towards its own cave, roaring higher than ever before. It smashed its club into the ground to intimidate its attackers, but the Deep Dwellers were determined. Fungomancers then waved their hands, and Jake saw the spears of the many Deep Dwellers begin to light up with an ominous green color. Jake sensed the poison and knew the fungomancers had done something to amplify it. The same green glow also appeared on the stones of the Deep Dwellers with slings and the claws of the big and bulky Deep Dwellers. Jake actually felt a bit for that last group, because they were sure as fuck not gonna survive melee combat with the troll. The first strike came from over 50 spears, and about a dozen thrown stones headed straight for the troll, timed with a charge from the warlord and its comrades. Jake heard the warlord make a weird noise as a green aura washed out of it and into the warriors around it. They all began glowing green like their leader and engaged the troll. The cave troll raised its arm and had the many spears and stones hit it like a rain of pebbles and toothpicks. Many of the spears were now sticking out of its arm and stomach, but honestly, this only seemed to make the troll angrier. It roared in anger and swung its club, sending out a massive wave of force that blasted back the 3 closest warriors and continued into the mass of Deep Dwellers. Jake whistled silently at the power of the troll. That was some strength it had there, and Jake sure as hell had no plans of taking a direct hit from that club. The warriors who had been blasted back looked slightly hurt, but the green aura bathing them seemed to focus on areas with wounds, making them heal rapidly. A few of the Deep Dwellers impacted weren't as lucky as they were blown off more than a kilometer into the distance, likely still alive, but for sure hurting a lot. In response, the warlord closed in and attacked with its halberd. A blue glow emanated from the crystalline edge as it swung, sending a wave of energy towards the troll. Simultaneously, 4 warriors also moved in close to stab one of the troll's legs. The wave of energy cut deep into the troll's chest, and the spears penetrated even deeper, making the cave troll stumble and scream out in pain. It kicked with the leg that had been stabbed and blasted away one of the warriors, while it once more made a mighty swing with its club, this time trying to smash the warlord. With extreme grace that Jake hadn't seen coming, the Deep Dweller managed to block the club with the edge of its halberd. The body of the halberd bent, and the warlord used that momentum to spring over the club and cut into the face of the troll in a quite frankly badass athletic move. The attack cut off the long nose of the troll, sending green blood splashing everywhere as it made an almost supersonic roar louder than anything ever before, sending out a shockwave blasting the airborne warlord back to its brethren. Throughout it all, the troll had been pelted with smaller attacks. Vines grew on its lower body, and mold grew all over its thick hair, and it had dozens of spears sticking out of it. Blood was pooling beneath it. The warriors had also managed to land many deep stabs on one of its legs, and from the looks of it, the troll had trouble standing on it. Jake didn't feel any need to butt in yet, though. Even with the troll down on one knee and bleeding from its entire body, it by far gave off the most dangerous aura of anything present, besides himself, of course. He was proven correct not long after. The Deep Dweller looked to be in high spirits as they kept up the aggression until finally, the troll looked to have had enough. Jake felt it before he saw it. From the looks of it, the fungomancers felt it too as they made some screaming noises, all but a moment too late. Boom. Giant spikes of rock shot up in a giant area around the cave troll, impaling more than a dozen deep dwellers, killing at least a few. The warriors weren't unscathed either, but had to retreat while waiting for their wounds to slowly heal. Jake even saw the fungalmancers cast some kind of healing magic, blanketing the deep dwellers in a shower of healing spores. On the other side, the cave troll wasn't idle either. Jake saw all of its wounds quickly began closing up, and even the cut-off nose began growing back. All of it had happened incredibly quickly, and Jake was amazed by its healing powers. Then again, trolls having high regeneration was a bit of a trope, so it shouldn't really surprise anyone. The explosion of earth spikes by the troll had created a momentary stalemate as both sides healed up. However, this stalemate was broken by the third strongest creature present, as the warlord cut through a spike of earth and flew forward, once more cleaving into the troll that was in the middle of regenerating itself. This marked the resumption of the battle as the troll counterattacked with its big-ass club, but this time it was all slightly different. Earth moved, and the soil beneath them seemed almost liquid, as if the entire area several kilometers around the troll had been turned into a swamp. Jake was far enough away to be unaffected, but only barely. He was also happy he was currently standing on solidified mana and not on the ground, as he got flashbacks to the Horde leader and the steel-tusk boars. He was sure that the cave troll would have felt him if he moved on the ground. He looked on as the tide slowly began to turn. The troll manipulated the earth and pushed back the deep dwellers. All the regular ones were utterly useless as they were forced to all retreat, which meant it was just the warriors and fungalmancers as well as the warlord against the raging troll. This was when Jake noticed the fungalmancers do as fungalmancers do, underhanded tactics. Jake saw crystals looking just like he had seen one of them consumed to hulk out. Then, 5 of the warriors retreated back and were handed a crystal each to eat by a fungalmancer. He saw them hesitate for a moment, but some stern noises from the fungalmancers made them relent as they consumed them. All 5 began transforming only a moment later as they bulked up, and massive cancerous growths appeared all over their bodies. With the hesitation of the warriors and the effect the crystals had, Jake was sure that shit wasn't healthy in the long run. He wouldn't be surprised if consuming a crystal was a one-time thing, pretty much a suicide pill for temporary power. The 5 warriors charged the troll, and once more the tide began turning. Unlike Jake, who could dodge the hulking versions of the deep dwellers, the troll was too large and slow not to be hit. To then make things even worse for the troll, the fungalmancers began channeling the same damn ritual they had used to try and kill Jake. That was where Jake drew the line. It had nothing to do with him just getting too trigger-happy to stay put. While it would be a bit fun to see what else the fungalmancers, cave troll, and warlord could pull out between them, he would rather be the one on the receiving end than sit back and wait any longer. Holding out his hand, he began summoning his one-shot arrow, also more popularly known as Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter. The arrow that appeared looked pretty regular but was just bigger than usual. Jake felt powerful energy from it, reminding him of necrotic energy, likely to counter the life energy. Jake decided to double up and coat it in some extra common rarity poison, and he also prepared a good stock of stable arcane arrows soaked in poison, all while observing the battle in the distance. The mutated warriors were near unkillable and healed from any wound near instantly, but the troll did the same. Its skin also looked to be made of stone now, and he saw the warriors hit it fruitlessly the majority of the time. A halberd occasionally struck the troll, easily penetrating the stone skin and cutting off large chunks of flesh. The warlord did most of the damage, with the warriors creating openings and keeping the cave troll distracted. Everything was looking up for the deep dwellers. The warlord was the 3rd strongest creature present, with the troll in 2nd place. As for the strongest, well, he was just about to enter the scene. An arrow came out of nowhere, taking a fungalmancer entirely by surprise. It didn't even have time to turn around as it froze up just as it was hit in the back. A meager scream escaped its mouth as it collapsed to the ground, dead a few moments later. Another arrow arrived less than a second later and split apart midair into 3. They landed amid deep dwellers and caused a massive explosion of arcane mana, completely ruining the ritual being performed by the fungalmancers. By now, both the cave troll and the deep dwellers noticed that something was going very wrong on the backline. Well, wrong for the deep dwellers. One of the non-mutated warriors was distracted and didn't react fast enough as the club descended and smashed it into a pulp. The troll seemed perfectly content using the momentary confusion of the deep dwellers to strike back and reclaim the advantage. For a moment, the warlord appeared confused as its nostrils moved rapidly, and it looked unsure what to do. Finally, it made a screeching sound and got an answer from a fungalmancer, just before said fungalmancer got hit by an arcane arrow in the back of the head. Jake happily stood back and bombarded the shit out of them with a mix between splitting arrow and arcane power shots. Due to the distance, he even got some mileage out of the perception amplifier on his stable arrows, and of course his archery of vast horizons. Pinned by the troll ahead and an unknown new threat from behind, the warlord made a swift decision. It ran past the cave troll and straight into the cave it was guarding, much to the dismay of the troll that roared angrily and smashed the ground as a wall of earth shot up. The warlord swung its halberd and cut through the wall and entered the cave, the troll running after it, not caring about all the attacks it received from behind. Jake thought it was a bit of a dick move to go claim the treasure before the fight was over, but perhaps he shouldn't be the one judging. Jake began charging up an arcane power shot as he waited. He saw the warlord exit the tunnel a few seconds later with a golden mushroom cradled between its arms. The troll had a chance to attack, but hesitated to smash down its club, likely because it feared hitting the mushroom. Instead, it tried to slow down the warlord with walls of earth and tried to grab it. All of this gave a certain someone a great opportunity to release a fully charged arcane power shot, just as the warlord jumped over a wall of earth. An explosion in the distance of pure energy that all the blind deep dwellers felt sent a single arrow, piercing through the air straight towards the warlord, as the entire area of the undergrowth was momentarily bathed in purple light. The powerful deep dweller actually stepped on the air, preparing to dodge, but Jake was way ahead of it as Gaze of the Apex Hunter activated. The warlord got hit right in its chest, sending it flying back hundreds of meters, but more importantly for the troll, it dropped the golden mushroom due to the impact. The mushroom was blasted off too, but Jake spotted that he indeed had been right in his assessment, that those little golden fuckers weren't that easily destroyed. Not that he had tried on his own, as they were important quest items. Definitely not. Everyone scrambled for the golden mushroom, with especially the fungalmancers going crazy for it. Jake didn't much care himself, but took the chance to launch even more arrows to kill as many warriors as possible, including the mutated ones. The troll also took the chance to begin slaughtering the many regular deep dwellers. While those hulking monsters easily handled regular wounds, they sure hated necrotic poison. He also found that the occasional exploding arrow did wonders to blow off large parts of their bodies, while they had difficulty healing due to the necrotic energies. Jake had only been interfering with the battle for less than a minute, and it had already turned to shit with the entire deep dweller side scrambling. The warlord was who knows where and likely heavily injured. 2 of the fungalmancers were dead, several warriors dead or 2 injured to fight, and a troll was rampaging in their midst. So yeah, all in all, things were going great. Chapter 237, the Paragon option. Jake guessed he had to go get the golden mushroom at some point, but quite frankly, it just made everything easier for him currently. Jake just had to shoot in the general direction of the mushroom, and he was sure to hit several targets at once when his arrow went boom. He had also inadvertently made the troll mad now, properly drawing the lines between the 3 competing factions. Jake called it competing, but his contributions as a faction were just bombarding them from several kilometers away with arcane death. Half of the warriors were dead by now, the troll seemed not to heal as fast as before, and the warlord was still nowhere to be seen after it had been blasted away. So Jake switched his focus to the fungalmancers to take those down. One of them tried to avoid Jake by sinking into the ground, but that turned out to be a very bad idea. The troll stomped on the ground, and a block of earth emerged, the fungalmancer within. With a mighty swing, the entire block was smashed apart, sending rock, soil, blood, guts, and body parts of the fungalmancer flying. Right after, another fungalmancer fell to a barrage of exploding arrows. The third and final one tried to get away but was hit in the leg by an arrow and a club from a troll right after. With no more fungalmancers, the regular deep dwellers seemed almost lost. The warriors tried to rally them, but panic had truly taken hold by now. It all looked to be well and truly over for the deep dwellers, until their true leader reappeared. The warlord walked through the air, blood dripping from a nasty hole in its chest, and most of its bone armor was broken. It had let go of the golden mushroom to keep hold of its halberd, which was glowing as intently as before. It sniffed the air and seemed to get a good grasp of the entire battlefield. It even slightly turned towards Jake, once more making it clear it was aware of his exact position. Jake expected the warlord to attack either him or the troll, but instead it headed into the midst of the surviving regular deep dwellers. For a moment it looked hesitant, and then it did something Jake hadn't seen coming at all. It took the halberd, flipped it 180 degrees, and stabbed itself in the chest. That was the moment Jake's brain made a connection. Crystalline halberd. Consuming crystal to hulk out. If that halberd was like those crystals. Jake felt like a gust of wind appeared behind him, blowing towards the warlord. He knew it wasn't actual wind but the movement of the mana in the atmosphere. All of the life affinity mana began being sucked towards the warlord like it was at a black hole. The body of the warlord began glowing green, and the many deep dwellers ran closer. The cave troll tried to make use of the opening to smash the warlord, but all the remaining warriors got in the troll's way, risking their own lives. As for Jake, Jake sat back to see what it was doing. This was when he remembered the golden mushroom and saw that one of the deep dwellers had it, one that was running straight towards the warlord. The warlord began mutating at a rapid pace, but unlike the others that had done so, it didn't just affect itself. Instead, the green aura around it made all the other deep dwellers also begin to mutate and glow green. Jake at first thought it was some kind of area of effect of the crystal to make them all stronger, but was quickly proven wrong. Once a deep dweller was sufficiently mutated, it ran towards the warlord, ran straight into it. Literally, the growing warlord absorbed the deep dweller entirely, only adding body mass to its grotesque form. It was all an extremely bizarre and unsettling sight. The troll seemed to agree as it tried to get closer to smash the warlord again, but a warrior chose to go on a full-on suicide attack to make the troll stop. It jumped straight into the troll to tackle it as its spear glowed a deep green color. It succeeded in stopping the troll, but in return it got grabbed and had its entire head bitten off by the troll. It turns out trolls have quite the teeth too. In the end, the warlord absorbed over 30 deep dwellers, and Jake thought it was done until one final deep dweller chose to join the Flesh Collective, the one carrying the golden mushroom. The moment it got absorbed, it was as if a pulse went through the entire now nearly 10-meter-tall warlord. Golden veins spread through its body, pulsing with life energy. Jake was a bit shocked that it chose to absorb it, and he feared the mushroom was now gone. He could only hope it was still obtainable after the warlord died. Heck, maybe this was the key to getting it infused, because he sure was doing this on hard mode now. Roar. The troll smashed the final warrior to death with its club, leaving only 3 living beings in the battle: Cave Troll versus Mega-mutated Warlord versus Jake. Jake did feel a bit inferior in the size department. No, not there, as he was battling 2 hulking monsters, both several times larger than he was. He also discovered that he was vastly different in another area. The 2 forgetful monsters charged into each other, as if they had completely forgotten the very deadly hunter not far away. Thus, it appeared that while the mutation made the warlord a lot stronger, it also wholly ruined its mind. On the other hand, Jake was a smart boy as he decided to do the most brilliant thing: kill the weakest enemy first to fight the stronger one-on-one. As for which one of them was weaker. The troll was lifted up and smashed into the ground by the large, grotesque hands of the warlord. It was smashed up and down as the earth quaked and split apart. The troll summoned a few pillars of stone that impaled the warlord, but it barely made the massive monster flinch. Earth spikes kept shooting up as the troll tried to strike back with its club, but found itself restrained. It roared again in anger, sending out a shockwave that momentarily made the warlord stumble. Just long enough for the troll to swing its club into the midsection of the warlord. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, as several tons of body mass was smashed off the warlord, yet it seemed to barely mind as new tumors grew and replaced the now missing flesh. The troll swung again, blasting off even more meat. It tried to go for a third swing but was punched in the head, making it fly back and impact the wall next to its cave. The troll stood up, heaving for breath. If the fight had been equal from the start, the troll would have likely beaten the large flesh abomination warlord, even after all the boosts from consuming its comrade and the golden mushroom. But as it was, the troll was spent. It had taken so many wounds already. Poison from all the spears and all the magic from the fungalmancers still slowly drained away at its life energy. Sickly green spots covered its body, and many of the wounds it had just received festered as they were infected with fungal spores. The warlord struck it again, making it tumble to the side. Jake saw it roar and reach out towards the chest of the warlord but was just punched again. It tried to make another scream, but it couldn't release any more sonic blasts, so it tried crawling back into its cave. The warlord smashed the upper parts of the cave, making it fall off and revealing what was within the cave. Jake had been waiting for his opportunity to strike the troll and finish it off as he saw something he hadn't expected. 2 small figures lay within the cave, in an area where the mushroom looked to have been. Both were bloody and injured, but not dead as far as Jake could tell. A sinking feeling appeared in his stomach as he used Identify on them. Juvenile Cave Troll, LVL 28, Juvenile Cave Troll, LVL 31. They were injured and unmoving as the troll crawled up to them and tried to cover them with its body. The warlord walked into the cave to finish the job as it froze. A gaze it had felt before penetrated into its soul as the entire monstrosity of flesh quivered. It couldn't move for over a second and couldn't do anything either as it was struck by an arrow from a fully charged arcane power shot, one that had been prepared for the troll originally. The warlord had a hole blown straight through it, arcane energy burning into its flesh, as well as plenty of necrotic energy devouring its vitality. Yet it was insistent on finishing off the troll, seemingly not caring about the damage it took. This turned out to be an awful decision by it. Another 3 arrows struck it from behind, all of them exploding and blasting off large parts, followed by another power shot that tore an arm off. The warlord was stupid now, but it had noticed. The source of the attacks was coming closer, and fast. It still tried and failed to end the troll before what would be its doom arrived. A new impact hit it from behind, but this time it was no air. Instead, it was a human with wings that stabbed 2 swords into its large back, followed by a web of arcane string that wrapped around it. "Fuck off," Jake said as he pulled and threw the entire monstrosity of cancerous growths out of the cave. His entire body burned with energy as he really didn't feel like holding anything back. Limit break active at 20%. When Jake saw the two small trolls and the big troll move to defend them, something just flipped in his mind, and his body moved. He knew he was probably a fucking hypocrite and had flawed as hell logic, but when he saw what the troll did, he chose to help it. For the cave troll, the mushroom had been a natural treasure to help what he assumed was its children. Jake couldn't fault it for that, as it just wanted to keep assisting them. It was defensive of the cave because the children were in there. He remembered how it hadn't moved from the cave when the golden mushroom was taken. Sure, it tried to get it back, but it never dared move away. Shit, Jake even knew this was a dungeon. None of these creatures were ever going to leave the dungeon, as far as he knew, but were stuck in this small pocket dimension forever. Even Villy had mentioned that taking a dungeon creature out of a dungeon under normal circumstances was a pipe dream. Yet he still came to its assistance. Call it what you may, but Jake had chosen a side. The warlord got up from being tossed away, having taken little damage. From the throw, that is. Necrotic poison burned into it with more power than anything Jake had ever inflicted before, and the reason for that was simple, uncommon rarity potent necrotic poison. He had used one of the precious bottles because fuck the warlord. He saw it wobble a bit as it got up. Jake didn't bother giving it any time as he charged again, the rest of the potent necrotic poison coating his blades. With a single step he appeared before it, both blades now also shimmering with arcane energy. Then, just as he attacked, dark mana joined the arcane, as he used two descending dark arcane fangs at once, cutting in a cross-shaped attack. Both his arms shook from the sheer amount of energy he poured into the attack as veins popped on both of them, making blood spurt out. But it was more than successful. The entire abomination was split into 4 pieces as the cross-shaped dark arcane blades continued through the air before finally impacting the dungeon wall and cutting a deep mark into the stone. Instantly, all 4 pieces sprouted out tendrils and tried to assemble themselves once more, even with the necrotic energy and mana burning into its flesh. However, Jake didn't let it as he swiftly summoned his bow and fired a splitting arrow that split into 4, one for each body part. 3 pieces were blown entirely apart by the exploding arcane arrows, while the piece where the head was remained whole, albeit heavily damaged. It looked like it tried to regenerate itself still, but fast gave up as it switched tactics. It began emanating a powerful green glow that Jake instantly recognized. The fucker was going to blow itself up. Fuck you, Jake thought as he stepped over and kicked the mass of flesh with all of his strength, sending it flying away from the cave and himself. After he kicked, he took one more step as he appeared before the broken entrance to the cave and held up both his hands. An arcane barrier started forming in front of him as he covered his body in scales, and just in time. The still mid-air lump of flesh exploded in a massive green explosion, not unlike the one he had experienced before. This one was far more powerful, though. Fortunately, it was also a lot further away, meaning that in the end, the explosion that hit him was far weaker. His arcane barrier held up, and he managed to shield the cave entrance. If the explosion hadn't occurred a couple of kilometers away, Jake kicked hard, it wouldn't have ended as well as it did. Jake would still have been fine, but he couldn't say the same about the 3 trolls behind him. The explosion continued to fire out energy for 5 or so seconds before it stopped. Jake didn't quite dare let the barrier down yet, but he did take the time to check his notifications, focusing on the latest one first. You have slain Deep Dweller Warlord LVL 146. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level ** ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 116 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 117 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points * ding. Race, Human D, has reached level 112 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points while Jake didn't get any experience from foes lower than himself. He was pretty damn confident he got even more than usual from those above. Even then, it wasn't like just the warlord had given him 2 class levels. One also had to remember the fungalmancers he had slain since entering the dungeon and a good bunch of the warriors too. Well, he did likely get less experience from the kills this fight due to the troll, but what can you do? Jake quickly flew over to where the warlord had exploded, and in his sphere he quickly spotted the golden mushroom. Or should he say infused golden mushroom? Because yep, this one had also been upgraded. The key seemed to be to make deep dwellers blow themselves up. He turned around and walked back into the cave. The troll was no longer huddling over the wounded troll children, but had managed to stand itself up as it tried to look threateningly at Jake. He knew it was all a facade as he could feel it struggling with poison inwardly still, and its legs were slightly shaking. The troll was in no condition to fight. "I'm not here to fight you," Jake said as he walked towards the troll. It made a weak roaring sound, but Jake looked at it and shook his head. "Relax." The troll didn't look like it fully understood his words, but it seemed to get the gist. However, it was still wary as Jake took out a small bottle, tossed it to the troll, and made a drinking motion. "Drink." It hesitated as Jake gave it a stern look. "Drink." The troll didn't dare disobey as it threw the entire bottle into its mouth and chewed on it. Only a few moments later, its eyes lit up, and Jake could already see its legs stabilizing a bit, and the troll's natural regeneration kicked in along with the healing potion. It has to have some skill to more effectively activate health points, Jake mused as he walked over the two small injured cave trolls. Once more, the big troll was hesitant, but it didn't stop Jake as he gave each of the two small ones a potion. Half an hour later, Jake was sitting on the ground, enjoying two small cave trolls that were still the size of himself, poke him with their fingers as he meditated to refill his resources and to stave off the period of weakness from limit break. As for the big troll, it was also just sitting there, relaxing. Jake knew it wouldn't attack him. As to how he was so sure it wouldn't, call it intuition. Chapter 238, A Distraction. Jake sat regenerating on the ground, observing the trolls in his sphere. He was inside a dungeon, but everything was just like out in the real world. Yet he knew he wasn't. Dungeons were special. He knew that he himself could meet the trolls now and befriend them, the next party could kill them, and the one after that could never discover them to begin with. The same troll could die 1,000 times, give the same experience 1,000 times, yet when party 1001 entered the dungeon, they would still see it. The dungeons were temporal pockets of sorts, so whenever Jake entered it alone, he started another timeline for the dungeon. A new reality. This was common knowledge throughout the multiverse, and one of the reasons why dungeons were such valuable natural treasures for monsters and enlightened races alike. But Jake also knew dungeons wouldn't last forever. One day a natural dungeon would come to an end, and what happened to the monsters then? Where did these dungeon creatures come from? Where do they go? Where did they come from anyway? Were they born there? Had they grown up in the dungeon until one day a door appeared and invaders came? What about if no one ever entered a dungeon? Would time just stand still forever? Jake didn't know the answer to any of these things. But he knew someone who did. Vilistramas stood within his realm as he once more tried. The entire realm shook as he mobilized every inch of his power. He put his hands on the obelisk as the runes came alive just like all the other times, his entire mind focused only on this one task. Usually, he would have his mind split into countless fragments. One could talk to Jake, another theorize some magic, work on a concept, and if he needed something physically done, he could just use his avatars, or if it was a smaller task that didn't require much power, summon a temporary incarnation. For him to have hundreds, if not thousands of these fragments of his mind up at a time wasn't unusual. But at this moment, everything was gathered for him to use his full power. A dark green glow emanated from the entire realm for a few moments before everything faded once more. Blood poured out of the Viper's eyes and mouth as he shook his head. Failed again. It was expected in most ways, but every time inspired an immense feeling of failure and grief. He clenched his hands in anger at himself. It wasn't power. He needed something more, but he didn't know what the fuck it was. Maybe he should fully return his focus to Sup Villy, just making a phone call to see how you're doing and to shamelessly get advice on things I probably should know to begin with. The malefic Viper was stopped in his train of thought as the message came. After Jake's evolution, he could no longer stop them. He could zone them out, but the connection between them had changed. A blessed mortal could not stop the divine message of a god, and now he as a god could not stop the divine message from his own chosen. It was weird and something he had never encountered before, yet he appreciated it. Vilistramas, or Villy as Jake insisted on calling him, answered with a smirk. I'm just dandy, and what studying did my chosen skip out on this time? Jake heard Villy's voice say. The words sounded as usual, but Jake frowned. Villy seemed down. His tone reminded him of the first time they met in his realm. If someone listened to it, they wouldn't know the difference, but he trusted his instincts, telling him things weren't as they should be. Are things all right on your end? Jake asked with concern. Of course, why do you ask? Villy laughed it off. What could possibly bother a god? I don't know, but something clearly is, Jake answered. You listen to my ramblings and constant questions, so of course you can do the same thing back. If anything is bothering you, just tell me, even if you just need someone to listen. I am probably not the best at giving advice to anyone, much less a god. We're friends, man, so unload on me if you feel like it. Keeping things bottled up isn't easy or healthy, be you mortal or god. Jake knew he wasn't the most articulate, but he hoped to get the point across anyway. He always felt a bit bad about how he only ever got things from Villy while he didn't give much in return, so if Villy needed anything, he would be there. I appreciate the thought, but no, maybe in the future. Right now, a distraction is all I need, so hit me. What's up? Villy answered after a delay, one far longer than usual. All right, just poke me anytime if there is anything. Jake relented as he asked the actual question he wanted to know. How do living things and dungeons play together? I am talking of those that live in the dungeon. In what way? Is there any way for dungeon monsters to leave the dungeon? Jake clarified. Not under usual circumstances, no. Unless the dungeon has inherent mechanics allowing you to bring out living creatures, don't expect it to happen. All dungeon creatures are, for all intents and purposes, considered dead in the context of the outside world, Villy explained. What do you mean by considered? When a creature enters a dungeon, it becomes a part of the world that dungeon creates. Its records, everything it is, becomes bound to that dungeon. From there, two things can happen once a natural dungeon reaches the end of its lifespan. One is that it will simply disappear along with all the creatures bound to it. The second thing that can happen is that it merely stops being a dungeon, but becomes its own accessible separate space somewhere as part of the real world without any dungeon mechanics. Often a prolonged period will have passed for all the creatures in the dungeon, but no one will ever have entered it. For them, it would just be as if they had been stuck in a confined world for a while. The second one is absurdly rare, which is why it is better just to consider them dead. Jake frowned as he considered this. He could see that it would lead to issues if one could simply make creatures leave with them. It also added the issue of possibly being multiple copies of the same creature out in the real world. For example, what would happen if Jake took the troll out with him, and then Miranda entered and also took the troll out? That would create two copies of the troll in the real world. It was damn complicated, so he asked. As I said, sometimes you can bring creatures out. You're actually lucky. An old mate did many experiments with dungeons, and this isn't common knowledge as it really isn't something that can happen often. If, say, you managed to bring a creature out and someone else brought the exact same one out, the second one would disappear the moment it entered the real world. This is because they have the same trucial, and thus only one can exist. Well, there are ways to kind of circumvent this by doing some advanced stuff way above anything you are capable of doing anytime soon. Does that mean I am screwed if I want to bring this nice troll and the small trolls out with me, and that I should just consider them almost virtual creatures that are already dead? Jake asked, his frown growing even deeper. He was happy the trolls couldn't understand him, as the two small ones were play fighting. Depends. As a natural dungeon, it may have some ways to bring them out. You can also do it through some very limited exploits of sorts. Pretty much consider the kind of means deployed to get people out of the tutorial. If you kill them and do a true resurrection on the bodies outside, you fooled the system. If you make them do some incredibly advanced ritual and bring them outside right as their souls transition between living and undead, you can bring them out. Besides that, there are some skills. Changing their races and thus souls in any way often leaves an opening, though this isn't anything you can do. Trust me on that one. The only other way is to bind their souls to yours and make them be considered almost an extension of your being, but you have no ways of doing that either, as far as I can tell. This usually requires special items or a very special set of skills. In conclusion, your only real bet is to hope the dungeon has a natural way to bring them out. And I do mean really hope for it. The rewards given out by the system can be unpredictable, but there are many cases of them being at least partly based on what the people doing the dungeon needs and wants. I did theorize that was the case back in the tutorial, but then I got a bunch of light affinity equipment instead. Speaking of which, I still have that book and staff sitting around. I really need to pawn it off. Jake mumbled, deep in thought at the new information. The dungeon rewards tend to be related to what is in it, so based on the dungeon you are currently in, it will likely give out life affinity loot, Villy told him, making Jake nod along. Makes sense, the hunter agreed. Also, no comments in me slaughtering mushroom lovers. What do you mean? You are dutifully collecting mushrooms right now. I even saw you eat some. That you hate doing it deep inside is exactly what I would expect of a heretic. That you do it anyway because you want the rewards associated with doing so is just what I want out of my chosen. So keep it up, heretic chosen. Touche, Jake grinned. One final thing. What happens if I leave the dungeon now and come back later? What if I wait a year or something? How does that work with all the time shenanigans? After you leave, the time in your version of the dungeon will keep going for a short period of time. Usually up to around a day, sometimes shorter, sometimes longer. And I already know that your follow-up questions will be what happens if you just stay in the dungeon forever. Well, nothing really. Time will keep moving inside, but nothing will really happen. Due to how dungeons work, the creatures within cannot level or reproduce above a certain point. They simply don't have the records for it, so it will just be very boring. Of course, new herbs or ores or anything in that vein will never regrow either. So it won't just randomly implode in on itself while I am in there. Nice, Jake responded. The door may disappear though, and the entrance forever buried, meaning you exit somewhere else after an extremely long time has passed, and you will find yourself in a world all but foreign to you, as your prolonged stay in the dungeon has slowly corroded your mind, Villy said, shooting back with a half-joke, half-warning. Jake smiled, glad that Villy now sounded a bit more like his usual self. He knew the old snake god was dealing with something, and Jake had a faint idea of what it was. But wasn't going to press. He had enough emotional awareness to know some things shouldn't be pushed but had to come out when the time was right. Thanks as always, Villy. Remember, just ping me whenever. The connection is two-way, and as I kind of claimed it a bit, you should also abuse this inescapable bond, Jake reminded him as he smiled in thanks. Yeah, it was good to get my mind off things. As I said, maybe in the future. I'm not in a rush for anything. Besides, when the universe opens up a bit more, we gotta get together. Multiversal beer has to be a thing, so take care of yourself. You may be a big boss snake, but sometimes even a big boss snake needs to sit back and have a cold one with a friend, Jake said with a smile. I may just take you up on that offer. And believe me, there is alcohol even us gods can get smashed on, much less a fragile mortal like you. I'll be sure to pull out some for when the time comes. See you around, Jake, and you take care too. He felt the connection fade away as Jake got up. He felt fine now and ready to move further into the dungeon. The troll, on the other hand, still looked quite weak. Jake had already given it 2 health potions, but they honestly didn't do that much. It had eliminated all the poison by now, but it was still low on health points as far as he could tell. Jake theorized that the damn thing had more pure health points than himself tens of times over. This did mean it was incredibly hard to kill in a fight, but also that it would take a long time to heal. Heck, even the small trolls needed more than 1 potion to be topped up, and they were barely E-grade. How exactly that worked, he didn't know. Maybe some skill that made Vitality grant more health points, or some massive percentage amplifier or something. Either way, it didn't really matter. The troll couldn't really join Jake in his quest for the golden mushrooms as it had kids at home. He bid the trolls farewell, and the 2 small ones wanted to follow but were held back by the parent troll. A good call as Jake was about to get some real good slaughtering on. He felt like he had a good idea of what the Deep Dwellers were all about now, which meant it was time to turn up the tempo and get this Deep Dweller genocide started. Vilistramas genuinely smiled as he said his goodbyes. Jake didn't know it, but he had impeccable timing indeed. He had even picked up that he, a god, wasn't feeling his best. The mortal had even dared question it and ask him directly. For a moment, Vili had focused on something else than his issues, and with it, his headspace improved. Duskleaf, the Sisters of the Verdant Lagoon, snappy. None of them would ever do that. None of them dared to. Even Duskleaf, who seemed so casual, never dared cross the line. He still talked to him formally, and Vilistramas couldn't remember any time his disciple had ever called him anything else but master. The sisters and Snappy, they would never dare assume they could do anything to help. He sure is a heretic, isn't he? Vilistramas asked as he looked towards the large obelisk. The last time someone told me to take care of myself was you, I think. I know I should, but... He sighed. Today had been another failure. He would just have to try again later. Over 80 eras he had tried, trillions of years, more than 107 million failures, but the malefic one still refused to give up. Chapter 239, Justice from Above. Yes, that's good. A bit more detail there to the yeah, just like that. Miranda directed the young man before her while he controlled his flames with grace and beauty as he carved the large statue. It depicted 3 hooded humanoid figures standing on top of a lagoon with small rune-like symbols inscribed upon it. The details were impeccable, and she had spent many weeks with the sculptor to get the details down to perfection, or at least as close to as mortally possible. Felix had done wonderful work on all of the statues he had carved and had already made ones for several gods. He was the resident statue maker of Haven and was so far the only one who had crafted them, always in collaboration with someone blessed by the god in question or someone knowledgeable about said god. As to why it was him every time, for fairness, so there wouldn't be any discussions about better sculptors being allowed to make certain statues. Well, there was still a bit of light bias as Miranda had waited with the statue of the Sisters of the Verdant Lagoon till after the young man evolved his profession. She thought it was a shame, but the young man had been adamant about only focusing on sculpting and not his class, thus missing out on the perfect evolution. She could tell he wasn't confident in fighting at all and began sweating just at the thought of it. Some trauma, she reckoned. It wasn't anything new. Trauma from certain events still happened now, even if it was a bit less than before the system. People had an easier time overcoming it due to their willpower stat, but one had to truly try and overcome it to make any progress. Doing nothing and expecting things to improve on their own never worked before the system and didn't work now either. Felix had found a new path that he had thrown his all into. He had in some ways turned his trauma into pure focus elsewhere. It had worked well for him as he had evolved his profession at level 100 and would reach D grade at some point without a doubt. Not before the treasure hunt, not that he would join it anyway, but surely he would in the future. His level of skill was incredible, and he improved by the day. So far of the over a dozen statues for different gods he had made, nearly half of them belonged to the Holy Church, and one of them was of the Holy Mother herself. That statue was standing right beside one of Umbra, and the one she had just gotten made would stand even more prominently than both of those. This had earned some criticism, but Miranda didn't care. Some believed a statue like that of the Holy Mother should be in a higher position, but they didn't have any power to change it. As with the statue of her patron gods, the statues didn't actually depict the gods in person, but more often just their symbol or some persona of them. No mortal sculptor dared to truly try and depict a god, at least not one only at E or D grade. The reason why someone blessed had to be involved was so they could imbue the statues. It gave them a faint remnant of the god's aura and allowed them to serve certain functions. One could pray to a god or make an offering and such using the statue. Miranda went up to the newly made statue and placed her hand on it. She made a small prayer and got an almost automatic response as her blessing activated and sent a sliver of energy into the statue. The statue began giving off an aura reminding her of her patrons, albeit far less intense and completely bearable. I will have the statue moved to the temple. Thanks as always, Felix. Great work again. She had it relocated into the temple, which was a huge wooden structure with large logs used as walls. It was the largest building in all of Haven and was quite frankly massive. It was the kind of building that couldn't possibly be built pre-system, mainly because trees hundreds of meters long didn't exist then. The entire building was formed like a cross with 3 sections to it. The left and right sections were primarily for lesser gods, while the one straight ahead was for the greater gods. Deciding where things should go was actually quite easy, as the auras of the statues semi-clashed, and if a weaker god were in the same room, its aura would be suppressed. An exception to this was if the gods were affiliated. All gods of the Holy Church didn't at all interfere with each other. Her statue of the Sisters of the Verdant Lagoon was placed in the highest hall straight ahead. Miranda knew that her patrons weren't at the same level as those like Umbra or the Holy Mother, but she still placed it there, and its aura was more powerful than any others, because none of them had any aura infused yet. How the hell would Haven have gotten someone blessed by Umbra or the Holy Mother to come? They were just made in case Caleb Thane or the Augur decided to pay a visit. There were only 4 statues total with an aura infused, and 3 of those were from people related to the Holy Church. The last one was an unknown god of trade one of the traders knew of. The 5th one was just added today with the sisters. There was still one statue they hadn't dared make, one that would require the involvement of the god's chosen himself, the malefic viper. A spot at the highest point was already reserved, and Miranda would rather leave it empty than put anything else there. They only needed Jake now. He had been gone for 4 days since he entered the dungeon, and Miranda expected it to last a while longer. She hoped he was making good progress, as that would be vital for the treasure hunt. It was just a normal day in the village. The Deep Dwellers spent it covering themselves in mushroom spores, praying to mushrooms, infusing energy into mushrooms, tending to mushrooms, talking about mushrooms and thinking about mushrooms. Their evil acts had attracted a hero of justice, one who had come to put an end to their villainous ways. Justice would be swift and effective, but more importantly, highly explosive. It came from above in the form of 4 arrows that spread out over a large. They touched down and blew up entire parts of the village, leaving the Deep Dwellers scrambling. Their leaders began mobilizing to face the threat, but they hadn't been prepared for the sudden attack. Not just arrows fell, but orbs of pure crackling arcane mana also descended, creating far larger explosions than any of the arrows. These explosions didn't do even close to as much damage to the Deep Dwellers, but they did plenty to destroy the village and the environment, and cause widespread panic and chaos. Fungalmancers began spreading their influence to bring the situation under control, but the first one to step forth had an arrow penetrate it through the top of its head and out its leg, the arrow having run it all the way through before hitting the ground in a glorious explosion caused by the arcane power shot. It survived for a moment, but the next arrow split into 3 just before they hit the already lying down Fungalmancer, ending its life. All of its wounds were festering with necrotic energy, making sure even its own healing powers didn't have time to activate. The swift death of the Fungalmancer caused hesitation, and hesitation created openings. Even more death rained from above before finally, a figure stepped forth that could bring some order to the mess. It was a large, bulky Deep Dweller around 4 meters tall, with a large shield that looked like a mushroom cap. Deep Dweller Shroomguard LVL 142. It was a Deep Dweller much like the Warlord, except far more defensive. It jumped up and blocked an arrow aimed at a Fungalmancer and barely reacted to the explosion as it stood hidden behind its shield. It was damn tanky, that's for sure. But it had one issue: it wasn't very fast. Another barrage of arrows fell at the other end of the village, killing or injuring more of the Shroomguard's brethren. It made a screeching noise in anger as it stopped trying to passively defend its village, but instead sought to engage the attacker. A green aura surrounded it as it soared upwards towards the culprit of the village's destruction, a small figure standing on air right at the dungeon's ceiling. The hunter above was ready as he fired an arcane power shot down towards the Shroomguard. Jake then tried to freeze it with gaze of the apex hunter, but found that he couldn't. The damn Deep Dweller's entire body was hidden behind the mushroom shield, not allowing him to make visual contact. Just as he fired, the Shroomguard dodged to the side, making Jake miss his shot. Well, he said miss, but it still ended up hitting a Deep Dweller warrior below, heavily injuring it. The Shroomguard noticed, and this made it even more furious than before. It flew straight for Jake, intending to crush him between the shield and the dungeon wall. Jake had no plans of being turned into a human smoothie and avoided the attack quite easily as the Shroomguard smashed into the wall. Boom. A large crater was created from the impact, sending rock flying everywhere. Jake wondered how the hell a mushroom could be so durable, but didn't have time to ponder on mushroom physics as the Shroomguard charged again. Once more he dodged, two black wings on his back offering him far more mobility than the Shroomguard. The Shroomguard couldn't make tight turns but only move in straight lines or make abrupt direction changes, often at nearly 90-degree angles. Meanwhile, Jake dodged gracefully as he fired potshots at the Shroomguard while in the air. This wasn't his first time facing a Shroomguard. Far from it. They were a lot like warlords, and there was often only one in every village. Jake had been on the Deep Dweller warpath for the last 3 days since he parted with the troll and had gone further and further into the dungeon, destroying any village on the way and claiming any golden mushroom he came upon. He had gained a few more levels, killed a lot of stuff, and mostly figured out the Deep Dwellers. They tended to be extremely protective of fungalmincers, making those the best targets. Fungalmincers had a lot of support options, also just making them smart to take out first. Regular Deep Dwellers were just fodder for different spells and rituals or annoyances during combat. Having an army of them gang up on you could be annoying, but they didn't have any skills of note besides their mushroom poison, making them mostly non-threats. Warriors were the primary combatants. They were a lot like the regular Deep Dwellers, but far more suited for combat. They had better weapons, higher stats and levels, and he deemed them medium threats. Being ganged up on them and surrounded could heighten them to a high-level threat, especially if they were with one of 3 leader types he had encountered so far. Warlords had extremely good synergy with warriors and even normal Deep Dwellers. All of them wielded crystalline weapons that they could stab themselves with to mutate and hulk out by absorbing their comrades. Even without being pushed to do that, they were strong in their own right and buffed up all others around them and made them more organized. Shroomguards like the one he was currently fighting were highly defensive enemies. Jake had only fought one once before, and it had taken a damn while to kill. Regular Deep Dwellers only had high vitality but low toughness, which meant they were easy to hurt but healed the damage incredibly fast. Shroomguards were both tough and had high vitality, making them a pain to take down. Their shields were also just annoying, and worst of all, they were goddamn mushroom caps. The last one of the stronger Deep Dwellers he knew of was one he had only seen and not fought. It had been called a Deep Dweller Heartwarden, and had been the first creature Jake had seen since evolving to D-grade that he couldn't identify. It had been in a group of 12 fungalmincers, 2 warlords and 2 Shroomguards, so Jake had made the wise choice of not engaging them. They had appeared to be in a rush as they sprinted back from some cave where Jake saw some dead monster within. Jake had followed them till they split up, and the current Shroomguard was the second one from that group he was now killing. It had returned to its village only to be slaughtered along with its brethren. Shroomguards were durable, but their offensive options were limited. They did have a few annoying attacks, but mostly just charged and tried to hit with their fist or shield. They were not as dangerous as warlords at all, but were more just annoyances that would cause issues because they protected the fungalmincers and gave them time to cast some of their rituals. Sadly for it, Jake knew exactly how to finish them quickly. He went on the offensive and dodged the many tendrils it sprouted out of its shield to try and entrap him. Jake kept the battle in the air due to its limited mobility, and he knew it wouldn't disengage as its purpose was to defend the fungalmincers below. He danced around it, cutting it with his blades and poisoning it slowly. It fought back, and Jake knew it would take a while to finish it the normal way, which is why he aimed his blade at certain areas. He cut it in places that limited its mobility, making it harder for it to defend itself from behind. Finally, when he was done cutting it up, he moved in close and gave it a good hug. It flew back and smashed him into the dungeon wall with its body and tried everything to get him off, but he held on as he channeled Touch of the Malefic Viper. 4 minutes later, a corpse fell to the village from above, turning into mush as it impacted the ground. The fact that it had survived for so long while having Touch inflict it continually along with his other poison was a testament to its toughness, even if he had only used common rarity poison. You have slain Deep Dweller Shroomguard, LVL 142. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level with the Shroomguard dead. The rest was just a cleanup. Fungalmincers sucked when they didn't have strong fighters with them, and while the warriors tried to put up a fight, they had the major flaw of being unable to fly. A few had tried to climb the walls during the killing of the Shroomguard but hadn't even made it up to him in time. Others had thrown stuff, but they couldn't hit him. It didn't take long to finish the job, and as the last fungalmincer fell, he got a level. He finished cleaning up the rest of the warriors and all the regular ones a few minutes later. Ding. Class, Avaricious Arcane Hunter, has reached level 120 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points. Jake stood in the middle of what had once been a Deep Dweller village. Craters and corpses surrounded him, and the entire area still burned with purple veins of arcane mana. Nothing in the whole village lived except for him and one more thing, hidden in an underground chamber. He stepped over to a collapsed tent and blew off all the debris. With another blast of mana, he removed the upper layer of soil and revealed a mushroom of sorts that Jake knew served as a trapdoor. He assumed there was a way to open it, but didn't bother finding out how to as he placed his hand on it and used Touch of the Malefic Viper. It withered in seconds, and he pulled it up to reveal a small underground cave with magically reinforced walls. Inside he found the golden mushroom, which he promptly claimed. Jake didn't leave the chamber right away after that but sat down and began meditating as he reacted to one more system prompt, one he felt like he hadn't seen in oh so long. Avaricious Arcane Hunter class skills available, Chapter 240, to upgrade or not to upgrade, that is the question. Avaricious Arcane Hunter class skills available. Jake always liked getting new skills. Not just because he got something new and shiny to add to his repertoire, but because the list he got was a testament to his progress. Every single offering was proof of his achievements and a small insight into what kinds of improvements he had made. It felt like a good pat on the back and a high five for how great he had been. The skills also often gave him good ideas for what he could do himself in the future. As with every other time, he went in with great vigor. He opened up the list of new skills offered, and as always was incredibly disappointed with the first skill available. Well, at least it was an expected disappointment. Arcane Bolt, rare, inspired by the simple mana bolt. You have taken it to the next level and created the Arcane Bolt. Allows the hunter to summon bolts of arcane mana to defeat your foes. You can summon two kinds of bolts, a stable and a destructive version. The destructive bolts will explode upon impact, and the stable version will be tough and piercing. Adds a small bonus to the effect of intelligence when using Arcane Bolt. This was far from the first time he had been offered some kind of mana bolt variant, and it was a bit funny to have seen it progress from common rarity with the Dark Bolt back in the day to the rare rarity Arcane Bolt he was offered now. He was even pretty damn sure he could get offered an epic rarity version if he kept working on it. Jake liked making arcane bolts and firing them, but he didn't feel like he needed a skill to do so at all. Would it make them stronger? Sure, but he seriously doubted they could ever get as good at his arrows. Hence he moved to the second option, which was another damn repeat. At least it appeared to be so at first glance. Disruptive Arcane Wave rare. Mobilize the arcane and dispel that which impedes you. Erupt in a torrent of destructive arcane energy, dispelling any spell constructs in your immediate vicinity by overloading them with mana and pushing away anything else in your immediate surroundings. Higher consumption of mana and stamina is required based on the power and stability of the spell constructs or physical impediments. Adds a small bonus to the effect of wisdom, intelligence, and endurance when using Disruptive Arcane Wave. Not much had changed from that Disruptive Arcane Eruption he was offered at level 90, but upon closer reading, there was a difference. It wasn't a mana eruption at all, but an energy eruption. It also used stamina, and even now benefited from endurance. It was now more just a small localized explosion of arcane energy around himself. A simple and probably effective skill that Jake didn't need a skill for at all. It did give some more inspiration, though. Jake should really work on not just using his arcane affinity with mana, but also with his stamina. This wave clearly used both mana and stamina, making it even more effective on physical impediments as well as magical ones. Having had something like this skill during his second fight with the indigo fungus would have saved him from getting half his body sheared off. But in the end, Jake had no interest in getting the skill itself. He would rather just work on mimicking the effects with free-range magic. Moving on. Barrier of the Avaricious Arcane Hunter Epic. Stability is a cornerstone of your arcane affinity, making barriers an obvious application of your arcane. Allows the Avaricious Arcane Hunter to summon a barrier of pure, stable arcane energy in a bubble around you, blocking out any kinds of direct attacks that attempt to pass through both physical and magical attacks alike. Mana or stamina will be consumed depending on the nature of the blocked attacks. All concepts not deployed by you will be weakened within your barrier. Adds a small bonus to the effects of wisdom and endurance when using Arcane Barrier. Now we're getting somewhere, Jake thought. It was the first skill with Avaricious Arcane Hunter in the name and was epic rarity right away. As for the skill itself, it felt a bit like something he had done many times before, but also had some new stuff. First of all, it was a bubble around him and not a wall as he usually made. This one was also once more arcane energy and not only mana, likely making it a lot better against physical attacks. Right now, the arcane barrier he summoned was best against magical attacks, though that hadn't been much of an issue as most ranged attacks he faced were magical. This was another case of him needing to get off his ass and use stamina as well as mana with his arcane affinity. He had originally formed the affinity primarily using mana, but he knew affinities didn't just affect mana. He still remembered the aspiring Blade of Nature back in the tutorial who used a powerful aura of sorts with a nature affinity. More food for thought that he would have to sit down and seriously go over, hopefully before the treasure hunt. The second very interesting thing about the skill was that entire thing about concepts. How would that work? It said it would weaken any concepts not deployed by him, which he had no idea what meant. Would that mean things like gravity, space, and time itself would be weakened within his barrier? That sounded ridiculous and not at all how things would work. Jake assumed it was great, though, and likely the reason behind the epicrarity tag. If not, it was just a robust defensive barrier and nothing else. If he had to make a slightly educated guess, he would assume the barrier could weaken enemy spells already within the barrier that affected him. For example, if he were poisoned, cursed, or on fire, it would weaken those effects. This was ultimately only a guess, but it made sense. It could also just mean that the barrier couldn't fully block concepts but only weaken them slightly, so if he was hit with some weird spell akin to his own gaze of the apex hunter or some mental skill, it was only a partial defense. Once more, he was just guessing, but it did have some interesting implications. If he isolated himself with arcane energy, he could at least partly suppress outside concepts. To be fair, Jake would be perfectly fine with selecting this skill, but naturally still moved on as he had 2 more to go. The next one was a lot more interesting than anything prior, as it was truly something new. Mark of the Avaricious Arcane Hunter Ancient. Your prey is chosen, the hunt is on. Covertly marked targets, making you aware of their positions at all times until the marks expire or are dispelled. All damage done to marked targets is increased. Arcane damage has its damage amplified further. The extra arcane damage inflicted while the marks are active will be built up in the form of an arcane charge that you can detonate to release all the stored up energy. Additional bonus experience earned for slaying a marked target above your level. This effect remains even if your target dies to the mark detonating or within a short duration of the detonation. Adds a bonus to the damage inflicted, the duration of the marks, the subtlety, and the number of marks available based on perception. Warning: this skill is unlocked by, and will serve as an upgrade to, your existing Mark of the Ambitious Hunter. Jake had never tried to encounter a skill selection that offered to upgrade a skill and not just an entirely new one. Was this something new to degrade? Did it only include class-specific skills? Did this mean he would get a better version of his Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter Ch at some point? That would be rad. The skill itself was honestly just awesome. Jake really loved Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, as it was one of those hidden heroes that just helped him immensely. At this point, he didn't even think about applying it to targets before he killed them for the experience, but this did mean that he hadn't really made much use of the extra damage part outside of against singular, powerful enemies. He couldn't help but pull up the old Mark and compare them directly. Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, rare. The prey is chosen. The hunt begins. Covertly mark a target, making you aware of their position at all times until the mark expires or is dispelled. All damage done to the marked target is increased. Additional bonus experience earned for slaying a marked target above your level. Adds a small bonus to the damage inflicted, the mark's duration, and the mark's subtlety based on perception. The old description was sure a lot shorter, and it also made the differences obvious. The new one would add the arcane charge mechanic, likely more extra damage than the old mark even without arcane damage. It would allow more than one mark active at a time, and it was likely just better in every single way. Shit, it somehow had even kept the aspect of only benefiting from perception, his highest stat by far. There was also the entire extra experience part that maybe got improved for. Jake still had no idea how much extra experience he got from his old mark, but he used it on every single kill on enemies above his level anyway. Everything counts after all. He already had a strong suspicion that his class leveled faster than usual against higher-leveled foes by default, and the mark only improved that aspect. Jake wanted it a lot, but he was still unsure of a lot of things, primarily how it would affect him in the future. Skills were a limited commodity, which is why getting some from the tutorial store was so valuable. New skills usually only came from titles and level-ups, and he couldn't just expect them to grow on trees. Choosing to upgrade a skill would mean not getting a new one, which was quite the cost. On the other hand, was it really that bad? He already had skills he barely used now, so wouldn't it be better to make those he actually does use better? Sure, he could upgrade the old ones, but he hadn't had time to do anything like that yet. Skills could also fuse, like how his Hunter's Sight had merged with Gaze of the Apex Predator to make Gaze of the Apex Hunter, or how Sense Herb and Sense Toxin had formed Sense of the Malefic Viper. Those instances had just been improvements, and in no way losses, in his opinion, even if he had lost a skill due to the merging. There was also the fact that he theorized all of the Malefic Viper skills being part of a whole, and eventually merging into one singular, incredibly powerful skill. Sure, he had been offered the Malefic Dragonkin race change, likely as a result of having all the skills at Ancient Rarity, but he still believed they could be merged somehow. Would he be angry if 2 or 3 of his Ancient Rarity skills merged, and made a legendary one that retained all effects but stronger? No, of course not, at least not in the short run. In the end, Jake needed a second opinion, so he asked, So Villy hasn't been that long, but I called anyway to ask you since I am unable to make decisions myself. Is upgrading a skill or picking a new skill best? I know you told me about skills being valuable as you can only get a limited amount, so would upgrading an existing one not just mean that I am losing a skill? I could potentially just upgrade it myself at some point, right? Jake asked out loud into the empty chamber where the mushroom had been. Within a second, Jake felt the attention of the malefic viper upon him, and the connection strengthening as he answered, his tone the same as usual. It made Jake happy that his pal hadn't gone back to moping, and the reason why he asked honestly had as much with having an excuse to hear how Villy was doing as it was to get advice. That one came out of the blue. You got a potential skill upgrade for one of your skill options while leveling up, I reckon. Tends to begin happening around D-grade, but most often only if you pick a class or profession closely associated with the one you had before. Also, for once, don't be ashamed at not knowing this. Not that I think you know shame about such things, as this really isn't common knowledge from people tend to hate sharing this kind of information outside of their organizations, and the system hasn't been giving out much info related to D-grades to your universe yet, as far as I know. Most importantly, you would have had to actually talk to other people to learn about it, something we both know has a very low chance of happening, Villy answered quite rudely. Wow, that's just mean. Am I not talking to someone else right now who is telling me? Also, I am pretty sure you didn't actually address any of my questions, Jake answered back with faux offense. You answered most of your questions yourself. Any skill you upgrade is the opportunity of getting a new skill lost. It's pretty simple. Ultimately, it comes down to how much you value the upgraded skill and the nature of the skill. No two skills are created equal, and some skills can do things that cannot be done with freeform magic. Well, theoretically, everything can be done, but some things are just unrealistic. Also, it isn't like having fewer skills is always bad. Many skills end up unused or forgotten, or perhaps end up having overlap with other better skills. Often there is value in focusing on your most important core skills. Focus on your primary fighting method and improve on that while shoring up weaknesses. You don't need a skill to do everything, but having skills related to what you do most is highly preferred. The rest can be fixed without the use of skills. All in all, having 100 diverse and mediocre skills is worse than having 10 you all use and synergize with each other. Quality over quantity and all that. Jake nodded along as the Viper spoke. It was pretty much as he had thought, and the thing about skills too hard to recreate also struck true. If he wanted to somehow create a skill like Big Game Arcane Hunter, he had no idea where even to start or if it was even possible. Villy said it would be possible to do all that skill did somehow, but Jake just didn't see how at all. It was a skill that made him stronger against higher-leveled foes, maybe some serious soul magic, he wasn't sure. Either way, Jake didn't feel a need to hold back, so he shared the skill's details. Well, the skill marks targets and increases my damage done and making me aware of their positions at all times. It uses my arcane affinity too and can build up a charge of arcane energy that I can explode. It didn't have all the arcane stuff before the upgrade, and it could only be placed on one target at a time. It goes up 2 rarities, by the way. I do reckon both the damage done and the additional experience will also in additional experience. Villy cut him off. Yeah, Jake answered. Only against higher-leveled enemies, though. Well, that puts the skill firmly in borderline impossible to recreate territory. If you want to upgrade one, a skill like this would be optimal. These kinds of signature skills can sometimes do otherwise impossible things. Seriously, creating things like that is hard. I didn't make a poison that increased experience gain before a long-ass time with research. Though to be fair, increased experience gain isn't actually that valuable and will, for many, just mean hitting a wall at a faster pace. I reckon this won't be an issue for you, and that it only works on targets with higher levels is good. Remember, the path to power is not a sprint but a marathon. Skills that increase experience gained honestly aren't that rare either, and most professions or monsters focused on leadership will have skills to increase the experience gain of those under them. It's often one of the advantages of living under a powerful noble or alpha, Villy explained. That actually wasn't that surprising to Jake. The pylon already increased non-combat experience gained, and that leaders had such skills was to be expected. Jake was sure Jacob had some like that too, and maybe Miranda did too. Philip maybe. He should probably ask them. So do you think it would be good to upgrade if the experience part isn't even that valuable? That was in my mind one of the big draws, Jake asked. For borderline everyone else, I would say that the increased experience isn't worth much if it doesn't also come with an increased chance of enlightenment or something like that. But for you in particular, it's great. As a new initiate in a new universe, there are many advantages associated with having a fast leveling speed, and I also don't think you have to worry about hitting any walls anytime soon, if ever. I see. Well, I do like the skill quite a bit, even before the upgrade, so making it better would be great. Jake would have to decide, but before that, he moved on to the last skill, and just by skimming it, he already knew. he would have even more questions for the Viper. Chapter 241, The Morality of Domination. Jake knew his class was considered good just based on the stats it gave and the, in his opinion, not very restrictive downsides it had. Yet he hadn't expected it to grant him a legendary rarity skill right at level 120, much less one that would give him such mixed feelings. Domination of the Avaricious Arcane Hunter, legendary. Your avarice knows no bounds, and you claim whatever you decide belongs to you. Allows the Avaricious Arcane Hunter to initiate a soulbending contract with other living beings, forcing them to serve him if they surrender to your desires, while making them more inclined to work towards realizing your avaricious goals. Any bound being will serve you for life, and your demise will mean their deaths, while your advancement will give them opportunities to continue serving you. In your arrogance and avarice, you have even become able to force those above your level to serve you. Your ability to dominate a target or not is determined on an individual basis. The number of maximum dominated entities is determined by willpower and how powerful those dominated are. If those you have dominated are foolish enough to attempt to break free, crush their souls to dust. Naturally, your avarice does not allow any possession of yours to escape your will once bound, and only death shall be their release. Dominating a living being will count as slaying it, rewarding extra experience. The description was incredibly long, and hot damn, there was a lot packed in there. This skill appeared to have little to no relation to his arcane affinity as far as he could tell, but was clearly entirely related to the avaricious part of his class. He had to read it a few times to get it, and he really hoped he misunderstood something. Jake had seen many skills, especially those related to Villy with some weird-ass descriptions, many of them obviously yelling, "I am evil." But this one took the cake. Jake barely knew where to start, so he decided just to share the entire damn description with Villy to get a reaction. A domination skill. Good time to get one. Soulbending a dungeon creature will effectively turn them into your possession and allow you to bring them out. Yours even sounds like a rather powerful version, definitely not an easy one to break out of. It even sounds like it includes a record and experience boosting part to make those dominated be useful to you for a longer time. Good skill all around, Villy answered, far more casually than Jake expected. I guess, but it's kind of fucked up, isn't it? Jake asked. The entire skill just rubbed him the wrong from here to the moon. It was fucked up, right? Or did he have some skewed perception of things? He didn't, did he? Well, these kinds of skills do have some drawbacks. For the dominated target to progress much further after being bound is rare. I can't say if it's due to the targets having low levels of innate ambition that limit them, or if it's just inherent in these kinds of skills. Having a few soulbends can be very beneficial, as they do things you don't have the time or desire to do yourself while being 100% loyal. They can function as meat shields too. You know what I mean. Isn't this essentially just forcing someone into slavery? Jake asked. So that's what you're worried about. What a weird mentality. You're killing so many already, so what's the difference? Soulbends are essentially just pieces of equipment that can serve certain functions for you. They may be living entities, but viewing them as anything more than tools is meaningless. Those with such weak mentalities to agree to a soulbond contract aren't worth anything to begin with, and have no doubt they do need to agree to it. The system has some hard rules related to things like these contracts, and signing one cannot be fully forced. Coerced, sure, but not forced, Villy said, his tone still far too casual for Jake to feel comfortable. I think there is quite a big difference between killing someone and forcing them into servitude and manipulating their minds to serve you till the day they die. I already told you, you cannot force anyone or anything to accept it. They will always have a choice, even if the choice will be between becoming soulbound or death. It often doesn't even come to that. Many pathetic individuals choose to become soulbound by those more powerful or influential than themselves, hoping to improve their own fates that way. Sure, it works for some, but advancing a single more rank or living a more luxurious life than before by giving up control of your own life does not make you any less pathetic, Villy said, and Jake could practically hear his voice dripping with venom before he continued. Look beyond your own culture for once. You grew up on a planet with a history where forced servitude has quite the bad connotations, ones I agree with, but for the wrong reasons. Slaves are not to be pitied or seen as victims. They are weak and pathetic individuals who surrendered themselves to fates worse than death. The humans who rose up and died to fight for their own freedom are to be admired, but those who chose to wallow in their own misery deserve no pity or mercy. Tell me, if I came to you here and now and told you to become a slave or die, what would you do? Jake frowned as he listened to the Viper speak. He knew he and Villy had different views on many things, and this was clearly one of them. Perhaps it was because the malefic Viper was exactly that, a Viper, but Jake believed things were a bit more nuanced. For me personally, I would tell anyone who came to me and told me to become a slave to fuck off and gladly fight them to the death and die rather than agree. But that is me and the current me at that. It is inherent to human nature to try and stay alive no matter the circumstances, even if it means becoming a slave. The sheer desire to stay alive and the hope of one day escaping a bad situation is incredibly human. Sometimes all people have is hope, so they choose to hold onto that because once you're dead, all hope dies with you. There is also the whole family aspect to it, and how some chose to become slaves to protect those they love. Oh, and finally, let's not ignore that for some, slavery is all they know. It is their norm. They cannot even imagine the concept of freedom, so to expect them to desire the unknown is unrealistic, Jake answered. You humans always had weird views on slavery, hypocritical even. Your race on your planet too always had a tendency to enslave anything they deem lesser than themselves, yet admonish others for enslaving, a tendency that continued after the system. Before you could at least excuse your enslavement of other races and calling them pets or whatever with the limited intelligence and lack of sapience for those enslaved. But what now? Fuck, it isn't even a problem with humanity, but all enlightened races. You talked about how they knew nothing else. That is how every damn beast feels when they grow up slaves and gain sapience while already forced into it. They never even got the choice as they decided before their level of intelligence was high enough to, Villy said, and Jake had already predicted the rant coming. Do you have any idea how many of your race have professions or classes related to taming, as they call it? Someone who forces beasts or other monsters to serve as slaves are called tamers, while those who force other enlightened races are called slavers. The same human can advocate for making a beast into their pet, and at the same time admonishing the evilness of a slaver. There is no fucking difference between the two, but the perceived value of the lives of two different sapient beings, and the fact that the enlightened one is often in a better position to decide. Fuck, if one had to compare, taming a beast is far worse. It is deciding that the beast will one day evolve into realizing it is a fucking slave, or condemning them into never evolving into sapience at all. Either way, it is a fate far worse than death, a fate the beast will never have had the option of making. It would be like holding a toddler to its words for life, not even considering the child could grow up and change their mind. I have heard all the excuses. Oh, but I am good to my pets. I love my pet like family. Well, guess the fuck what? It doesn't change shit. You're still a slaver, and you should own up to it and stop making bullshit excuses to make yourself feel better. But don't get me wrong, I am not saying it is wrong. It is just the pathetic double standard I hate. In fact, I would advise you to pick up the domination skill. Get a few good slaves or beasts and have them serve as defenders of your city, or maybe just as temporary fighting power. Just don't enslave anything you actually value, that would just be ruining them and nothing else. You can even bring that troll out with you. Slaves are tools, nothing more. Treat them as such and never become some hypocritical asshole who talks about how you actually value them. If you did, they wouldn't be slaves. The malefic viper stopped his rant, and Jake heard the undertone of anger and disgust, especially in the middle parts. Throughout it all, Jake frowned as he had to consider many things he had never even thought of before. Was having pets in the old world kind of fucked up? Jake would say no, but having them now would be if they were sapient. He was damn sure that Villy had a history with slavery. As a beast, the double standard of viewing tamers and slavers as different clearly irked him, and Jake could see growing up in that kind of environment had affected him. Jake had already come to terms with that he was technically a mass-murdering machine. He knew that many of those he killed were intelligent beings with sapient thought, but he had killed them anyway, only for his own selfish goal of getting stronger. He didn't delude himself into thinking what he was doing was somehow moral. It just is what it is. The way the world functioned like that. Jake was a hunter, so he would hunt. Part of him hated the thought of ever enslaving anything or anyone, or forcing them to do his will. Jake was a firm believer in not doing unto others what he didn't want them to do to him, which was why he was fine fighting and killing. He would be totally fine with a strong foe fighting and killing him in a fight, as that was just how things worked. But he didn't see any reason for needless cruelty. Fighting foes far weaker than yourself was just pointless. Likewise, torture was a waste of time that leads to nothing good happening. It was why Jake had hated the Minotaur Mind Chief so much. If the Minotaur had just decided that it would kill all humans and went on some righteous crusade, Jake would call it a moron, but he would at least understand it partially. But torturing people, fuck that noise. And what was worse torture than turning someone into a slave? To Jake, it would be the worst kind of existence he could imagine, which was why the concept was so abhorrent in his mind. Jake truly would rather die than be a slave and would rather kill than enslave others. Temporary prisoner. Maybe if the situation called for it, but the domination skill was permanent. It was a one-way ticket to, as the Viper said, turn another living being into a possession. Yeah, I am not a fan of slavery, Jake answered incredibly bravely. I guess you dabbled. He followed up already knowing the answer. Once upon a time, yes, but not since I became a god. There simply has been no reason for me to do so. People came to serve me willingly, so why would I force others to? Enslaving someone is also a great way to ruin any future they may have, which is why it's pretty much never done with anyone of value. Also, you won't have to fear ever being soulbound, the malefic viper said. Why not? Jake asked. Well, Villy likely wouldn't have it, and the blessing lickle, you got a bloodline. Anyone with a bloodline cannot be soulbound. You can still sign soul contracts, but not a full-on soulbending. The reason for this is simple. Soulbending someone is to bind them like an item to your soul, and as you know, you need to meet the requirement to bind an item before you can do so. Due to the nature of bloodlines, this means that no one can ever meet the requirements to bind your soul, the Viper explained. That's good to know, I guess, Jake answered. Does all this mean there is no way to properly have animal companions or something like that? You know, without making them slaves or forcing them to serve you, but still helping them progress with you. Your humanoid bias is showing again. That is literally what a party is, Jake. Leader-type professions help you progress with your companions and your level and work together as you progress. There are plenty of such professions or even classes focusing on fighting with companions of other races, not just other humanoids. Alphas, nobles, leaders, or other kinds of leadership-focused paths function to amplify the progress of other enlightened or monsters around them and are found everywhere. You don't need a contract or some kind of magical connection to be companions. There will never truly be a soul bond of equals unless you fully bind your soul to another. These kinds of bonds do exist, but they will never be available to you either due to your bloodline. All your soulbinds will automatically become those of domination. Not sure if that sucks or not, but I guess it doesn't truly matter, Jake finally said. I don't like this whole domination business. If I could release people again and just use the skill to bring the trolls out of the dungeon, that would be one thing, but this is just too fucked up. So fuck that. Up to you. The skill is great, and I would personally have gone for it primarily for the bonus experience and gateway into practicing soul magic it would provide, but don't do it if you don't feel like it's your path. Taking a skill like this will greatly impact your future and your progress from here on out. Picking what is compatible with you in the long run is far more important than just going for some short-term benefits. You don't need a bond to be companions or friends. It is only for those insecure if the other will betray them, or those lacking the confidence to have others serve them willingly. Or the worst part, those too cowardly to battle themselves. Slaves have uses, but any task that a slave can accomplish, a willing servant or companion can do better. All who now serve me don't do so because I make them, but because they want to. Probably for selfish reasons, the lot of them, but that's still better than some forced bullshit contract, as at least they do it willingly, and reaffirm that they continue to do it willingly every single day by not leaving, Villy finished off with saying. Yeah, I also prefer the non-slavery form of employment myself. Thanks for the talk, as always, Villy. I have a feeling this topic will come up again. I guess slavery just isn't my thing, and honestly a bit of a dickish thing to do. Glad you grew out of that behavior, Jake said snarkily, bidding his goodbyes. Heh, talk to you later. Open to discussions on heavy topics at any time, and I always find them enlightening, mainly because everyone else I talk to just agrees or refuses to even engage. Good luck and have fun. Oh, by the way, don't be mad when you come to the Order in the future. Slavery abounds here. The presence of the Viper faded, and while Jake felt like while he could still send a message, there was no need to force it. One didn't always need to have the last word. Also, he seriously hoped that the last part was a joke, but he feared it wasn't. He would cross that bridge when the time came. Jake shook his head as many thoughts still tumbled around. It had been quite the conversation. Jake had heard another quite foreign perspective to his own, but it hadn't really changed his mind, just expanded his thoughts a bit. Maybe it was just him being stubborn and had the culture of Earth too deeply ingrained in his personality, but he didn't like slavery as a concept, and he was too damn stubborn to ever do so. He could see that to others, it maybe wasn't that big a deal. The multiverse was big, and many different people existed. He was sure that he could find plenty of humans on Earth who thought it would be perfectly normal and moral to bind a beast to themselves with what was essentially a slave contract. Jake just wasn't one of those people. It did suck a bit that the first legendary skill he had been offered by either his class or profession was a dud, but he didn't regret skipping it. It wasn't him. Instead, he picked the mark of the Avaricious Hunter, as that one was far more aligned with who he was. You have chosen to evolve Mark of the Ambitious Hunter to Mark of the Avaricious Arcane Hunter. Accept. Jake naturally picked yes and felt the knowledge flood into his head for a few moments. Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, rare. The prey is chosen, the hunt begins. Covertly mark a target, making you aware of their position at all times until the mark expires or is dispelled. All damage done to the marked target is increased. Additional bonus experience earned for slaying a marked target above your level. Adds a small bonus to the damage inflicted, the mark's duration, and the mark's subtlety based on perception. Mark of the Avaricious Arcane Hunter, Ancient. Your prey is chosen, the hunt is on. Covertly marked targets, making you aware of their positions at all times until the marks expire or are dispelled. All damage done to marked targets is increased. Arcane damage has its damage amplified. The extra arcane damage inflicted while the marks are active will be built up in the form of an arcane charge that you can detonate to release all the stored up energy. Additional bonus experience earned for slaying a marked target above your level. This effect remains even if your target dies to the mark detonating or within a short duration of the detonation. Adds a bonus to the damage inflicted, the duration of the marks, the subtlety, and the number of marks available based on perception. It honestly didn't come with that much new know-how, just the basics of how to use it. It was a simple skill, just the way Jake used it. No long moral discussions about how fucked it was to mark things or not. It was a skill made for hunting down targets and killing them, just the way he liked it, though he had some doubts that the dungeon's resident deep dwellers would agree.